Science. Is he present? No? Debadatta Behera? Debadatta Behera? He is from Department of Environmental Science, Barampur University. Next, Dr. Uday Kumar Das, Assistant Professor in Zoology, Vikram Dev University, Jayapur, Koraput. Jaipur. He will be presenting on the topic the conservation initiative of Indian giant squirrel and Indian giant flying squirrel in different habitats of Odisha.
Myself, Dr. Uday Kumar Das. I started my career as a researcher in black buck conservation area from Ganjam. Then I worked in Project Tiger and have a chance to roam around the total country and gather self knowledge on different aspects of wildlife ecology. And myself, I started a own project on giant squirrel ड्यूरिंग द कोविड पीरियड 2019 और 20 इस पेज में हम लोग पूरा किए हैं काम पूरा उड़ीसा का जो ईस्टर्न घाट है स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम एसटीआर कुल्डिया देन वी पीपीटा है लेट्स स्टार्ट द पीपीटी Yeah, starting from the Indian giant squirrel, which is a IUCN vulnerable species, and Indian flying squirrel, very recently recorded from Gupteshwar region. Previous to that, we are recorded from both during 2002, 2005, All India Tiger Estimation Project work. We have also found in Nayagarh district from the Deer Park Daspala area. And previously it is also distributed in Pondakhol Reserve Forest of Gumsar South on the Soroda range. That's after we have no any founding records on any research interest in Indian giant flying squirrel. During the project work of flying squirrel, we search the overlapping habitats both for giant squirrel and flying squirrel. The next. Next. They are actually comes mammalians class and family Chirudae, order Rodentia, both arboreal and nocturnal. The flying squirrel is nocturnal and cryptic, and giant squirrel is diurnal. Even they do all their activities during day periods, starting from feeding, mating, and also evening, interim period between feeding and resting. It make nests all in 2 or 3 days. It can do a full nest. Mostly herbivorous, as frugivorous, leaf eaters. This is one of the picture from the Kiriomba Reserve Forest in Gumsar South Division. Kiriomba Reserve Forest harbors the all wildlife species, perhaps I think except tiger. Last year one tiger from Maharashtra also roamed to this area and escaped away in Andhra Pradesh towards. The pressures are like poachers and pet keeping. For Indian giant squirrel, pet keeping is a traditional practice before the proper awareness periods. The local tribal boys capture the young ones and then sold in black market like distant places from Hyderabad, Goa, Chennai, where the migratory laborers from Ganjam district they traveled. They have extra activities like smuggling of giant squirrel youngs. We have reported, and after our proper social awareness, this practice is also now totally stopped. Kaplas, then we traverse the Mahanadi, they come to Baudh region, Kumsar South region, Gajpati, and also cover next to the Koraput region. In Koraput region, the Jaipur Forest Division is mostly covered. It have a very lucy green and evergreen patches of sal forest, riverine forest, moist deciduous forest, which is a very critical habitat for these cryptic and high canopy occupying animals. We have also noticed some stray dogs, even our Bentua kukura, that is domesticated by the hunters. They also attack different animals like giant squirrel also. If giant squirrels come to the forest floor for different activities like communicating to the another tree, and also for collecting some white ants. Even I have observed that they also consume white ants in the forest floors. That's why they come to the ground. And for drinking of water for stream side, they also come down to the trees and occupy some spaces in the forest floor. During that period, they have very prone to attack by stray dogs. Even domestic cat also have some attempts for to killing the giant squirrel in Budakul area. Next. ये टोटल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पार्ट है इंडियन जायंट फ्लाई स्क्विरल का. बेसिकली फुट हिल्स ऑफ हिमालयस, अरुणाचल प्रदेश नॉर्थ ईस्ट रीजन, and then the Odisha and Andhra Pradesh region is not shown, but Western Ghat and Eastern Ghat region is also have records of Indian giant flying squirrel. Next. We have covered this black map is Gupteshwar region. We have spotted 3 dotted spots where sighting was recorded. This is a giant flying squirrel, very new to now conservation science in Odisha. We have rescued it from a BSA camp. It glided just before after his mother. The mother fly away, and the young one fell down in a stone. And we have rescued, we have treated, and released in wild. जयपुर रीजन का मैप अच्छी. ये बौद्ध रीजन फास्ट रू चौसिंगा उपर आम काम करूँ. बौद्ध रीजन रे बेसिकली 4 छक माधोपुर से रीजन रे जायंट फ्लाइंग स्क्विरल अच्छा. प्रीवियसली वन रिसर्चर फ्रॉम माय वाइल्ड लाइफ इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया, वन जूनियर फेलो recorded that giant flying squirrel is entangled in 11 kV transmission line. Thank you. Next. ये Odisha, eastern ghat of India, starting from Tamil Nadu, from midpoint of Utti region to most exits towards the Similipal region. This is uppermost is Similipal region. Then it traversed from Kullia to Keonjhar some part, and then it goes further down across the Mahanadi. It reaches Nayagarh, then to Gumsar South, North Division, some part of Fulbani, I think Kotigoda Wildlife Sanctuary. Then this is the forest distribution map of Odisha. Mostly after the excluding the coastal parts like eastern part of Baleshwar, Bhadrak, Jajpur, Kendrapada have mangrove, but in some part of Koraput region, in Gupteshwar region, the moist deciduous sal forest is a peculiar habitat for so many animals and cryptic animals like bats also, and giant flying squirrel, gecko, which is also recorded from Odisha. We have just publishing just after it is in process. We have to publish in next 2-3 months. Okay, thank you, sir. Next. Distribution map of IGFS with a overlapping distribution of IGS. ये सब ओवरलैपिंग पॉपुलेशन अच्छी, किंतु ओडिशा रे बेसिकली इंडियन जायंट स्क्विरल सब जगह देखा मिलुचंती, किंतु किछि एरिया को हम छाड़ी देले बेसिकली जेमती कहले बौद्ध, कोटगढ़ आउ कल्लापाट आउ देब्रीगढ़, नॉट देब्रीगढ़, it is I think Sambalpur region, Badroma Wildlife Sanctuary, then it westwards towards Malkana district. It is a very peculiar patches of Indian giant flying areas. if we find, we just annex to the next publication, and also for conservation management, we have to write for the working plan of different divisions. Next, ये गुप्तेश्वर एरिया का फॉरेस्ट एरिया, मोस्ट ऑफ माई PG projects publics are not allowed to there. We have a very specific requisition from the NALCO authority, and we have solved the Panchmatimal mining area. The mining area is after mining, and they are also do filling of good fertile soil, and they also planted different arbitrary any plants. We advise them you do enter some palatable plants. Palatable plants we have listed, just mango, syzygium, guava. These plants should be introduced in normal plantations. The elevation is Panchmatimal is around 1400 meter from MSL. ये कपिलास sanctuary रो गोटे photographs जोटा कि कपिलास रो जो shrine area अच्छी से shrine area रे पूरा high canopy, even केतक जगह अच्छी खरा पड़ेनी. आउ along the streams there are some riverine forest species, ficus species रो सब मिले. आउ सेठी भी देखी जो fig plants गुड़ा rock and जोटी stream अच्छी fig plant गुड़ा सेठी अधिक आती. अच्छा fig plant आउची 24 hour हो कि throughout 360 days हो fig plant गछर सब बेले अवेलेबल होची. आ ता ripening stage तादर भी अलग अलग कंटिन्यू रोची. सेना गोटे ample food for birds also and also giant squirrel. ହେଲା तापरे other even elephants also use fig branches. That's why we have to propagate fig plants in the critical habitats of Indian giant flying squirrel and also flying squirrel, giant squirrel. Some species like Siali, Atundi, other rich biodiversity. Siali leaves are very fond of by wildlife species. If you observe that giant squirrel during scarcity of water in some peak summer, April or May, most of the species they consume the fulfillers of Siali, and they fulfill their demand of water. Even I have seen other langurs use to chewing the pulvinus of Siali plant in Kaplas in Devastal area, where there is no water in around 1 kilometer periphery of that area. They just sucking the and chewing the pulvinus part. They fulfill their nutrition and also water requirement. It is a very peculiar observation. Next, one thing is that giant flying squirrel can also do hole in mature coconut kernel. The coconut kernel is very hard. The epicarp of the shell is so hard that one cannot do hole it. But giant squirrel can eat even live and hanging coconuts in the tree also. We have reported very rare observation that the coconuts can be eaten by giant squirrel in Kaplas area. Here even jackfruit either from in the flowering stage, they also consume jackfruits. In flowering stage, fruiting stage, even after ripening, the seeds are collected by tribals from the forest floor. Even the seeds are taken by the giant squirrel from the forest floor. Then it keep in the nest for scarcity of during monsoon also. It is a seed hoarding process. Different seeds like around 15 to 16 seeds, even tamarind seeds, mango kernel, jackfruit seeds, so many seeds, even marking nut seeds, cashew seeds, they are they store in their nest for taking during the monsoon period, where the deciduous fruit are not available during that period. They also consume, and during the peak scarcity of food during winter, they consume different barbs and leaves. Next, conservation issues. There is still of awareness, lack of awareness it is a very small animal. Indian giant flying squirrel is a small animal, but it is critically endangered. No tribal people should do not have a knowledge that which is critical, which is in vulnerable, which is schedule 1 or schedule 2. They have no knowledge. For them, it is simply a squirrel. They have poached. They even flying squirrels also post at night in Gupteswar region. They also collect honey during night period. I examine question some people how to do collection of honey. They say, sir, we collect honey at night. At night the honey bees are not moving anywhere. We do take a mussel and fly away the bees and cut down the honey bee comb, and they collect in some sari and some mosquito net are under the tree. They fall down and they collect very honey. During these night ventures, they also some in previous days they hunt flying squirrel also. A very crucial thing. Then during the last 2 years study, I have also collected data on flying squirrel. In Koraput, nowhere you have seen giant squirrel. But in Gupteswar area, I just when I visiting for shrine as a pilgrimage, I listen the call of giant squirrel. Then I have very curiosity and I have directly visualize it and capture in my camera. Then I do a rapid and very effective survey in around this habitat. People in Gupteswar region, they have a focus on it is a sacred area. Sacred area, no people will hunt for animals. Even present days, some people do collect rock pigeons for bush meat, just like you. They kept in the onion or potato bags. They kept it live. At night, they can go to the home and they carry it and they do just a very cheap, I think, chicken meat. Next, I also do aware for this because of it is a very going to be a biodiversity conservation area, a highly biodiversity rich area, and it is a shrine area. During this shrine area, you have to do practice vegetarian foods and do not kill any animals. Now this practice is also going on during forest fire awareness campaign. Any wildlife campaigns, we have understanding
Dr.
the
Uday.
peoples. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Uday, you are actually, sound is echoing very much, so you are not audible. Secondly, please be precise and put your points according to this thing, so that other speakers are there and they will be also.
We cover Keonjhar, Ganjam, Gajpati, Kandhamal, Kalahandi, Koraput district for good population of giant squirrel and etc. It's a basic conservation aspect, tree felling, podu, uncontrolled tourism, vehicular and festive noise in a pilgrimage area. We have to stop the use of audio sounds. We stop some in pilgrimage area. We have very eco-sensitive areas. We have to decide the ecotourism managers and SHG groups. Those are conducting different ecotourism programs. They have to keep it that in knowledge that there should be no audio or music like such programs. The noise is a very critical thing that disturb the animal habitat in pilgrimage area. Then next. This photograph is collected from Kuldiha area. This interim period between feeding and resting, the giant squirrels just hang over tree branches and they sleep for sometimes. It is a resting posture. Next, come. Next. Take it. Skate.
Dr. Das,
Sir.
please be precise and specific so that others will also be able to speak. Conclude.
Feeding plant species are nesting trees. Nesting trees are tall trees अच्छी. एटा आमे सब बाहर करचु कार केते परसेंटेज रे से यूज करची टर्मिनल टोमेटो सा केते यूज करची बेसिकली साल टॉल ट्रीज आर सिलेक्टेड फॉर नेस्टिंग टामारिंडस इंडिका 16-80% आउ मैग्निफेरा इंडिका रो होची डायटरी कंपोजिशन 13.1% फॉलोड बाय लीफ अच्छी फ्लावर अच्छी देन एटा फ्रूट भी अच्छी एटा जांट स्क्विरल पई करा है छी एटा भी सिमिलर अच्छी फ्लाइंग स्क्विरल पई एटा नाइट पेट्रोलिंग रे एटा माइसल नाइट पेट्रोलिंग रे हम भी कैमरा लगाउछु गछमूल रे सेठी भी गछमूल रे देखाय छी जेतले तळकु आसुचंती कोन जीवजंतु से स्मॉल मामल्स मध्ये आसुचंती आदरे हला इंक्लूडिंग हमर पर्कुपाइन हां एटा नेस्ट कोटे
Conclude, please.
को नेस्ट रे सब डोमिनेट करे 4-5टा डोमिनेट करे गोटे नेस्ट रे रहे मेंटेन करे आ जो प्रेडेटर बार्ड्स अच्छे से प्रेडेटर बार्ड से डोमिनेट को ये करे ठीक है एटा कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन आम करिछु एटा विभिन्न एरिया रे स्कूल प्रोग्राम एटा होची कम्युनिटी कंजर्वेशन प्रोग्राम रे करिछु एटा हमर ओडे परमिशन लेटर थिला थैंक यू
Thank you, Dr. Das. Any questions, please?
सर सिमिलपाल टाइगर प्रिजर्व रे काम करथला बेले सिमिलपाल शॉट टे करा है किंतु सर 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 डिफरेंट पेपर आम कलेक्शन करूँ जांच स्क्विरल कौट कौट संदीप मिश्र समस्त सर लिटरेचर सर्वे सार है लोकंर पुराणा लिटरेचर सर्वे कराई आम आनेक्स करूँ ओके सर सब्जेक्ट स्पेसिफिक दुईटा स्पेसीज को आम कोरिलेट कर काम करछु सर हाँ
you are when you are saying reach RICH, it is REACH. When a lot of impurities is there, lot of deficiencies are there, and so far English narration is there. It is, you must have to edit it.
sir
You after this is over, you go and see for yourself whatever presenting how far it is correct.
sir
Because these are, I should not have told this. It is not my intention to hurt you. But unless I hurt you, you will not learn.
sir
Thank you so much.
So, a thorough literature study should have been mentioned, and English language should have been corrected.
एटा रेफरेंस दे पारिबो सर रेफरेंस सेमते कहले आपन को
No, listen. First, listen. This is not a university area because wildlife general, so your paper has been counted. But this study should have specific things. You cannot collect things from elsewhere and put it here. Another thing, can you tell us what is the IUCN status and Wildlife Protection Act status of this?
Both are sir for wildlife protection, Indian wildlife protection, both are schedule 1. But for IUCN, now the giant squirrel is vulnerable, and Indian giant flying squirrel is very critically endangered. CR.
And you should have mentioned these things. And very,
first-
very specific things. Time is very limited, and whatever you say, it must be correct because very large number of young students are there. They have to learn things. Okay. Thank
ফার্স্ট
you.
স্লাইডে স্যার রখা আছে
Okay. Please. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
স্যার
Thank you, Dr. Ruda. Next speaker is
Next is Dr. Subhranshu Naik,
Subhranshu Naik.
Scientist, Odisha Biodiversity Board, Forest, Environment and CC Department, Government of Odisha. He will be presenting a topic on invisible extinctions. Are microorganisms threatened in the Anthropocene era?
Good morning, everyone. Respected all great personalities, scientists, retired forest department senior officers, students, members of biodiversity management committee from Bargad, Onugol and various districts of Odisha. First, I'd like to thank the Evergreen Forum for giving me this platform to discuss something not new. I can't say that it is new, but something less discussed thing regarding wildlife. Now, among all the mass destruction eras, this Anthropocene era will be marked by human interference. Means this destruction era, the Anthropocene era, will occur with human interference, with human activities, anthropogenic activities, and all the destructive activities which we do in this do to the nature. So, in this era, we are discussing the declining population of plants, declining population of animals. We designate them as threatened animals, like the previous speaker said. Some are critically endangered, some are endangered, threatened, but another set of organisms which forms very basic and very, I can say, fundamental of all life forms. That is, those are known as microorganisms or popularly microbes. Their population, their specific species are also declining in number. They are also vanishing from various ecosystems, but we don't discuss about them. In my this talk, we will discuss all these things regarding this, regarding the threatened status, whether these microorganisms are really threatened or really their population is declining or not. We'll discuss in this. Okay. So, first, microorganisms are very tiny, small organisms which are invisible to naked eye, and we can see them, we can examine them under the various microscopes like your phase contrast microscope, electron microscope. So, there are various classes, types of microorganisms, like we all know bacteria, we all know virus, we all know fungi, some protozoa, some archaeas, and some microalgae. These are various kinds of types of microorganisms which we deal in daily life. Now, what is the role of microorganisms in this earth? They are responsible for various nutrient cycling, like nitrogen, carbon, your phosphorus, everything. The basic nutrient cycling are being done by the various species of microorganisms in soil, in air, in water, even recently they can survive in space also. So, few years back, one particular species was discovered from some spacecraft, and it was named after APJ Abdul Kalam. Kalami, the species was Kalami. So they are found everywhere. Microorganisms are ubiquitous. They are responsible for soil enrichment, soil nutrient enhancement, so that the plant health, we get good, better crop, better plants, and better forest. They are also an integral part of the human gut and animal gut also. Wildlife, they have also a particular set of microorganisms in their gut. If you take the example of human, we have around 1,000 species of bacteria only found in our gut. And forget out the skin, hair, and all these parts. So they are the basic fundamentals. They constitute the foundation of our life on earth. Next. Yes. Now they are also the foundation of forest, ecosystem, and wildlife. How you can see the pyramid. First, nutrient cycling happens in the soil. Then it supports a very good healthy plant diversity. Then that healthy plant diversity supports a very good enriched gut microbiome of the wild animals, and those microorganisms help them to fight against diseases, absorb nutrients, digest. You all know that cow has cellulose digesting bacteria in their rumen, so that they can digest the leaf materials they eat. So, and further, the gut microbiome of wild animals also help them to tolerate the climatic changes and the various disease outbreaks. And finally, this symbiotic association helps in a sustainable forest ecosystem and a sustainable wildlife diversity. Next, please. So now due to various activities, as I said earlier, habitat destruction, climatic changes, pollution, disease outbreaks, overexploitation, hunting, all these things, due to invasive species. Due to all these factors, the plants, animals are getting threatened. That means their population is declining day by day. But we don't think about the microorganisms. Next. Now, how the microorganisms are threatened? The causes are the same like that of a plant or animal. This habitat loss, this pollution, overuse of antibiotics and steroids. These causes the rapid decline in the gut microbiome of wild animals and also the captives. So we sometimes we see that something happens and sudden outbreaks happens and a set of wild animals get wiped out. I think a few years back, some disease outbreak happened in Gir forest and some lion population declined rapidly. So like this, it is due to the decline in their food habit, in decline their decline the changes in the primary herbivore. So due to all these factors, the gut microbiome diversity changes, due to which the wild animals cannot tolerate sudden changes in environment, sudden changes in physiology, sudden changes in infectious diseases. Due to these factors, these microorganisms also called threatened. Next, please. And also the co-extinction. Co-extinction means, suppose there is a particular threatened plant. Any plant is supported by a set of microorganisms in their root, means rhizosphere, in the outer area that is called phyllosphere, and inside the plant that is known as endosphere. So those are rhizospheric microorganisms, those are phyllosporic microorganisms and also endophytic microorganisms. Like in wild animals also, for humans also, we have the gut microbiome, we have the epiphytic means the outer layer skin microbiome and also oral microbiome, everything. So when a particular plant wiped out from a particular ecosystem, then with that plant also, the set of microorganisms are wiped out. And what we do? We do reforestation with some seed from anywhere else or from tissue culture. In tissue culture particularly, what we do? We surface sterilize or we sterilize vigorously the planting material. Means we are removing all the inbuilt microorganisms from the seed or from the vegetative structure, and we grow them in a full plant and we plant them in the forest. In that process, what happens? The native microflora we are eliminating. For some period of time, that plant may survive, but if any disease or something, sudden changes in the environment, climatic conditions are changes, then the plant may or may not survive. That is the great threat. So, with host also, the microorganisms are getting wiped out. Next please. Now, you can say why they are not being considered for threatened category or something like that. Because this is the basic thing that microbes are everywhere. Microbes are everywhere. One grain of sand contains 10 to the power 6 number of microorganisms. One grain of sand only. So we have a general concept that these are ubiquitous. They will not be extinct. But recent taxonomic studies, recent molecular diversity studies, they have explored that even microbes are declining not only in number, in species also. Next. Now, what are the actions taken for the assessment of threatened microorganisms and for their conservation? Like you know that IUCN they are categorizing animals and plants into various threatened categories. Now, IUCN has also initiated the Microbial Conservation Specialist Group, MCSG. This consortium group, they are now evaluating the microorganisms in various ecosystem wise. So that means they are analyzing the population in ecosystem only, not in detail, because this will be a very humongous task. So at least IUCN has initiated this, and initially the macro fungi, means mushrooms, they are now being categorized into various threatened categories. Global microbial biobanking is being prepared. Biobanking means either their live microorganisms or their DNA sequence. These are being conserved by various databases or various gene banks. Next. Micro-specific conservation area is being developed. Those things we will be discussing in the next slide. Bringing microbes into biodiversity policy conservation. Generally, we consider the plants and animals and in our appreciation programs, in our species revival programs. But now, microorganisms are also being integrated into this policy, both internationally and nationally. Next. Next, please. So, at least what we can do nationally or locally. Now we have a weapon that is known as the Biological Diversity Act. In this act, the local people are given autonomy. The local communities are being given autonomy for conservation of biodiversity. So that includes plants, animals, agricultural, domestic animals, microorganisms also. Because in section 45, there is a provision of constitution of biodiversity management committees. Some of the members are also present in this occasion. These the duty or the responsibility of this BMC is not only to protect the plants, animals, also to protect or conserve the microorganisms and the knowledge associated with them. First, documentation needs to be done. Documentation for this purpose, this act, the Biological Diversity Act, has a provision of preparation of People's Biodiversity Register, where knowledge associated with various resources, including microbial resources, needs to be documented or needs to be registered in this PBR. Next, please. Next. What we can do, as the international standards, we can map the microbial diversity in specific areas. Like in Odisha Biodiversity Board, we have initiated for the mapping of microbial diversity in Mahendragiri Biodiversity Heritage Site. We have initiated this effort, and where we map, where we locate the presence of beneficial microorganisms. Because as I said, one simple grain of sand contains 1 lakh bacteria, but we don't need to go after all of them. We should pick the beneficial microorganisms which have some effect, like they might produce some efficient enzymes, they might produce some efficient plant growth promoting biochemicals, they may be used for fighting against plant or animal diseases likewise. Next please. Through Biodiversity Management Committee and through local communities, we can protect some irrepressible ecosystem, means very important biodiversity hotspots or biodiversity rich sites, like Similipal Biosphere Reserve, where numerous biodiversity rich areas are there, where it is expected that very rich diversity of beneficial microorganisms may be existing there. We have initiated some study also there. We have collected many local land races of crops, and we are analyzing the endophytic or microbial diversity associated with them. We are analyzing the rhizospheric microbial diversity of some threatened plants or some rare plants, which we actually is very good thing, because we have found some very good results from there. Next. This is the main thing. Actually, we don't recognize the value of biodiversity or bioresources unless until it gives some financial benefits to us. Ecological ecosystem.
Dr. Naik, please
Okay.
fast. Close it.
Okay, sir. So in this act, through this act, the microbial bioresources can be a good source of financial benefits to the local communities. Now currently the NBA, the National Biodiversity Authority, they are approving so many applications for accessing microbial resources. They are recently they have approved for the collection of so many soil from various parts of our state. They have approved the collection of water of Ganga River after this Mahakumbh to some foreign research organizations, and through that process, the access and benefit sharing fees are being assessed, which includes microorganisms also. Next. Next, please. Yes. In Odisha Biodiversity Board, we have done this thing. We have now conserving in a small facility around 798 various bacterial and fungal species, and we are registering those bacteria or fungus in the name of local BMC, so that in future, if any ABS agreements or ABS things comes, then the right may not be tampered. And the topic of discussion, like in our this Lactobacillus delbrueckii subspecies vulgaris, it is the national microorganism. Like in our state, we have a state bird, state animal, state flower, state tree, and we can consider a state microorganisms also. we have rich diversity of trichoderma species, we have rich diversity of bacillus species. So for the, to generate awareness regarding microorganisms, we can declare a state microorganism. Next. So this is the thing, this is my all about my talk, but I like to request all of you, specifically the BMC members, that they should be very aware about this microbial bioresources, because it is invisible. It cannot be seen. So due to that, we are not recognizing its value. So BMC रो जो मैंने आसचंती बा लोकल जो मैंने अच्छी कम्युनिटी सब मेंबर माने से मानो को मु अनुरोध करची से माने टिके बाबद रे सतर्क सजग होंतु एवं जो किछि जदि कलेक्शन होउची बायो रिसोर्सेस लाइक सॉइल वाटर प्लांट एनिमल सैंपल्स किछि भी जहाँ भी होउची सेटा से आपनकर बीएमसी रो अप्रूवल नै कि नै परिबे कोनोसी भी रिसर्च करिया पई बा कमर्शियल यूटिलाइज पई बट प्रथमे हमको अवेयरनेस दरकार थैंक यू सर
Thank you, Dr. Nayak, for the nice presentation. Is there any question? Please.
Subhranshu, hearty compliments for fighting for the cause of invisible organisms.
Thank you.
My suggestion is that so far microorganisms are concerned, we do not have any baseline data.
Okay.
Starting from locality to up to the global level, baseline data is not able. That is the main problem.
Right.
To derive any sort of conclusion, so far tigers, elephants or teak or sal plants are concerned, you are having plenty of data so that you can make a comparison.
Right.
So far the present status of the microbes are concerned, you cannot do that because of lack of baseline data.
Okay.
So now we have to develop baseline data so that after a gap of few years, we can make a comparison, what is happening to the number or population.
Right, sir.
Second thing, so far biodiversity registers are concerned, microorganisms, local people, they can speak about animals, plants of their region, but they will have no role because this is a microscopic level of
Right.
study.
Right.
So that's why it is purely scientific.
Yes.
So local population cannot contribute anything so far microorganisms, their conservation, utility, etc. are concerned. Okay. So you have to popularize it
Right.
from the laboratory to the common people.
Right.
This message has to come.
Right. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Right, sir. Sir has told a very good thing that I have also presented in my one of the slides. This is the main problem, and the topic is also like that: invisible extinction. Means what we don't see, we don't believe. Generally, so for local BMC, sir, we can do one thing. We can save the ecosystem, like we can conserve the land races, we can conserve specific habitats like sacred groups, like estuary point areas, sir, specific areas, like, sir, some threatened plants, threatened medicinal plants. So we cannot do every conservation regarding microorganisms, but we can at least take some attempt to conserve specific ecosystem and specific bioresources which support rich microbial diversity. Sir.
So it has added a new dimension to wildlife discussions. But what Dr. Paningrai said, I also repeat that in India Biodiversity Act, whether their role has been mentioned.
A role?
That means microbiome also has a role in wildlife and nature conservation.
Sir, actually, not directly, but as I showed you in one of the slides, sir, in section 41.
Because you are in Odisha Biodiversity Board. It is a important body under ministry.
Right.
You people can suggest that some changes can be brought. Yesterday, Dr. Paningrai was showing that this Biodiversity Act is to be amended. So during that amendment time, some positive things should also go. That is role of microbiome.
Sir, actually, the definition of bioresources,
Yes.
as defined in the Act, is bioresources means plants, animals, and microorganisms.
Yes.
Their part,
Yes.
even their genetic information, like some DNA sequence, ITS, IGS, or any genetic sequence, and their derivatives. Earlier, it was means byproduct.
Yes.
Now, the amended Act said that their derivatives. Derivatives is much broader thing.
Okay.
So, even their, as I said, even their genetic sequence have been considered as one of the bioresources.
No, this is okay, but because for research institutions, academic institutions, this is okay. But for general public, politicians, policymakers, this is important that they have also important role. They should not be neglected. My point
Right,
is this.
sir.
That,
Of course,
that
right,
aspect.
right.
And Biodiversity Board should recommend this.
Yes, sir.
State Biodiversity Board is a statutory body. They can recommend and amendment can be made.
Right, sir. We have discussed this thing in many forums, and recently the government has initiated the OMBRIC program, where the ocean microbial viruses will be explored, and the major part of that exploration includes our microorganisms.
What you said, forest
Right,
floor,
right.
wildlife.
Thank you, Dr. Naik. I think we'll have many other opportunities, formal and informal, to discuss further.
One question from sir, our Singh sir.
ମୁଁ ଗୋଟିଏ ଜିନିଷ କହିବି ଯେ ଲେଟ୍ ଅସ୍ ନଟ୍ ବ୍ରିଙ୍ଗ ଏଭ୍ରିଥିଙ୍ଗ ଅଣ୍ଡର ଦି ଅମ୍ବ୍ରେଲା ଅଫ୍ ଦି ଆକ୍ଟ ଧର ମୁଁ ମୋ ଘରେ ତୁଳସୀ ଚାରାଟିଏ ନେଇକି ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାରେ ଲଗାଉଛି ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ କନସିୟସ୍ ଯେ ମୁଁ ମଦର ସଏଲ୍କୁ ନେଇକି ଯିବି
Right.
ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ମିନ୍ସ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ଟେକିଂ ଦି ମାଇକ୍ରୋବ୍ସ ୱିଥ୍ ଇଟ୍
Right.
ସୋ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ କାଇଣ୍ଡ ଅଫ୍ କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ ଦି ଆୱାରନେସ୍ ଫର୍ ନେକ୍ସଟ 5 years
Right,
before
sir.
bringing any law.
That's what I am doing, sir, currently. Thanks, sir. Thanks for the suggestion.
Thank you, thank you.
sir.
Let's move further. Next, sure.
Our next invited speaker is Professor Dr. Indramani Nath, retired professor of veterinary science and animal husbandry, OUAT Bhubaneswar. He will be discussing on the topic treating elephants in Odisha, lab techniques to field practice. Sir, please.
Respected forest officers, in the dais of the dais, I am my dear wild animal lover. Here, I am standing here to share my experience as a veterinarian, what we are doing for the conservation of the largest living mammal, the elephant. Here, I am directly going to the topic as a veterinarian, what we are doing for the conservation of this species. BSL-2 facility with NABL accreditation. That is why nowadays you can see so many the wildlife crime duos are being convicted due to our precise specific result. And once this is NABL facility means our report cannot be challenged. It is universally accepted. So this is the most important thing we are doing. And whatever we are doing in the Odisha, I will be very specific. And I will show that here. Once one elephant sample is presented means you are doing processing, culture, DNA extraction, targeted amplification followed by nanobore targeted sequencing and bioinformatic analysis. Sir, what? Sir, you have some problems there. And then, that's it. Okay. Okay. This is a very good technique, the qPCR. Here it is doing early and precise detection of the pathogens. And using this technique, you are detecting the virus load from the samples such as feces, blood and trunk wash. This helps in immediate therapeutic intervention and improve the survival rate. And this is another equipment that is next-gen sequencing. This helps in discovery of microbial diversity in the fecal mucus of the elephant. Metagenomic studies have identified here in our laboratory Clostridium novae and Clostridium septicum as the common pathogens in dead elephants of Odisha. And another machine, this is the Sanger sequencing. This is the gold standard for DNA sequencing. It helps in the wildlife forensics, genetic study of the elephants. Application, it is verifying the PCR result, where it is some deviation or not, resulting to determine the genetic relationship and pathogen strain typing. And this is the compilation we have done in these different forest divisions. And this we have detected the sex identification in these districts by using the technique. Sir, why this is? Again, why this is coming? Okay. Okay, next. And this is the organisms, which are the organisms detected in different forest divisions of Odisha. Next. Reflect the stress. Elevated cortisol level means compromise immunity, so make the animal prone, and because of this impact of environmental stress, and they are prone to different diseases. Next. As you know, these are the common good health signs. If the elephant is moving, flapping ears, clear and bright eyes with little or no watering, then it is a healthy elephant. Pink pellet, normal dung and urine output, alert behavior, and obedience to the commands of the mahound in case of the captive elephants. Next. These are the symptoms of sickness in the elephants: absence of motion, wrinkled trunk, muddy or deep red mouth membranes, cold lower flaps of the ear and dull eyes, abnormal dung, and emerging disease here. This is elephant endotheliotropic herpes viral infection. This is a highly fatal hemorrhagic disease. Because I should not. Quick. Huh? Okay. This is the method of when one baby elephant is rescued. First we are doing this, whether it is having EHB infection or not. We are collecting the trunk wash and subject to the test. Next. And this is the postmortem examination. Hemorrhages in almost all the organs, discoloration of the tongue, and in histopathology we detect the inclusion bodies. I will not go to the deeper into the veterinary aspect. Next. And this is anthrax we have detected in Sambalpur division, and this is a high fever. And here this gives a very little chance of diagnosis before. Mostly we do diagnose, and they are suffering from this, and it is a very fatal disease. Next. And here, as you know, in the Kerala part, these are the dead elephants who have this diagnosed it very within a very little time. Because of our advanced laboratory, you could able, and our reports are also confirmed from the national laboratories. Next. And these are the total summary of 7 elephants died. Because here we diagnosed it and taking history, then from the veterinary department, whether there is proper vaccination or not, actually, and when we he told that a sahanare ita suffer itla mu taku fingi deithile. Means because of that contamination, the 7 elephants they died in Korlapat. Next. And this for EHV we are very good having very good success rate in Dhankanal Rescue Center, Kapilas Rescue Center, and also in the Chandaka Rescue Center. The babies we are, when it is rescued, regular determination of the virus load, 7 days, 15 days, and immediately we are going for antiviral therapy. Then we can get this success. Next. And this is the drug dose suffering from EHB. Next. And this is one elephant, rescued elephant, because once it is suffering from EHB, it usually falls down, unable to stand. So we have to give support like this, and we have to go for a treatment. Means elephants, once they become recombinant, it is very difficult to make them again recover from the condition. Next. No, sir. No, sir. It died. And now coming to the field practice, what we actually do, tranquilization treatment. Here, several drugs are coming up, but over the years I am very successful by using this xylazine and ketamine combination, because it keeps the animal standing, and there is always less risk to the animal. And in other group of drugs, they make the animal recumbent. That is why I prefer this combination. Next. And I am lucky to work under the guidance of Dr. Chandaka DFO. He is sitting there, Suresh Mishra sir. Once we were draining one abscess. When I gave an incision, it gave me a kick. Sir is standing nearby. So when we are going to treat, we move in a massive, some ballas will be there, rope will be there, ladder will be there, some tree cutting instruments will be there in the forest. So once recumbent means it becomes very difficult to make it stand. So, and the last slide you can see, this elephant was recumbent, but by keeping it in a sling, it recovered in the Hirakud division. Next. And this elephant killed 5 persons a day. B. Karthik he was the DFO. He called me, sir, aji asantu jahale loko ethi amku ghero galani ame taku dhariba. So I chased the elephant throughout the day. Se to loko ku mari chi, se excited buluchi, ame gala mane amku daudauchi kouti nuchi jauchi. Sandhya bele amar principle hochi day time re tranquilize habo. Se kintu sir gale sir jahale aji taku dhariba. ମୁଁ ରାତି ହେଲେ ବି ତାକୁ ଟ୍ରାଙ୍କୁଲାଇଜ୍ କଲି, ଇଭିନିଂରେ ତାକୁ ଆମେ ଟସ୍ ଟ୍ରିମିଂ କରିଦେଲୁ। ଯେହେତୁ ଫୋଡ଼ାଫୋଡ଼ି ହେଲା, କିଛି ବର୍ଷ ଖଣ୍ଡେ ସେ ଶାନ୍ତ ରହିଗଲା। ବର୍ଷକ ପରେ ପୁଣି ଲୋକ ପୁଣି ଆଉ ଜଣେ ଲୋକକୁ ମାରିଲା, ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ତାକୁ ତାପରେ ଧରିକିରି ରାକେଶ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏଇଟା ଅଛି ଆମର କପିଳାସରେ ଅଛି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସେ ତାର ଗୋଟେ ଏନକ୍ଲୋଜରରେ ତାକୁ ରଖାଯାଇଛି। ନେକ୍ସଟ। Sir? This is the most important step, sir. Blind folding. এই xylazine ketamine anesthesia ଦେଲେ ସେ ଖାଲି ଡଲ୍ ହେଇକି ରହିବ, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେ ଜାଣୁଛି ମୋ ପାଖରେ କିଏ ଛିଡ଼ା ହେଇଛନ୍ତି, କିଏ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା କରୁଛନ୍ତି। এই ଯେଉଁ ରିସେଣ୍ଟଲି ଯେଉଁଟା ଖୋର୍ଦ୍ଧାରେ ହେଲା, ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ତାକୁ ରେଡ଼ିଓ କଲାର ପାଇଁ ଯାଇଥିଲେ, ତାକୁ ଟ୍ରାଙ୍କୁଲାଇଜ୍ କରାହେଇଛି, ରେଡ଼ିଓ କଲାରଟା ତା ବେକରେ ଫିଟ୍ ହେବା କଥା, ସେ ଆଗରେ ଯାଇକି ସବୁ ପାଟିତୁଣ୍ଡ ଗପସପ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିଦେଲେ। ତେଣୁ ହାତୀ ମାରିବା ମତଲବରେ ଯାଇନି, ସେ 3-4 ଷ୍ଟେପ୍ ଚାଲି ଯାଇଛି, ଇଏ ତାଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଠେଲା ପେଲା ଦୌଡ଼ା ଦୌଡ଼ି ହେଇକି ଇଞ୍ଜୋର୍ଡ ହେଲେ। ତେଣୁ ୱାନ୍ସ ଦି ଆନିମଲ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଟ୍ରାଙ୍କୁଲାଇଜ୍ଡ, ତା ମୁହଁରେ ଗୋଟେ କଭର ପଡ଼ିବ, ପିନ୍ ଡ୍ରପ୍ ସାଇଲେନ୍ସ, କୋଅର୍ଡିନେଟେଡ୍ ଏଫର୍ଟ। ଆମେ କାମ ବାଣ୍ଟି ଦେଉ, ତମେ ସାଲାଇନ୍ ଦେବ, ତମେ ଟ୍ରିଟମେଣ୍ଟ କରିବ, ତମେ ରେଡ଼ିଓ କଲାରିଂ ଦେବ। ସୋ ଦିସ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଏ କୋଅର୍ଡିନେଟେଡ୍, ଆଗରୁ ହେଇପାରିବ। କିନ୍ତୁ ହାତୀ ଟ୍ରାଙ୍କୁଲାଇଜ୍ ହେଇଗଲେ ସବୁ ଛାନିଆ ହେଇଯିବେ, କ'ଣ ହେବ କ'ଣ ନାହିଁ, କିଛି ଲୋକ ଖାଲି ରେକର୍ଡିଂ କରିବାରେ ନଜର ଦେବେ। ତେଣୁ ଦିଜ୍ ଆର୍ ଦି ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ ଷ୍ଟେପ୍ସ। ଜଣେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସେଇଠି କହୁଥିବେ, ବଡ଼ ଗୋଟେ ବେଡ଼ସିଟ୍ ନେଇକି ଯାଇଥିବେ, କମ୍ବଳଟେ ନେଇଯାଇଥିବ, ଫାଷ୍ଟ ଆଉ ଆନେସ୍ଥେସିଆ ହେଲା ବୋଲି ଲୋକମାନେ ଡାଟ୍ ବାଜିଗଲାରେ ଦୂର ଦୂର ହେଇକି ଦୌଡ଼ିବେ ତା ପଛରେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଦୌଡ଼ା ଦୌଡ଼ି କ'ଣ, ଚୁପ୍ ରୁହ। ମେଲ୍ ଯଦି ଆନିମଲ୍ ହେଇଥିବ, ମୁଁ ତା ଗୋଡ଼ ତଳକୁ ଦେଖ, ତା ପେନିସଟା ତା ଶରୀରଟା ବାହାରିଲା କି ନାହିଁ, ଗୋଡ଼ ଫେରକେଟା କରିକି ଛିଡ଼ା ହେଲା, ଶୁଣ୍ଢଟା ଠେସ ଦେଲା ମାଟିରେ, ତାପରେ ଆପଣ ଜାଣିବେ ଆନେସ୍ଥେସିଆ ହେଲି। ଆମେ ତାପରେ ଗୋଟେ ଟିମ୍ ଯିବୁ, ତାକୁ ତାର ମୁହଁଟା ତା ହେଡ଼୍ରେ କଭର ପକାଇବୁ। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ। ଆଣ୍ଡ ରିଗାର୍ଡିଂ ଆଣ୍ଟିଡୋଟ୍, ଆମେ କାମ ସରିଲା ତାପରେ ତାକୁ ଆଣ୍ଟିଡୋଟ୍ ଦେବୁ, ନିଶା ଯେଉଁ ଛଡ଼େଇବା ପାଇଁ କହନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଯେଉଁ ଆଣ୍ଟିଡୋଟ୍ ସବୁ ଆସୁଛି, ଆଉ ଯେଉଁ ଡ୍ରଗ୍ ଆସୁଛି, ପ୍ରିଭିୟସଲି ଟ୍ରୟ ଲାବୋରେଟୋରୀ ଅଷ୍ଟ୍ରେଲିଆ ଗୋଟେ ଡ୍ରଗ୍ ଦେଉଥିଲା xylazine ketamine। ସେଠି ମୁଁ ସବୁବେଳେ ଗୋଟେ 5 ml ଡାଟ୍ ମୁଁ ୟୁଜ୍ କରେ। गोटे डाट बाजिगले आई एम वेरी कंफर्टेबल तापर एनिमल छिड़ा होगी रही आउ आडिशनल डोज दरकार देन मो हाथ में जाइए पछटा को दे दिए किंतु वर्तमान ये ड्रग आउ दे आर डिक्रीजिंग इन पोटेंसी तेणु कौन कि से 5 ml मारे आप माड़ खाईजे किसी अनस्थिसिया हेनी आम तेणु सब नंदनकान जेहेतु आम अच्छी चंदका अच्छी आम एनी ड्रग टाक कैप्टिव एलिफेंट रे ट्रायल कलापर बर्तमान मोर हूँ 10 ml डाट किंतु 10 ml डाट बाजिबारे गोटे ओजनिया डाट कौटी मिस हो डालपत्र बाजिगले किंतु 5 ml टा गोटे आइडियल डाट सेटा बाजिला माने निश्चित बाजिब मिस होबार चांस अधिका तेणु सियोरिटी बेसी किंतु ओजनिया डाट हो गले मिस होबार चांस अधिका तेणु अकॉर्डिंगली यू हैव टू डेवलप योर टेक्निक नेक्स्ट यहाँ सब आंटीडोट जो दिज्व स्लो आईवी इंजेक्शन दिहब सपोज एनिमलटा रिकवरी अलरेडी हो गला दे पारनु ताले आम इंट्रामस्कुलर दौ नेक्स्ट अनदर ग्रुप ऑफ ड्रग जो कहली बर्तमान मुझे जाइलेजिन केटामिन कथा कहूली किंतु ये जो ड्रग बर्तमान रिसेंटली गत वर्ष साउथ आफ्रिकार एक्सपर्ट आनिकी आमर फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट ट्रेनिंग कराइथिला किंतु देखंतु से गोटे ओपिएड नुआ ड्रग से ट्रायल कले से एमती शंकर एलिफेंट रे ट्रायल करथिले शंकर को जिते देदेले से पड़ू नहीं जमा शंकर को मो 15 वर्ष रे मुझे 40 थर खंडे ट्रांकुलाइज करी बिकज से इट इज ए वेरी गुड एलिफेंट प्रति वर्ष रेगुलाली मस्त को आसब चेन बंधा घा हम तेको आम ड्रेसिंग करने गोटे गोड़ू चेन से गोड़ को से गोड़ू ए गोड़ को एमती हुए किंतु इट इज स्टिल देयर इट इज अ वेरी गुड एलिफेंट एंड दैट इज माय स्टूडेंट्स दे लर्न ए लॉट बिकॉज ऑफ दैट एनिमल एंड सेटा को से दौले देला माने सी आ शोलानी तापर ताकू चेन बांधिले चेन बांधला पर से बसी पड़ा आपण मैंने जानते हाथी बसुची स्टर्नाल रिकमेंस माने डेंजरस ताकू सांगे सांगे 40-50 लोक ताकू ठेलिकी ताकू साइड रे शुआई पड़ो दिस इज द डिसएडवांटेज आई एम नॉट कमेंटिंग बट आमर जाइलेजिन केटामिन रे स्टैंडिंग रोची ये ओपिएड कौन कर ये पूरा फ्लाट शुआई दब एंड शुआई लैटरली शोई गले भल होता किंतु से बसीगला शंकर तेणु से केमी तरबर होती ताकू ठेलिकी शुआइबे ऑक्सीजन ऑक्सीजन बोली चित्कार कर माने यू शुड बिकज दिस इज हाईली पोटेंट ड्रग ताकू डिप्रेशन करेब तेणु आपण ऑक्सीजन पाखे रखिकी रेडी रही दरकार नेक्स्ट एंड हियर द ड्रग एंड इट्स एंटीडोट देवरा से मैंने एत पोटेंट ड्रग जे ड्रग आंटीडोट गोटे पैकेट रे थी बाई चान्स दौ दौ मनकर अधिका हो गला तेणु आम ताकू रिवाइव करदू किंतु ये आंटीडोट 2 प्रकार अच्छी गोटे हूँ 100% आंटागोनाइज कर गोटे हूँ पार्शियाल पार्शियालटा जब आप यूज करुँच हाँ देदेले उठू ना आउ जन जन एक्साइट हो सर आउ टे दौना आउ टे दौना बाबू जदि एमती दे चल सी निशा छड़ेवा बदले पुणी निशा करेब सो यू शुड बी वेरी केयरफुल रिगार्डिंग यूज ऑफ दिस पार्शियाल एंटीडोट नेक्स्ट यहीटा हूँ प्योर एंटीडोट कि अनफर्चुनेटली ये प्योर एंटीडोट गुड़ाक कमनली अवेलेबल हुए ना यहीटा हूँ ह्यूमन एंटीडोट प्योर माने ये निशा करेब ना सब यार अपोज कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स जदि मनीष किए एक्सपोजर हो गला से दि जापे आपण मैंने जानी ढेंकानाल जीवन से भालू को धरू धरू से डाटा जड़े फरेस्टर गोटे बाजिगला से इमिडिएटली मत फोन कले कहले सार एमती बाजिगला बोले ताकू तुरंत कारण यहाँ एनिमल जाइलेजिन केटामिन दिखाई से मत पुणी पचार सार ताकू आंटीडोट देदेव कि ना ना से मूर्खामी करना कारण आम जाना गोटे नुआ ड्रग मनीष को इंजेक्ट हो जाए पुणी आम जानते पुणी आ गोटे नुआ ड्रग ताकू इंजेक्ट करवा इट मे रिएक्ट इन ए डिफरेंट वे तेणु से जो यंग थे बहुत लिवर कंडीशन ये स्टाटस थिला नेक्स्ट डे ताको आईसीयू रे रखाला से रिकवर करिगला नेक्स्ट आईटा गोटे हाथी से सेमती लोग काजुआलिटी करथिला आमर 2 दिन से आमर से ट्रांकुलाइज करथिले पुरोहित को से जाइथिले अनुगुल ढेंकानाल रिजन रे ताको से इमोबिलियन देइछंती से सोई जाइछि से किंतु फॉरेस्टर कहले अरे देखले से सोइछि ना नहीं देख किछि फॉरेस्टर कौन कले गोटे घास ब्लेड नेकी ताकू ତା କାନରେ ପୁରଉଛନ୍ତି। କିରେ ତମେ ତା ପଛରୁ ହାତ ମାରିକି ଟିକେ ଦେଖିପାରିଥାନ୍ତ। ସେ ଭୁସ୍ କିନା ଉଠିଲା, ପୁରୀ ଦେବାକୁ କହିଲେ ସେ ଫରେଷ୍ଟରଟା ହିଁ ମରିଥାନ୍ତା। ମାଇ ପର୍ପସ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଟେଲିଂ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ even if it is recommended, sudden reflex revive from anesthesia. You should be very careful regarding this. Next, এইটা সুরেশ মিশ্র স্যার জানিথিবে, এটা মোতিলাল এলিফ্যান্ট। সে যেহেতু তার রেগুলার মাহুন্তু ছুটিরে থিলা, তার আউ জনে মানে রিলিভর থিলা, সে জানি নথিলা মস্তକୁ আসবে। এইটা হচ্ছে দ ওনলি আনিমাল এক্সাজেরেটেড সেক্সুয়াল বিহেভিয়ার। ତାଙ୍କର ମସ୍ତ ଆସେ। ସେ ମସ୍ତ ଆସିଲେ କ'ଣ ହେବ, ଯେଉଁ ମାହୁନ୍ତି ମାନେ କ'ଣ କି ଫୋର୍ ହେଡ଼୍ରେ ଜଡ଼ା ତେଲ ଲଗେଇବେ, ବାରମ୍ବାର ଗାଧେଇ ଦେବେ, ତାର ଟେମ୍ପୋରାଲ ଗ୍ଲାଣ୍ଡ ଯେଉଁ ଟେମ୍ପୋରାଲ ସିକ୍ରିସନ୍ ତାକୁ ଚିପିକିରି ବାହାର କରିଦେବେ। ଇଏ ବିଚରା ଆଉ ଜାଣିନି ଯେ ସେ ଅରିଜିନାଲ ମାହୁନ୍ତ ପଳେଇଛି ଛୁଟିରେ, ଇଏ ସେ କରିପାରିଲାନି। ତେଣୁ ଯେ ତାର ମସ୍ତ ସିମ୍ପଟମ୍ଟା ବର୍ଷ୍ଟ କରିଗଲା, ହାୟର ଷ୍ଟେଜ୍। ସିଏ ଚେନ୍ ଛିଡ଼େଇକି ପାଖ ଗାଁକୁ ଯାଇକି କିଛି ଲୋକଙ୍କୁ ମାରିଦେଲା। ତାକୁ ଧରିକିରି ଆଣିକି ପୁଣି ଚନ୍ଦକା ଇଏକୁ ଅଣାଗଲା। ତାପର ଦିନ ଯେମିତି ଆନାସ୍ଥେସିଆ କମି ଆସିଲା, ସେ କ'ଣ କଲା, ପୁଣି ଟଣାଉଟରା ହେଲା। ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ହିୟର ନଟ୍ କମେଣ୍ଟିଂ ଏନିବଡି, ଲର୍ଣ୍ଣିଂ ଫ୍ରମ୍ ଦି ମିଷ୍ଟେକ୍। ମୁଁ ଭେଟନାରୀ ଏଠି ସବୁବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଏଇଟା ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟ କରେ, ମୋ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟମାନଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖାଏ। ଗୋଟେ ମରିଗଲା ସିନା, କିନ୍ତୁ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଦ ଲାଭ୍ ସେଇଠି କ'ଣ ହେଇଥିଲା। ସିଏ ତାପରେ ଡକ୍ଟର, ସେତେବେଳେ ଯେ ଡକ୍ଟର ଥିଲେ, ସିଏ ଜାଇଲେଜିନ୍ କେଟାମିନ୍ ସାର୍ ଗୋଟେ ଲୋଡ୍ କରିଥିଲେ, ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଇମୋବିଲିୟନ୍ ଲୋଡ୍ କରିଥିଲେ। ଯେତେବେଳେ ସେ ଏମିତି ଟଣାଉଟରା ହେଲା ପୁଣି ଛିଣ୍ଡେଇବ ବୋଲି ସେ ତରବର କଲେ ଦିଅ ଡାଟ୍। ସେ ଯେଉଁ ଜାଇଲେଜିନ୍ କିଟାମିନ୍ ବଦଳରେ ଇମୋବିଲିୟନ୍ ଡାଟ୍ଟା ସେ ମାରିଲେ। କାରଣ ହାତୀ ଏପଟ ସେପଟ ହେଉଛି, ଗୋଟେ ମୁଭିଂ ଅବଜେକ୍ଟକୁ ଆପଣ ମାରିଲା ବେଳକୁ ଆପଣ ବି ଯେମିତି ଏପଟ ସେପଟ ହେବେ। ତେଣୁ ସିଏ ଯାଇକିରି କ'ଣ କଲା, ଆମେ ଇଞ୍ଜେକ୍ସନଟା ଭର୍ଟିକାଲି ଦେଲେ ଠିକ୍ ଆବଜର୍ଭ ହେବ। ସିଏ ଏମିତି ତେର୍ଛେଇକି ବାଜିଲା। ତେର୍ଛେଇକି ବାଜିଲେ କ'ଣ ହେବ, ସ୍ଲୋ ଆବଜର୍ପସନ୍ ହେବ। ଆମର ଏଇ ଓପିଏଡ୍ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଡ୍ରଗ୍ ସ୍ଲୋ ଆବଜର୍ପସନ୍ ମାନେ ଏକ୍ସାଇଟମେଣ୍ଟ। ସେ ଗୋଟେ ଝଟକାରେ ଛିଣ୍ଡେଇ ଦେଲା ଚେନ୍। ଉପାସ ଅଛି, ଖାଇନେଇ, ସେ ଭେରି ଚାଲାକ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ। ସେ କ'ଣ କଲା, ନେକ୍ସଟ ସ୍ଲାଇଡ୍। ସେ ତାର ଯେଉଁ ଦାନା ଘର ସେ ଜାଣିଛି କେଉଁଠି ଦାନା ଅଛି। ସେ ଦାନା ଘର କବାଟ ଭାଙ୍ଗି ଖାଇ ଚାଲିଲା। ଦାନା ଖାଇ ଚାଲିଲା, ନିଶା ହେଇ ଚାଲିଲା। ତେଣୁ କ'ଣ ହେବ, ତାପରେ ମୋତେ ଡକ୍ଟର ଫୋନ୍ କଲେ, ଭାଇ ଇନ୍ଦ୍ର ଟିକେ ପଳେଇ ଆସ କଲେଜରୁ। ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଭାଇ କ'ଣ ମାମଲାଟା? ନା ଏମିତି। ମୁଁ କହିଲି ମୋତେ ଭାଇ ଆଉ ଡାକନ୍ତୁ ନାହିଁ, ପୋଷ୍ଟମର୍ଟମ୍ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆମର ପାଥୋଲୋଜିଷ୍ଟକି ଡାକନ୍ତୁ, କାରଣ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଦେଲି କଥାଟା କ'ଣ ହେଇଛି। ତେଣୁ ଆନାସ୍ଥେସିଆ, ତାପରେ ସେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଯେଉଁ ଖାଉଛି ତଣ୍ଟିରେ ଲାଖିକିରି ରେସ୍ପିରେଟୋରୀ ଟ୍ରାକ୍ଟ ବ୍ଲକ୍ ହେଇକିରି ସେ ମରିଗଲା। ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ତାପରେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ କଞ୍ଜେସନ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦି ବ୍ରେନ୍, ତାର ମସ୍ତ ଗ୍ଲାଣ୍ଡ, ଏଇଟା ଦେଖାହେଉଛି। ନେକ୍ସଟ ସ୍ଲାଇଡ୍। ନେକ୍ସଟ ସ୍ଲାଇଡ୍ ସାର୍। ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଦେବାକୁ ଯାଉଛୁ, ଆମେ କ'ଣ ତାର ଖାଇବା ରେଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ସନ୍ କରିପାରୁଛେ? ସେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଖାଇଥିବ। ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ସେଇଠି ଓପିଏଡ୍ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଆନାସ୍ଥେସିଆ କେତେବେଳେ ଦେବା କଥା ନୁହଁ। ଯେଉଁଟା ଜାଇଲେଜିନ୍ କିଟାମିନ୍ କହିଲି ସେଇଟା ଆପଣ ଦେବେ। ସେଇଟା ଦେଲେ ତାର ବିୟୁଟି କ'ଣ, ଛିଡ଼ା ହେଇକି ରହିଲା, କଫ୍ ରିଫ୍ଲେକ୍ସ, ଯଦି କିଛି ଶ୍ୱାସନଳୀରେ ପଶୁଛି କାଶି ଦେବ, ଯଦି ପାଟିକି କିଛି ନେଉଛି ଢୋକିଦେବ। ସେଇ ଆନାସ୍ଥେସିଆଟା ରହିବ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯେ ଡାକ୍ତରମାନେ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ଟିକେ କେୟାରଫୁଲି କାମ କରିବେ, ଯେମିତି ଆକ୍ସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ନ ହେବ। ଯଦି ସାର୍ପ ରିଫ୍ଲେକ୍ସର ସହିତ କାମ କରିବେ ଆପଣ ସକ୍ସେସ୍ ପାଇବେ। ତେଣୁ କେଉଁ ଆନାସ୍ଥେସିଆ କେଉଁ ଜାଗାରେ ୟୁଜ୍ ହେବ। କ୍ୟାପ୍ଟିଭ୍ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ, ଗୋଟେ ଆମ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ ଆମ କ୍ୟାମ୍ପରେ ଅଛି, ଆମେ ତାକୁ ଫାଷ୍ଟିଂ ରଖିପାରିବା, ନନ୍ଦନକାନନରେ ରଖିପାରିବା। କିନ୍ତୁ ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଆନିମଲ୍, ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଯେ ଫ୍ରି ରେଞ୍ଜିଂ ଆନିମଲ୍, ଆମେ କେମିତି ତାକୁ ଫାଷ୍ଟିଂ ରଖିବା? ତେଣୁ ୟୁ ହାଭ୍ ଟୁ ଡିସାଇଡ୍ ହୁଇଚ୍ କେସ୍ କେଉଁ ଆନାସ୍ଥେସିଆ ଦେବେ। ଆଉ ଶଙ୍କର ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ, ସେ ତାକୁ ସେନେ କ'ଣ ରେଡ଼ିଓ କଲରିଂ ଲଗାଉଥିଲେ। ରେଡ଼ିଓ କଲରିଂ ମାନେ କ'ଣ, ଗୋଟେ ବଦମାସ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ ଯିଏ ମୁଭମେଣ୍ଟ କରୁଛି, ତାର କିଛି ରୋଗ ବୈରାଗ ନାହିଁ, ତାକୁ ଆପଣ କଡ଼ା ଆନାସ୍ଥେସିଆ ଦେଇକି ଶୁଆଇକି ବେକରେ ବାନ୍ଧି ଦେଇ ପାରନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ଥରେ ଟ୍ରିଟମେଣ୍ଟ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଇଛି, ମୁଁ DFO ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ଇଏ କରୁନି, ଦେବଗଡ଼ରେ ସେ ଆନିମଲ୍ ଯେତେବେଳେ ରିକମେଣ୍ଡ ହେଇଗଲା, ସାର୍ କହିଲେ ଆପଣ ତାକୁ ପକାଇଛନ୍ତି ନା ଆପଣ ତାକୁ ଉଠେଇକି ଯିବେ। ମୁଁ କହିଲି କି କଥା ସାର୍, ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ ଷଣ୍ଢଟେ ପଡ଼ିଲେ ଆମେ ଉଠେଇ ପାରିପାରୁନି, ମୁଁ ତାକୁ କେମିତି ଉଠେଇବି? କିନ୍ତୁ ଦେବଗଡ଼ ବିରାଟ ଗରମ ହେଉଛି, ଆମ ଟ୍ରିଟମେଣ୍ଟ ସରିଗଲା, ତାକୁ ଆମେ ପାଣି ଫାଣି ଝାଡ଼ିଯାଉ, ସେ ଆଉ ଉଠିଲାନି। ମୁଁ କହିଲି ସାର୍ 4ଟା ହେଲାଣି, ମୋତେ କ'ଣ ଖାଇବାକୁ ଆପଣ ଦେବେନି କି? ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ପ୍ରଫେସର ଆଇଛି। ଯେତେବେଳେ ଗରମ ହେଉଛି ଘଡ଼ ମାରିଲା, ମୁଁ ମନେ ମନେ ଭାବୁଛି ଗୋଟେ ନାଦିକିରି ଗୋଟେ ଅର୍ଷରା ବର୍ଷା ହେଉଥାଏ ଥାନ୍ତା କି, ଏମିତି ଭାବିବେ କି ଆମେ ଖାଇବାକୁ ଗଲୁ, ଖାଇବାକୁ ବସିଛୁ ତ ନାଦିଲା ବର୍ଷା। ତାପରେ DFO ସାର୍ କହିଲେ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ସାର୍ ଦେଖିବା। ମୁଁ ସାର୍ ସେଠି ଆଉ ନଥିବ। कहले नाइन जीवा देखिए आम गला बेलू से उठिकी ठिया होइछि सडन रेन फायर दे एक्साइट द एलिफेंट नेक्स्ट এইটা সার যে সাউথ আফ্রিকা বালা যেটা করুলে এটা ভিডিওটা কিন্তু মু কমেন্ট করুনি সার সেমানে নিউ ড্রগ তৈরি করছন্তি বহুত সেমানে আসিকি করিবে ওকে সেমানে মধ্য ভিডিও আর ইয়ে ফটো উঠাইবাকু দেলে নাই জনে ফরেস্টর রেকর্ডিং করলে বলি মু এটা পাইলি মানে লর্নিং আনালিসিস নলেজ শুড বি ডিসেমিনেটেড তুমি সে ড্রগ ଦେଇଦେଲ তুমি কেমিতি করছ আমি শিখিদেলে কোণ সরিଯିବ কি সো দ নলেজ শুড বি ডিসেমিনেটেড ସେମାନେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଶଙ୍କରକୁ ଦେଇଦେଲେ ସେ ସିଟିଂ ପୋସ୍ଚରକୁ ପଳେଇ ଆସିଛି ତାକୁ ଗୋଡ଼ ବାନ୍ଧିକିରି କେମିତି ଠେଲାପେଲା କରିକିରି ତାକୁ ଶୁଆଉଛନ୍ତି এইটা ভিডিওটা যদি ଚାଲନ୍ତା ବଢ଼ିଆ ହୁଅନ୍ତା ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କଲେ ଦେଖିଆ ରାଇଟ୍ଟାରେ ବଡ଼ିରେ ଟିକେ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ ମାଉସ୍ଟା ନେଇକି ସେଇଠି ଗୋଟେ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କର ଡବଲ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କଲେ ଓକେ ଇଟ୍ ମେ ୱାର୍କ ସେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ସେ କେମିତି ତାକୁ नो ସାର୍ ଲିଭ୍ ଇଟ୍ ମୁଁ କହିଦେଲି ତ ଜିନିଷଟା ସେମାନେ ତାକୁ ଶୁଆଇଲେ ସେମାନେ ଚିତ୍କାର କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଅକ୍ସିଜେନ୍ ଅକ୍ସିଜେନ୍ ଶୁଣ୍ଡଟାକୁ ସିଧା ରଖୁଛନ୍ତି ଅକ୍ସିଜେନ୍ ଆଡମିନିଷ୍ଟ୍ରେସନ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ ମୁଁ କମେଣ୍ଟ କରୁନି ଲର୍ଣ୍ଣିଂ ପର୍ପସ୍ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ମୁଁ ଛତିଶଗଡ଼ରୁ ଆଣିଛି ସେମାନେ ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ବଦମାସ ଏଲିଫେଣ୍ଟ ତାକୁ ସେମାନେ ଏଇଠି ଓପିଏଡ୍ ତାକୁ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ମାନେ ଯେଉଁଟା କଡ଼ା ଔଷଧ ମୁଁ କହୁଛି ମୋ ଏ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ୍ ମୁଁ ଭେଟନାରୀ କହୁନି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ସୁଦିଂ अंडरस्टांडिंग पर्पस ओपीएड ग्रुप अफ देखो पूरा चित्कात होगी शोची आखिरे ब्लाइंड फोल्डिंग पड़ी रेडियो कलार लगाई यहाँ गोटे सिक एलिफेंट नुह ये सब हटकटा अच्छी तेणु यहीटा उठी जबार चांस ये लग जापे नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट यही ड्रग से बर्तमान यूज कर कैप्टिभन एक्टिभन नेक्स्ट यहीटा मु देखी मनोज सार भी थे से डीएफओ नंदहाती सेटा से मस्त्रे था माहुंत मैंने पाखक पसैवा दौन तेणु मुझे जाइली सार कले सार ये बंधा होगी अच्छी आउ गोटे जगह को नवा ता दांत टे काटिदेवा मु गन सहित रेडी होगी कि फास्ट स्लाइड देखो मुझे सांगे सांगे मुझे गन कौन यूज करी कहीं एक्साइट करी से बसिक रही मो हाथ में नहीं 7 ml एकाथर लोड कली आसिल मो स्टूडेंट मानू देखाए जोटा कैप्टिव एलिफेंट यू शुड डेभलप एंड सिक्स सेंस एंड हाइपर अलर्ट मु गली ता भीतर से उठवा भीतर मु दे देके आसली तापर से चेला आम डिफरेंट फेज आम तार काम कर नेक्स्ट एटा एटा वीडियोटा नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट हाँ एटा डिफरेंट स्टेज आम ओडिशा रे गोटे प्रोब्लेम कौन आमे आमे सब पादरे चलिक आम करुचे तेणु इट इज वी आर रिस्किंग आवर लाइफ कौटी आपण मैंने जानी थे जो टायर हाथी आमको बहुत क्रिटिसाइज करागला जे आपण सारे जाऊँच दल बल नहीं फेल्युअर होती कहीं हाथीटा ये ना जे ये अच्छी आपड़ जा सांगे सांगे करेंगे से कौन है से हाथीटा गोटे सबाल्टल्ट पूरा यंग तार डिजीज किसी ना आम ता पाखापाखि गला बेलू आमको दौड़ौला हाथी सांगे आप रनिंग रेस करेंगे कि सेठी टांडी आउ कांडी फरेस्टर आउ जड़े थे निरंजन बाबू से दुज सिवियरली इंजोर्ड होता मत जो क्रिटिसाइज कले कहले आप बुढ़ा लोक प्रोफेसर आप कलमर काम आप पेन धरिया लोक गन कहीं धरुंच मुझे से दुज कहली कहले आज्ञा तुम आप यंग अच्छा दिंतु कि कहले सारा आम मरी जाता तेणु आम से कंबाइंड एफर्ट आम वी शुड हाव पेसेंस तेणु आपण सेटा मत 3 मास नेला मुझे बाहर कली टायरटा ता गोड़ तेणु आपन को कनसीडर करिया पड़े ये देखूँ मु बसिक पोजिशन कला हाथी पूरा आसिक मो सामना जदि ये यंग लोक ये सब दौड़ी पड़ेले केवल मोर गोटे रिलायबल अटेंडेंट से गोटे बाड़ी धरिकी चित्कार करुँ तो शुंड को मारी पारि ना सी जो पार्टी करुँचे जिते मुझे बसिक रही मत गोड़ेला यहाँ वीडियो चलने ना यू शुड हाव एंजॉयड से कौन कला से बाड़ी जेहेतु धरी से बुली पड़ला सी कहला कि लोकटा कौन आगे बसी उठू नहीं बाघर भी फागू भय सी जो पछक बुलिला मुझे डाट कली आम ट्रिटमेंट करके आसिलु तेणु एक्सपीरियंस लोक जावा दरकार रिलायबल लोक मोर जहाँ पर विश्वास हो मुझे गन देवी आपको देपर ना फेल्युअर है आप असुविधार पड़े दिस इज द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ अ ट्रेंड देयर इज नो सब्स्टिट्यूट फॉर पर्सन ओके एक्सपीरियंस्ड पर्सन जिते बड़े गोटे गंडार ट्रांकुलाइज करिया पड़ला नंदनकानन मते ସେତିକ ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟର ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ସାର୍ କହିଲେ ଆପଣ ଆଗରୁ କରିଛନ୍ତି? ମୁଁ କହିଲି ସାର୍ ମୁଁ ଆଗରୁ କେଉଁଠୁ କରିବି, ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ କ'ଣ ଗଣ୍ଡା ଅଛନ୍ତି? କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଇ ଆମ୍ କନଫିଡେଣ୍ଟ ଆଇ କ୍ୟାନ୍ ଡୁ। ତାର ଖାଦ୍ୟ ଇମ୍ପାକ୍ସନ୍ ହେଇଥିଲା, ଝାଡ଼ା ବାହାରି ନଥିଲା। ମୁଁ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଆସାମ ବାଲାଙ୍କୁ ଫୋନ୍ କଲି, ଭାଇଆ ଏତିକି ସାଇଜ୍ର ଗଣ୍ଡାଟା ମୋତେ ଟିକେ କୁହ, MG କେଜି ବଡ଼ି ୱେଟ୍ ନ ବହିରେ ଇଣ୍ଟରନେଟ୍ରେ ଆଜିକାଲି ସବୁ ନଲେଜ ଅଛି, ବାଡ଼ି ବାଇଗଣ ପୋଥି ବାଇଗଣ ବହୁତ ଡିଫରେନ୍ସ। ସେ କହିଲା ଇନ୍ଦ୍ର କ'ଣ ହେଲା? ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଏତିକି ୟାର ନା 3 ml ଇମୋବିଲିୟନ୍ ଲଗାଇଦିଅ। ଏଇଟା ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିକାଲ ନଲେଜ ମୁଁ ପାଇଲି, ମୁଁ ଲଗାଇଦେଲି, ସେ ହେଇଗଲା, ଆମ କାମ ହେଇଗଲା। ତେଣୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ଡୋଣ୍ଟ ହେଜିଟେଟ୍। ଆପଣ ଜଣେ ଯଦି ଆଟେଣ୍ଡାଣ୍ଟ ହେଇଥାନ୍ତୁ, ଫରେଷ୍ଟର ହେଇଥାନ୍ତୁ, ସିନିୟର ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ମାନେ ତାଙ୍କର ହେଲ୍ପ ନେଇପାରନ୍ତି। ନେକ୍ସଟ, ଦିସ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଦ ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ ଷ୍ଟେଜେସ୍ ଆଣ୍ଡ ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଏଲିଫାଣ୍ଟ କେନ୍ ଡାଟିଂ ଟ୍ରିଟମେଣ୍ଟ, ଆମେ ବଲ୍ହା କେମିତି ଦେଉଛୁ, ରିଭାଇଭ୍ ହେଲେ ପାଣି କେମିତି ଢାଳୁଛୁ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ନେକ୍ସଟ ସାର୍ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ। ହଁ, এইটা ମୁଁ ଦେଖାଇବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି, କାହିଁକି ଏଇଟା ଭେରି ସ୍ୟାଡ୍ ଇନସିଡେନ୍ସ। ସେ ଫରେଷ୍ଟର ଜଣକ ଆସିଥିଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଖୋର୍ଦ୍ଧାକୁ, ଯେତେବେଳେ ଯେଉଁ ଖୋର୍ଦ୍ଧା ରେଡ଼ିଓ କଲାର ଲଗାଇଲା ବେଳକୁ ଆକ୍ସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ହେଲା, ସିଏ ମଧ୍ୟ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆମେ ସବୁ କରିପାରିଲେ ବୋଲି କ୍ରିଟିସାଇଜ୍ କଲେ, ଆମେ ବାହାରୁ ବାଙ୍ଗାଲୋର ବାଲାଙ୍କୁ ଆଣିକି କରିବୁ। ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି କର। ସେ ଆସିଲା, ସେ କିନ୍ତୁ କରିପାରିଲେନି। କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଠୁ ଗଲା ପରେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କର କେମିତି ସାର୍ଟ ଡିମାଇସ୍, ସେ 200 ଉପରେ ହାତୀ ଟ୍ରାଙ୍କୁଲାଇଜ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣ ସେ ଲେଫ୍ଟ ସ୍ଲାଇଡ୍ଟା ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, ହାତୀ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣ ହାତୀ ଆଉ ଆପଣ, ସିଏ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖୁଛି, ଆପଣ ତାକୁ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି, ମୁହାଁମୁହିଁ ହେଇସାରିଲାଣି, ଆପଣ ଫାୟାର କରିବାର ନଥିଲା। ଆଉ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ କ୍ଲିଅର ଭିଜନ, ତେଣୁ ସେ ମାରିଲେ ବାଜିଲାନି, ତେଣୁ ସେ ଗୋଡ଼େଇଲା। ସବୁ ଟୋକାଳିଆ ଲୋକ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, ଯେତେକ ମାଟିଆ ପିନ୍ଧା ସେମାନେ ୟଙ୍ଗ ସବୁ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଦୌଡ଼ିକିରି ପଳେଇଲେ। ଇଏ ବେଶୀ ଇଏ ରିଟାୟାର୍ଡ ପୋଷ୍ଟ ରିଟାୟାରମେଣ୍ଟ ଥିଲେ। ଇଏ ବିଚାରା କେତେ, ମୁଁ 62 ବର୍ଷ, ମୁଁ କେତେ ନା ଦୌଡ଼ି, ସେ ଦୌଡ଼ିକି ଆଉ ପାରିଲେନି। ରାସ୍ତା ସାଇଡ଼୍ରେ ଗୋଟେ ଗାତଟେ ଥିଲା, ସେଇଠି ପଶିଗଲେ। ଇଏ ଯାଇକି ହାତୀ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଟାଣିକି ଆଣିକି ଗୋରିଂ କଲା। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟେ ମୁଣ୍ଡରେ ପୁରେଇଛି, ଗୋଟେ ଛାତିରେ ପଳେଇଛି। ୟୁ ସୁଡ୍ ବି ଭେରି କେୟାରଫୁଲ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦିସ୍। ନେକ୍ସଟ, ହଁ, এইটা আমার স্ট্যান্ডিং সিচুয়েশন উইথ ব্লাইন্ড ফোল্ডিং ভেরি কমফর্টেবল। নেক্সট, অ্যান্ড এটা সুন্দরগড় এলিফ্যান্টর বিহেভিয়ার আপনার জাঁবে হর্ড ইনস্টিংক্ট, মানে গোটে হাতির শুণ্ঠরে দেখুন ঘা হয়েছি, কেতে হাতি তাকে ঘেরিকি রয়েছেন। ମୁଁ ଯାଇ ପହଞ୍ଚିଗଲି, ଅଣୁ ମିଶ୍ର ସାର୍ DFO କହିଲେ ସାର୍ ତାକୁ ଟିକେ ଟ୍ରାଙ୍କୁଲାଇଜ୍ କରି ଏକ୍ଜାମିନ୍ କରିବା। ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଆମେ ଗଲୁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ମିଡ଼ିଆ ଲୋକ ପ୍ରବଳ ତା ଭିତରେ ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ଭିତରେ ପଶିଲେ। ଏଇଟା ମୋଷ୍ଟ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ, ମିଡ଼ିଆ ଲୋକ ଗାଦରିଂ ଏଗୁଡ଼ାକୁ ଆମକୁ ଆଭଏଡ଼ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ମୁଁ ତାପରେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ନେକ୍ସଟ ସ୍ଲାଇଡ୍ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ତାକୁ ଆମେ ଯାଇ ପହଞ୍ଚିଗଲୁ, ସେ ଗୋଡ଼େଇଲା ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ତାକୁ କ'ଣ କଲି, ସେଠି ବେଶୀ ଆଉ ସେଫ୍ ଚଢ଼ିବା ପାଇଁ କିଛି ନଥିଲା, ଗୋଟେ ହିଲକ୍, ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟିଆ ପଥର ଗୋଟେ ଥିଲା। ମୁଁ କ୍ରାଇଲିଂ କରିକି ତା ଉପରେ ଚଢ଼ିଗଲି। ମିଡ଼ିଆ ବାଲା ସବୁ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ସାର୍ ଆମକୁ ବଞ୍ଚାନ୍ତୁ ବଞ୍ଚାନ୍ତୁ ଚିତ୍କାର କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ହ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡସେକ୍ କରିକିରି ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ଗଛ ଅଛି, ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଭାଇମାନେ ତମେ ଏଇ ଗଛ ଉପରକୁ ଗୋଟେ ଚଢ଼ିଯା। ସେମାନେ ଚଢ଼ିଗଲେ, ମୁଁ ସେଇଠି ବସିକି ରହିଲି। ଆମେ କ'ଣ କି, ଆମର ଯେତେବେଳେ ବାହାର କରିପାରିଲୁନୁ ଟାୟାରଟା, ସେ କ୍ରିଟିସାଇଜ୍ କଲେ, କହିଲେ ଆପଣ ହେଲିକପ୍ଟରରେ ଯାଉନାହାନ୍ତି। କହିଲେ ସାଉଥ ଆଫ୍ରିକା ଜଙ୍ଗଲ, ଆମ ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ, ଆମର ଏତେ ଟଲ୍ ଫରେଷ୍ଟ, ତା ଭିତରେ ଆପଣ ଗଲେ ଯାଇପାରିବେନି। ଯେ କେଉଁଠି ତା ଭିତରେ ଲୁଚିକି ରହିବେ, ଆପଣ କେଉଁଠି ତାକୁ ଫାୟାରିଂ କରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, এইটা କ୍ୟାପ୍ଟିଭ୍ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ, ତାଙ୍କର ମୋଟା ସ୍କିନ୍ ଯେହେତୁ ଆବସେସ୍ ହୁଏ, ତାକୁ ଆମେ ଅଲ୍ଟ୍ରାସାଉଣ୍ଡ କରି ଦେଖୁ, ତାକୁ ପସ୍ ଡ୍ରେନେଜ୍ କରୁ, ପ୍ରପର କେୟାର ନେଲେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଭାବରେ ହିଲିଂ ହେଇଯାଏ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, এটা আবসেস ড্রেনেজ দেখুন, গোটে ওয়াইল্ড এলিফ্যান্ট, মেল এলিফ্যান্ট যেহেতু তার পেনিস বাহারি আসছি, আমি সেটি তাকে ড্রেসিং করছু। নেক্সট, এইটা ববুল এলিফ্যান্ট শিমিଳିପାଳର, তার দাঁত দেখুন বাহারিলা, এমতি আবনর্মাল ডেভিয়েট হয়েকি পুଣି শুণ্ড ভিতরে পশুছি। শুণ্ড ভিতরে পশিকি দেখুন কেমতি আবসেস করুছি। মতো সম্রাট গৌড় সার ডাকিলে, ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ମୋ ଟିମ୍ ନେଇକି ଗଲି, ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ଜାଲିଜିନ୍ ଭିଟାମିନ୍ ଦେଲି, ସେ ଜାଣିଗଲା ୟଙ୍ଗ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟଟା ତ, ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ଯେତେ ଆନାସ୍ଥେସିଆ ଦେଉଛି ହେଉନି, ତେଣୁ ତାପରେ ତାକୁ IV ଦେଲା ପରେ ପଡ଼ିଲା। ମୁଁ ସେଇ ପୋର୍ସନଟାକୁ କାଟିକି ଦାନ୍ତଟାକୁ ଡେଭିଏଟ୍ ଇଆଡ଼କୁ କରିଦେଲି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଏବୁଲ୍ ଟୁ ଟେକ୍ ନର୍ମାଲି, ଇଟ୍ସ ଗୁଡ୍। ତେଣୁ ୟୁ ହ୍ୟାଭ୍ ଟୁ ଡୁ ସମ୍ ଆଟେମ୍ପ୍ଟ। ହଁ, ହେବ ନାହିଁ, ଅଲୱେଜ୍ ୟୁ ଥିଙ୍କ ଅଫ୍ ପଜିଟିଭ୍। ନେକ୍ସଟ, এইটা বর্তমান দান্তটা বাহারକୁ ଡେଭିଏଟ୍ ହେଇଗଲା। এই ভিডিওটা ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ତ ଚାଲୁ ନାହିଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଆଉ ତାର ଖାଇବାରେ ଅସୁବିଧା ହେଉନି। କାରଣ ଆଗରୁ କ'ଣ ଦାନ୍ତଟା ଫୁଟିକି ଅଛି, ଆଉ ଶୁଣ୍ଢଟା ତାକୁ କାଟୁଛି, ସେ କେମିତି ଖାଇବ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, हाँ ये जो दांत काटिया विषय टू स्कूल ऑफ थॉट अच्छे जड़े दले कहते कहीं आप दांत काटे किंतु दांतटा जदि बहुत इलंगेटेड हो गला माउंट मैंने जावाक डरुंच तेणु जोटा कैप्टिव एलिफेंट से आप ट्रिम करें वाइल्ड एलिफेंट रे कौन हो से बहुत बड़ दांत हेल्ले शिकारी मान नजर को आसो बेते दांत गुड़ाक क्रॉस होईटा गोटे देखो यहाँ ओडिशा से मत सांगे सांगे सारे फटोटा पठेले केमी ट्रंकटा दांत भितर फसी जाइए देखु ना से खाई पारुची ना पी पारुची टू एवरी वी हैव टू डेभलप यहाँ बर्तमान बर्तमान टाइम आसी प्रति रिजन रे डेभलप करिया पड़ो ट्रांकुलाइज जेते बेले आमर गोटे असुविधा होची जेते बेले दरकार आसुची सेते बेले आमे चिंता करूचे ओके डेडिकेटेड एटा रिस्क काम जेहेतु किसी अलाउंस दियागी लोक मान को ट्रेंड करागले तांकर टिके इंटरेस्ट आसीबो मु बहुत डिवीजन को जाइए से कहे सार आप खाली पलि आसतु मु गला बेलू से गन खोला ही नथिबो कलंकी लागिकी थिबो से ड्रग कौ दिन एक्सपायर कर जाइथिबो तेणु मु सब बेले कहे मु नंदनकानन रो मोर गन मोर टीम मोर ड्रग मु नेकी जीवी आ सेठी पहुँचला परे कोऑर्डिनेट हो पारिबो नै तेणु मते मध्य क्रिटिसाइज रो सामना हवा को पड़ी से कहीं आप सब बेले नंदनकानन को गन देवा कहते आई शुड नॉट गो डीप इनटू दैट नेक्स्ट ये गोटे एलिफेंट आम शुंढ रिपेयर करूँ किंतु ये आम सक्सेस पाइन शुंढटा एत मोबाइल अर्गान आम जिते थर सिले करते से खोली जाए तापर से खाई पार्ला नहीं तेणु ताकू जिते बड़े फिडिंग कराला फिडिंग करावा गोटे आर्ट गोटे डेडिकेटेड माउंट ताकू एमती पियापी करेंगे जमी तार श्वास नली रे पहुँचब ना ओके वेरी केयरफुल बटल फिडिंग बर्तमान अवश्य शिखीगले बहुत निमोनिया रे मरुना यही हाथीटी कौन आम जदिव रिपेयर कलु जो फिडिंग प्रोसेस रे से तार सबसेक्वेंटली आस्पिरेशन निमोनिया खाद्य क्षीर पशिकी से सबसेक्वेंटली मरी जाइथिला नेक्स्ट एटा गोटे नरसिंहपुर आम वाई ताको इंफेक्शन ताको आम फ्लूइड थेरापी कान रे दौ प्लस रेक्टाल कारण कान रे आपण केते बोतल दे परिबे रेक्टाल गोटे गार्डन पाइप पुरैकी लिटर्स ऑफ फ्लूइड रेक्टाल थेरापी इज आल्सो आपण इट इज आल्सो ए वे ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ फ्लूइड नेक्स्ट एटा देखंतु रेक्टाल आमे केमिति गोटे गछ उपरे जने बाल्टी धरची आमे ताको पर रेक्टाल आमे एटा दउछु फ्लूइड एंड स्टैंडिंग रे ऑलवेज मो कंफर्टेबल स्टैंडिंग रे जते करची आमे मेजॉरिटी केस रे आमे सक्सेस पाइछु नेक्स्ट एटा बासंती बुढ़े हो गला तार इंफेक्शन है केमिति ताको रेक्टाल थेरापी कराउची गोटे टुलु मटरटे गोटे पानी भितर पकई दिगला सो दैट वॉल्यूम ऑफ फ्लूइड कैन बी इंजेक्टेड हला पर गोटे सुखिला झाड़ा बिंडाटे बाहर सो दिस कैन बी ट्राइड नेक्स्ट एटा गोटे डिस्टोकिया केस जन्म कर धनराज सार डाकी किंतु आई हैव ट्राइड इटा कौन कि इयरली डिटेक्शन जिते शीघ्र से मरिकी फुली जाइला मु जदिओ ताकू मु डाट कला पर से गोटे लो लेवल ऑफ वाटर स्ट्रीम रे पड़िला मु प्रथमे आमे लोक माने दौड़ा बांधिकी टाणिलु ताकू बाहर करिया पई देखंतु ट्रांकुलाइज हेइकिरी सी मरिकी एत बड़ फुली जाइए तथापि आमे 20-30 जन आमे टाणिकी बाहर कर पारलुनु मते ताकू ऑपरेशन कई तले लास्ट स्लाइड देखंतु मुझे काटला पर इपिसोड जोटा डेलीवरी बेले हिमान बंद कर टिके ता बाटटा को टिके काटिदेले डेलीवरी हो किंतु वी कुड नॉट गेट ता पर दिन से सकम करगला एटा मल्ला डेड बॉडी डेड एलिफेंट बेबीटा को देखिए किंतु इट इज ए गुड नाउ ए 2 मास तले देवगढ़ डीएफओ फोन कले सारे एमती गोटे रश्मि जी मैडम आ रामस्वामी स्टेटली आम गाईर डेलीवरी पाई जो इपिडोसिन दि जाए कहले सर एपिडोसिन मत से डॉक्टर पचारा जी आमर पिलाटी अच्छी कहला सार केते देवी मुझे रे बाबा ता कैपेसिटी तो 10 ml केते देबु कौन आपण हिसाब कले हेनी जी मिनिमम दे पार्टी दिंतु आउ से 10 ml डाट रे इपिडोसिन देदेला 4 घंटा पर से जंगल रे बुलाबुली कला से मल्ला छुआटी पाईगला वी कुड एबल टू सेव द लाइफ ऑफ द मदर नेक्स्ट दीज आर द नॉर्मल थिंग्स नेक्स्ट एटा पास कर जातु राइटिंग पार्टा हाँ यहीटा गोटे इंटरेस्टिंग टिके बैक करंतु बैक स्लाइडटा करंतु नेक्स्ट हाँ एटा एटा पुरोहित बाबू अच्छा ये यहाँ से नंद जिते आम शिफ्ट करूँ नारायण जो यशवंत महापात्र सार डीएफओ अक्षय पट्टनायक डीएफओ से फिजिकाल ताकू शिफ्टिंग करवा से कोऑपरेट हो पारानी तेणु आम ट्रांकुलाइज करके क्रेन रे लोड करके चंदका नबू नेक्स्ट ओके यहाँ क्रेन लोड कर ना एक्चुअली कौन है पुरोहित सार जो 2-3 अटेम्प्ट जी आनास्थेसिया देते से कौन कि से गोटे डिवाइडेड गोटे टाइम इंटरभाल देले तेणु आम प्रथम डोज देला बेलू सेकेंडा टे छाड़ी जाइए एमती होकर तेणु मुझे कौन कली टोटाल से पचारिकी एकाथर के 7 दिन प्लान करके मुझे देदेली अरिंदम बेचारा मरीगलानी सी अच्छी पाखे से आम क्रेन रे एमती लोड कर कि बाट गलु कि बाट गलापर जो हायर रेंज ऑफ आनास्थेसिया दिखाई से कौन कला ट्रक रो गोटे साइड की लीन करगला अरे लीन कले ट्रक पलटई दब जे तेणु मुझे कौन कली मु जो आंटीडोट कहूँ से आंटीडोट 2 ml लोड कली मु भाविली कौन कि 0.5 टिके देदेवी जिते से डेरिकी ढाई से टिके सीधा छिड़ा गले मु बंद करदेवी आ कौन मु ट्रक रो चक उपर छिड़ाई ता इयर भेन देवाक पड़ो पुरोहित सार मो अंटा को एमती सपोर्ट कर कौन है एमती केमती कौन मासिव लोक एमती कला बेलू मु 0.5 देवी कौन 2 ml टा पूरा पलैगला मुझे कुआड़े जीवी कुआड़े से सांगे सांगे सुंड बुलेकी मते धरवा चेष्टा कला कंप्लीट रिकवरी से ता भितर बाटा बाटी करके दांत सी सब चेन फेन जो बंधा होता सब ढिला करदेला कौन करवा पूरा मु माने कौन टिके निशा टिके छड़ू छड़ू पूरा छाड़ीगला एक्सीडेंटाल इंजेक्शन तापर आ किसी बाट ना साम थिला सी तो मुवमेंट करुमी आनास्थेसिया देवी ट्रक उपर खाली एमती हल चलाऊ से अक्षय पट्टनायक सार कहते सार आप कौन गोटे करदे सी सुंड नहीं जाऊँगी कैबिन आड़ को ड्राइवर दौड़ पलैला सार कहले आपन सारे ट्रक चल तेणु या भर उपस्थित बुद्धि मुझे सांगे सांगे पुणी जाइले केटामिन लोड कली श्याम ताकू डाकुची मुझे श्याम भाई ए लोअर स्लाइड से नंद नंद एमती जो डाकिला से निशार पलैची देखते सुंड एमती करके से तार टोन टाक शुणुची सेतिकी जेतिकी से फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकेंड टिके स्टार्टिंग होगा मु पुणी पछुर जाके निशा देदेली तरह रिवाइव करदेलु नेक्स्ट किंतु एट मो भेटनारी स्टूडेंट मानक यहाँ इंपोर्टाट आपण मैंने शुणी था मुझे बहुत जो प्रेजेंट कर मत बहुत अवार्ड मिली सर यू हैव सक्सेसफुली ट्रांसलोकेटेड 1 किलर एलिफेंट गुणीटा दिल्ली रे गोटे इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस होउची मुझे प्रेजेंट कली
डॉक्टर नाथ ठीक है आपण कथा एते इंटरेस्टिंग जे माने हमर बंद करिया को इच्छा नहीं किंतु यू हैव आल्सो सी दैट अदर्स आल्सो गेट अ चांस टू स्पीक
तेणु से थाईलैंड रो भेटनरी एडवाइजर छिड़ा हले कहले डॉक्टर कांग्रेचुलेशन फॉर शिफ्टिंग 1 किलर एलिफेंट बट यू आर लकी दैट योर एलिफेंट हैज नॉट गॉन मैड मो छाती धक नाचला एक्चुअली कौन है এটা খেল চলছে কি यू आर गिविंग एनेस्थेसिया you are reviving and you are again giving anesthesia this is a point to be noted तेणु एमती तरबर होकर आंटीडोट कि बट सिचुएसन मत सेमती वारंटी कला तेणु सब काम सर पुणी जमी आनास्थेसिया कारण आनास्थेसिया भल ड्रग नुह ये सिस्टम को डिप्रेस करुँच उठाऊँ पुणी कर सॉरी आई एम गोइंग टू द लास्ट स्लाइड दिस इज द टेम्पोरल ग्लैंड जोटा मस्त ग्लैंड कहती मैंने फ्लूइड टाणी भल है तापर मुझे काटिकी बाहर कर नाउ शंकर इज फाइन एट द चंदका एलिफेंट सैंक्चुअरी नेक्स्ट यहाँ से टायर रिमूवाल सर टायर पशिची मु फास्ट डाट देलापर सेकेंड डाट सब मुझे हाथ में दिए कारण फास्ट डाट देला सेकेंड डाट देला कौन पुणी गन यूज कर पुणी एक्साइट हम गोटे ढो किना जाकि माड हम तेणु शार्प रिफ्लेक्स हाथ में जाकि सब दिए एडिशनल नेक्स्ट यहाँ पुरोहित सर ये सी केमती रिकमेंड एलिफेंट को छिड़ा करते नेक्स्ट हाँ यहाँ शंकर दिन सका पड़ जा उठलानी आदार सार कहले सार कौन शंकर तो पड़गला उठलानी आम गलु सांगे सांगे मासी फ्लूइड थेरापी देलु किंतु सांगे सांगे आइडिया देखूँ ताकू आम गोटे क्रॉस पोल देलु आगे बसवा पोजिशन को आणलु तापर छिड़ा है मेल एलिफेंट मुंडटा जदि उठीगला इट इज वेरी कंफर्टेबल दांत यूज करेंगे देखो दौड़ा बांधिक कमी आम गोटे पुली भाया यूज कर नेक्स्ट बर्तमान से छिड़ा होकर आमको थैंक यू कहूँ नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट यहाँ गोटे आम फरेन बॉडी बाहर कर संबलपुर ये स्टैंडिंग सिडेशन नेक्स्ट यहाँ सब मो आटेम्प्ट आडिशनाल आनेस्थेसिया हैंड हेल्ड तेना आगपटे मुझे छिड़ा आग गोड़ू बाहर कर गोटे मेटालिक ये ब्लाइंड फोल्डिंग होती किंतु ये टोटाल रिस्क मनकर मुझे बसिक कम कर हाथी जदि पड़ज शोज तेणु डाक्तर को सब रिस्क नेक्स्ट यहाँ 8 मल्लिक डीएफओ कले सार गोटे माई हाथी पेट तलू डिस्चार्ज होची बोधे जन्म करि पारिबनी मुझे डाट करदेली पेनिसटा बाहरी आइला तमें इट इज ए माखना से आगु दूर डिटेक्ट कर पारिना कौन माखना मेल आनिमल ताको अल्फा मेल माने ताको मेटिंग करिया को देई नाहंती तू एक्साइट हेकी पिनाइल सीथ रे स्पेगमा डिपोजिट हेची सोडा बाटर पड़ुछु आ कौन मत किछि ना मु खाली डाट गला पर पेनिस बारिला मो पीजी पिला माने कहली खाली बेटाडिन स्प्रे कर पेनिस सीथरा केमती सफा हो जाऊ इट रिकवर्ड वेरी नाइसली नेक्स्ट कारण से मेटिंग चांस न पाइले यहाँ आम चंदकार देखीचु बफालो को मेट करने को चेष्टा कर दिस इज ए इंटरेस्टिंग ऑब्जर्वेशन नेक्स्ट यहाँ आम यहाँ गोटे भल रुद्र दयाल आ सार आमर सम्राट गौड़ थे ये सार सार नाटा बारिपदा डीएफओ थे आम को पीओ भी लगे मत इनिशियली सब क्रिटिसाइज कले आम वेटनरी कौन सारे आपण हाथी की प्लास्टर कास्ट लगाऊँ किंतु से टिके टिके छोट होता मुझे प्लास्टर लगेदेली से 15 दिन पर प्लास्टर बाहर करला किंतु किछि दिन जो रेस्ट रहा इट वर्कड नॉर्मली सो यू एटलिस्ट यू डू समथिंग नेक्स्ट यहाँ बेबी एलिफेंट रिकमेंड होगी आसला आम एक्सरे उठेलु तार फिजियोथेरापी कलु तापर तार से छिड़ा है नेक्स्ट किंतु हाथीर यहाँ फीडिंग टेक्निक इनफ्रारेड इराडिएशन इट स्टैंडिंग जब घा सुखिले कौन कि हाथीर तार बकलाटा आसो बकलाटा को निजे न काटिदेले से निजे टाणी घाटा को बड़ करदेव दिस इज वन इम्पोर्टाट स्टेप इन वुंड हिलिंग नेक्स्ट यहाँ जोटा ग्रेट सक्सेस पाई आशा हाथी देखो पूरा अलमोस्ट थैंक्स टू केउंझर डीएफओ से ये कैमरे डिटेक्ट कले रेस्क्यू कले जो आम जा एग्जामिन कले नंदनकान देखो अलमोस्ट छाड़ी जाए नड़ नड़ हो मत डीएफओ सार मनोज सार कहले कौन करेंगे सार मुझे सार हाथीर कौन करी एटा जॉइंटा डिसलोकेशन होती मुझे खाली ताकू सीधा करके रखीदेवी 2 मास आउ प्रतिथर आनास्थीसिया कारण छोट हाथी आनास्थीसिया देला को डर आनास्थीसिया को डर ना कारण एतिक जब आम एग्जामिन कलु जब गोटे झटका दे था से छाड़ी जाता आनास्थीसिया जो रहा आम सीधा करी खाली गोटे क्लांप लगे रखिदेलु 2 मास इट इज वर्किंग नॉर्मल मरी जाता लोक मैंने जो पोचर मैंने ट्राप बसौं बारहा धरिया डियर संबर धरिया देखो केते बड़ प्लास्टिक रसीटा था इट कैन बी अटेम्प्टेड यहाँ वैक्सीनेशन पर बेले बेले स्वेलिंग बहुत हम आपण किसी भय करवा ना यहाँ आपे आपे कमिब ताकू इंटरवेंशन करवा दरकार ना नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट हाँ यहाँ मोर लास्ट स्लाइड एवं जो राउरकेला जो सीमा एलिफेंट रेलवे ट्रैक्ट उपर माँ मौसी मरीगले ये इंजुर्ड होगी पाखे था रेस्क्यू करके अड़ा नंदनकानन नंदनकानन कौन है चेन बांधले जेतु यहाँ वाइल्डटा गर्जन कला टणा उटरा कर सब डी कट उंड होगला पादरे तापर आम चंदका आणलु चंदकार एक क्रल रखागला वाइल्डटा देखु देखु गोटे इन्स्टान्स दिने से माहुत फोन कला सारे मु खाइबा को दौ दौ सी बाहर को पलैची मत मारिया को गोड़े मुझे तू ता भितर बसिक कबाट देदे बर्तमान उल्टा बुझीपार तो सी भितर थिला ये ट्रिटमेंट करूला एमती परिस्थिति सी बर्तमान भितर ये बर्तमान बाहर से इंटरेस्टिंग ऑब्जर्वेशंस यू शुड वेरी केयरफुल से मत फोन कर सार मत गोड़े मुझे बाहर थी मुझे तथे ता भर बसिक ये कर तेणु नाउ आफ्टर गुड फैमिलियराइजेशन बर्तमान इज वर्किंग नॉर्मली दिस इज द satisfaction of veterinary profession and it is a combination of forest department and veterinarian. Thank you all. Okay sir, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nath. after such a observing talk, I think if there is any question, no. So next.
I would like to invite Professor Dr. Bisnu Prasad Das, Adjunct Professor in Zoology, Fakir Mohun University, Baleswar. He will be discussing about conservation of Indian horseshoe crabs, issues, prospects and initiatives. Sir, please.
Very good morning to all of you. So after listening to such a practical experience from Dr. Nath, I'm worried actually how to go ahead with my own presentation. Anyway, so is it working? I'm also coming with another example. As he has pointed out, he has given more emphasis to elephant and lesser known animal which we are fortunate to have with us, but we have not given that much of importance right now. But anyway, there is a good initiative right now, what is happening in Odisha. We tried a lot, and also government has given support. And recently they have committed to support financially also, not only the morally. So that's why this one. So this is, in very short, I can conclude. I'm trying to conclude that because time constraint is there. And conservation of Indian in the front, I'm not asking. Those are any students or any other audience? Okay. Very few. Anyway. There are 4 species of horseshoe crabs are there throughout the globe. And whatever we read in our zoology course, everybody is familiar with Limulus polyphemus. And whenever there is a practical also, spotting comes, and we wrote about the Limulus. But that particular Limulus, it is only confined to the USA eastern coast. We have never seen those animals. But we have written in practical, it is Limulus. That is how our knowledge till now, in universities and syllabus also. We are changing now. We are writing to UGC also to change that and to include in our Indian species particularly. That's why my interest is on Indian horseshoe crabs. And you can see we have fortunate, out of the 4 species, we have 2 species. And the T. gigas is basically the sandy beaches or estuaries. So that's why in India, if you see, Sundarban area and our Bhitarkanika, these 2 areas are suitable habitat for Rotundicoda. Whereas from Digha to up to Dhamra coast, all these estuaries has been inhabited by the T. gigas. But also we have observed that in some location like Wheeler Island and this Konika Island and to Ekakula Island, there is 2 species that are simultaneously and sympatrically they are also existing. So that's the good thing. In one particular location you can find 2 species also in some certain areas. So it is actually basically a marine animal. But as you know, the turtle, it travels 1,000 kilometers to find a suitable breeding ground. And that's why this particular animal also behaves in such a way. They are residing in the deep sea, but they usually comes to the coast for the breeding purpose. So because they need the sandy beaches for laying the eggs. So that is how. And from 1909, the first report of availability of this organism in India is known from 1909. So that means almost 100 years passed through this. But we do not have given much importance to this particular organism. And why it is so important actually? Why we are thinking to conserve this particular organism? One is, whatever the drugs and medicines or any implantable drugs and the devices we are using, that has to come to the market after the certification of one particular that is known as pyrogen test. And that pyrogen test kit clot and it can detect within a time of 20 to 30 minutes. Earlier, before having such kit, we are using the pyrogen test kit by injecting the certain fluid into the rabbit ear and observing the behavior of the rabbit, and to see that whether the bacterial infection is there or not. And that report takes around 6 to 7 days. So instead of waiting for that a long period of time to know which is being contaminated, due to the discovery of this particular kit, now it is possible to have only within 20 minutes. So that's the thing. And today we are safely sitting here because within a span of time we could have able to develop the vaccine for the COVID, and it came to the market only after the pyrogen test, which has been supported by this particular kit. So that's why it is of that importance. You can see the distribution. If you see, the pointer is not working, I think. Anyway, you can see this green line, which is in the eastern coast of America. It is totally inhabited by the Limulus polyphemus. Nowhere you will find that Limulus polyphemus except that particular region. And other Southeast Asian countries, you can see the Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, China, southern China, and this Indian northeast coast. This has been inhabited by other 3 species. That is Tridentus, Tachyplus tridentus, Tachyplus gigas, and Tachyplus at the carcinosa rotonicoda. This is the only location you can see. And this is, if you see the marine habitat, if this particular organism is available in that environment, it indicates the healthy status of that particular marine situation. You can see it is so much, the food web is linked so much, you can see. Each and every organism, from birds to the microbes to the turtles also, they are all linked with this food web. So that's why if it is present now, if you see, there is a lot of information was there, thousands and thousands of horseshoe crabs earlier coming to the beaches for the breeding purpose. But if you see right now, that population has drastically declined. So that means the situation is now precarious. But due to environmental stress maybe, due to the occupancy of the breeding grounds by the human activities, and a lot of threats are also there. I am just coming to those issues actually. And this is the total review, how gradually we came to know that where they are from starting from 1909 till now, the information which are available. And you can see 2 species. This is one we have reviewed. Areas are being visited by the tiga, I guess. But in case of this, the Khandia, Chudamani, Kasafol, then Hokitula, both species are available. What are the possible? We are knowing they are coming to these particular beaches. Sometimes very sporadic studies are there. There are long-term studies are there to know that what is the exact population, how many individuals are survived, are presently available in which particular locality. That sort of data is not there. That's why in the IH for IUCN, Indian species data is data deficient. It is included into that category. That means data deficient. It's not that much of information is available. IUCN will define to which category. It is endemic or something like that. It is put in the data deficient category. So that means a lot of information to be obtained. It is not, we don't have that much information to at least claim and to say IUCN, this is the status. Then climate change, habitat degradation. We have published, recently we have published this. we have taken the geographical geoposition, the mapping with the collaboration with the geography department. Earlier, it was reported that the horseographs are thousands and thousands they are visiting to the Chandipur coast and particularly the Balaramgari estuary. But if you go right now and have a study, you will find very rare. By chance, you will get some sort of pair. You may have a individual horseographs often, but not as a pair for the purpose of breeding. So because the breeding ground has already been destroyed, both way, we have just studied the 40 years of geographical changes what has faced. So the horsecrab cannot lay the eggs there. So that's why they have now migrated to other small estuaries where they are finding such type of habitats. Then threat from predators, it is there. If you see, because all these estuaries where they would lay the eggs, they are being now grazed by different types of animals. You can see, recently we came up with we had a workshop in a village, and we are making them aware you should not do harm to this particular organism. They said, we are now, after listening to and to have all this information, but one thing is, I got information from them, there is farms are growing up, they are now rearing the pigs, and they are releasing this pigs in the night, they are just releasing them in the outside for the food purpose. And as per this local community, the pigs are now digging up those nests and eating the horseshoe eggs. So this is a new threat is coming up. So we have to see, in one hand, agriculture people, they are giving importance to go for this type of culture. But due to the lack of our knowledge, they are also having such type of, and this is another threat is coming up, besides the bycatch. And fishery bycatch, perhaps the illegal tradings, very few reports, not concrete report I am not saying, but still because of this importance and so much of feeding habit of those areas, they are taking some of the animals from our, like we are in, but all these are illegal because as per the schedule, earlier it was put in the schedule 4, now it has been put in the schedule 2. But unfortunately, I am very sorry to say this Wildlife Protection Act 1972, as well as whatever they amended recently, they have put this animal in the crab category. But it is not a crab at all. So then how that means that much of knowledge we have right now, that we have to give a separate, yes, it should be put in the schedule 2 and we have to protect this, but it should be in the rightly placed in the, bill. Okay, so that is my observation. Yes, crab. Because it is commonly, because it looks like that, people are commonly saying this. Yes? Crustacean, it's not a crustacean. It is arachnid. It is spider and the scorpion category. It is not at all a crustacean. You cannot put it in the crab. So that's the mistake we are committing. This is, you can see different types of activities. In Chandipur area, you can see 1 kilometer length, the netting. So how they will come and they will breed. So they are just, this is one cause. You can see even the small catching out such a good, you can see dead in 7-3 was severely decomposed and juvenile age and sex could not be determined. And the remaining dead, about 59% and males are recorded. So that means a lot of animals are dying off due to this particular, and their frustration, they will throw the nets arbitrarily in the sea. So that will be washed away, that will come to the shore, and they will be in the estuaries. And when other the live animals will come, they will also, in the high tide, during that high time, they can all forced to go there and they will be entangled. So sometimes we are coming across in one particular ghost net, around 256 animals were there. Out of that, 5 were surviving, but the rest were all dead. So my students used to they cut the nets and they release those are in the live conditions. So that is one practice we are following right now. This is, you can see, I'm just showing the larvae in the small bycatch, even if these larvae are there. So that that is also one of the threats. So this is what the pigs, crows, dogs, these are all. It is already there in our schedule. So here recently also, one of our students is a NGO, running a NGO. He did some Wildlife Trust of India, got a project, and out of that he has also done some of the rescue and release activities. They have conducted some up to that, and they are educating the forest man, their educative studies. You can see this is what the students are rescuing. Those are at this stage ghost net, they have been entangled, their chance of survival is there. They have been released. But we have to see another thing. Suppose they have been stressed and they have been put into that nest for 1 day or 2 days. Then definitely we should have some mechanism to adapt them into this particular and to release that stress. Then only we can should release to the sea. That sort of activities we are now planning to have. This is another way. We have to keep the habitat. We have to identify those habitat, and we have to declare. I do not know, but recently Forest Department has agreed to this proposal, and they have now ready to collaborate with us, and there's also committed to give some fund to start this type of work, so that we can at least we can declare, we can protect those particular habitat. So that is what good things at least Forest Department is coming up, and we are trying to do that. And another aspect is the ex situ conservation. So we tried to some extent, because those habitat has been inhabited by these dogs, crows, and pigs. So that means the fertilized eggs, those are in the risk. So we can collect those eggs, we can incubate them in our laboratory, and we can put them into a certain stage so that we can release them again, go back to the sea. So that sort of activities we have already tried, and in a lab scale, laboratory scale. But now DST government of Odisha has sanctioned, not continuing, it was stopped actually, but recently, at least in the Umbric project, government of Odisha has identified and already given the 2 crores grant to start these activities at a larger scale. So that's a good thing, at least DST has been given. But we are waiting to just a collaboration from the forest department so that there will be no chance, because we cannot do it directly, because it is a scheduled animal, we cannot handle, we cannot do that. So that's why we are now in with MOU with the forest department. And that shortly, within a month, I think that part will be over and things will start again. Within 6 months, I can able to show it again in the laboratory condition. Then we will go for the large scale contribution. We have also planned for a sea phase laboratory.
Dr.
So
Das,
that, yes sir,
please be
completing. I'm completing.
Other speakers
Yes,
are there also.
So we have also planned in that project to start a sea space laboratory there itself, so that there is no need of take the water regularly, because they need the marine water every time. So that's why we are planning to start that also. So this is, you can see, we have already identified the eggs, and it looks like the moong there, moong. Okay. So this is, we have developed an incubating chamber. This is how manually it can be done, and just before the hatching, you can see the embryo is growing inside. And one particular aspect I can highlight here, if you see the natural, whatever the reports are available, the natural hatching rate is 60 to 70%. But if you do this way, with a protected environment, with just standardized everything, then success rate goes to 90%, 92%. So that means in once, if you see 30% increment of we will get more larvae than the natural source. And not only that, there is a fluid inside this. Before the hatching, there is a fluid. So you can collect that fluid, and it has a lot of growth stimulating factors. It is already, we have seen that the factor 7 and 8 of this particular fraction of perivitellin fluid is giving a good stem cell growth factor. It's such a potential. So that's why we are planning to have some bioresource out of this project. This is just larvae, morphological feature. You can see all the stages from egg till the hatching, all the stages we have succeeded. And this is after keeping for 3 months, the telson is growing up and healthy. You can see the growth status. We are measuring morphologically development. We are every 7 days interval what is happening to them. If all the larvae are in proper growth stage or not, that can be also be known. Yes. Up to 2 to 3 months, there is no need of giving any external feed because they are quite adapted into that. Okay. Yes? Yes. First, initially the zooplankton and phytoplanktons, Artemisia and other things, and subsequently they will grow. Then chops of the earthworms and other polychaetes, they used to take it. But we have not standardized yet. Literature is available in other part of the US and other part. We are planning to have in long-term basis. And also mass awareness program and this is what actually the UMBRIC has identified Fakirmohan University as one of this developed commercial breeding technology scalable protocol for breeding of Indian horseshoe crab. That proper scientific documentation, proper status, threat reduction strategy, and permanent protection available. Permanent protection. Suppose what is happening, we have to identify those habitat. We have to declare it as a particular habitat of this horseshoe crab because you need 2 different habitat. One is for the breeding purpose, they need the sandy beaches. Second is for the nursery period because their total lifespan is about 20-21 years. But they will have the maturity around 10 to 11 years. So from larvae stage to the 12 years, they will be inside the mud. And every year there will be 1 molt. So that's known as the nursery ground. So that's why we have identified the nursery ground, our Udavali Island, which has not been inhabited by any humans right now. That's a very good nursery ground for Rotundicoda. We have identified that. And we are now pursuing government of... Thank you and acknowledge to all the collaborators and all the supporters. And thank you all for presenting me. Any clarification, anything, I will be open for this. Yes.
We can have a discussion session,
Sir,
question hour section.
Commercial
Please.
basis, culture, nowhere it has been started right now. But only for the conservation sake, we can go for that. Okay, sir.
Dr. Das, please complete. We'll have a
Already,
question
sir,
hour.
completed.
Question
Thank you.
hour, question hour we can have, but individually we cannot meet the queries.
Thank you, sir. And now I'd like to invite Professor Dr. Sudarshan Maharana, retired Regional Director of Higher Education, Government of Odisha. He will be discussing on the topic saving gharials in the river Mahanadi.
Complete कर दो. Hello. This session is actually coming to an end. There have been five presentations, and they were Shubham Barik from RDS Mahavidyalaya, who talked on giant drivers of zoonotic spillovers to the wildlife areas. And then there was Dr. Uday Kumar Das, who talked on Indian flying squirrel and Indian giant squirrel. Then Dr. Subhranshu Nayak, he talked on microorganisms, a new dimension to wildlife conservation, at least as far as I understand. And then Dr. Indrawani Nath spoke elaborately on tranquilization, elephant treatment and everything. Thanks to Dr. Nath for that. And then Dr. Vishnu Prasad Das, he talked on Indian horseshoe crab. And all were excellent talks. and we enjoyed. I think all of you have learned quite a lot of things, particularly students. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Now,
sir.
I'm Manoj, co-panelist. He may like to talk something.
Good afternoon to all. Among the sessions, the most interesting talk was by Dr. Indramani Nath, which has a time span of more than 15 years of active tranquilizing medical care, hospital care to the elephants. Not only elephants, he has done a lot of works on this python rescued snakes, rear and release program of many birds, injured treatment of many wild animals. Here I want to extend him thanks for all that effort he has taken and has created a cadre of veterinarians and forest staff who have been trained under his competent leadership. The other species are very important. The concern is that you see more than the species being threatened, it is the habitat of all the reported species like flying squirrel, horseshoe crab, or any wild animal today. It is the habitat that is actually critical and degraded, which will affect further rate of extinction. So a conservation effort should be more for habitat restoration. I thank the Green Forum for inviting us to chair this session. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request the session chair, Sri Ajay Kumar Jena of the Technical Session 2 to kindly felicitate our invited speakers. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Uday Kumar Das to come forward to receive the memento. Dr. Uday Kumar Das. Next, Dr. Subhranshu Naik, Scientist, Odisha Biodiversity Board. Next, Professor Dr. Indramani Nath, retired professor of OUAT. Thank you, sir. I would like now request the session co-chair Sri Manoj Kumar Mahapatra to come forward and kindly felicitate our invited speakers. Professor Dr. Bishnu Prasad Das, Adjunct Professor, FM University. Last. Professor Dr. Bishnu Prasad Das, Adjunct Professor, FM University. And Subham Barik, RDS Mahavidyalaya, Udala and Mayurbhanj. Subham Barik from RDS Mahavidyalaya, Udala, Mayurbhanj. Professor Dr. Bishnu Prasad Das, the Adjunct Professor, FM University, please come forward to receive the memento. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Now I'd like to call upon stage the working chairman of Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2026, Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal, IFS retired, to felicitate Sri Ajay Kumar Jenna, retired IFS officer and former conservator of forests. And Sri Manoj Kumar Mahapatra, retired IFS and former conservator of forest. So we'll like to invite the plenary session 3, and the topic is wildlife conservation, climate change and threats to wildlife. Our session chair is Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal, retired IFS, former PCCF, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and the working chairman of Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2026. Our session co-chair is Dr. Akshay Kumar Patnaik, retired IFS officer, retired chief conservator of forest environment and CC department of government of Odisha. Our invited speakers is Dr. Samrat Gowda, DS IFS, IC conservator of forest, Similipal, South WL division. Professor Dr. Sudarshan Maharana, retired regional director of higher education, government of Odisha. Professor Dr. Sudarshan Maharana. And Dr. Prakash Mardaraj, member IUCN SSC Beer Specialist Group. The live painting competition has been started, so the participants can go for the live painting competition in the mini auditorium. All the participants for live painting competition senior category are requested to move to the mini auditorium.
It is so nice to meet all of the dignitaries here on the dais. All are eminent personalities in their respective fields. I will call upon Dr. Samrat Gowda, DS, IFS, in charge Conservator Forest, Similipal South Wildlife Division, to give his speech on use of technologies in management and protection of forest. Mr. Samrat Gowda, please.
Respected chair and co-chair of this session, and my co-speakers, and all my seniors, colleagues and students. Thank you for giving this opportunity to participate in this wonderful program. So since we were busy in fire, since fire is approaching, so I didn't get much time to prepare for this. But you know that Similipal doesn't need any introduction. So it is 2,750 square kilometer tiger reserve. It is a reserve forest, the sanctuary, and it's tiger reserve and biosphere reserve. And and most beautiful tiger reserve, whatever I have seen in India. And it's a tiger reserve, but I always give importance to tiger second. First comes water. One of the most beautiful water reserve of Odisha, Simlipal, and it's pride of Odisha. And so we, when I joined, my only dream was to sight a tiger and take photograph of tiger in Simlipal. And believe me, it took 8 months to get the first tiger sighting, being deputy director of Simlipal. And then we started analyzing what actually, challenges we have to address. So the biggest challenges in Simlipal was one is poaching, and second one is forest fire. So we started some actions, and slowly we started getting some results also. And meanwhile, we started implementing many technologies. Out of many technologies, 2-3 technologies quickly, I will just show you, because we got good results from the technologies. So that I want to discuss today, how we can utilize technology in management of forest here. And please, next slide. Next one. Can I get the changing? Well, yeah. Okay. I told you that Simlipal, the challenge is poaching, since it was cultural part also in the surrounding villages. So there was poaching in large scale. I mean, some particular time of the year, they go poaching in mass. This is what I call mass hunting. Entering into forest was a regular thing. And they used to kill anything comes in front of them. We have evidence of poaching of elephants and all herbivores, tigers, leopards, everything. So we started motivating our people for taking action, and meanwhile we started introducing the technology. One such technology is AI trial guard cameras. So one startup was working on this technology. It's a very, very simple technology, just like a camera trap. But the beauty of this is very camouflaging, very small size, and its battery component and transmitter component is separated from the main sensor, so that people cannot easily see it. Because problem with camera trap, what we are using is, we will fix at a particular height is very easily you can notice it. So there are chances that they may damage or they may take away the camera. But this technology, one small camera, it has a facility to transmit the image in real time to my control room. So if a poacher is entering with a gun, immediately it will detect, and we can code it. I mean, with artificial intelligence, what photo we need. Where even a small plant is actually making some movement out of wind, it will click. So that will drain its battery. But here it is prefixed. What I want, it will take only that photo. If I say tiger, it will take tiger's photo. So because of that, it has lithium battery which can run up to 6 months, up to 1 year in some instances, but minimum 6 months. So if you fix a camera in an area where it has 4G network area, so no need to do anything another 6 months. And we can measure the battery life sitting in your office. If it goes below 80%, immediately you can go and refill the battery. So that is the beauty. And the next moment, if anyone entering, it will send photographs to my office. That is a camera photograph, the left one. And step 2, some person is entering with probability, what is E1? Is a person of 0.7, I mean 70% probability, it sent photo. Immediately the photo will come to my office, and the moment it comes to my office, we will try to arrest them in the forest, and if not, if we don't get success, then we will try to identify them and we will pick them up. And whatever photos till today we have got, out of that at least 90% of people we have picked. And arresting a person inside forest, the people who worked inside forest can only understand, because unfortunately I lost 2 of my men when they were working on field. Poachers shot them right in front of them in a point blank situation. So it is very risky because the local guns what they are using very powerful. So there is no measurement of gunpowder how much they are putting in the gun. So it is very powerful. Crude, cycle balls, crude, any metal piece they are putting. So definitely survivability in case if we get a shot is very less. So what we designed a new technology, new particular footpaths. Because walking randomly in night time in forest, such that to a Simlipal kind of forest is very difficult. So they follow some particular footpaths. We mapped all the footpaths from core to their village via GPS. So we sent our staff, you walk from this point to this point and map this map. So almost 90% of all the poaching routes have been mapped using GPS and these footpaths. So at least you will get one or two network points in the footpaths because we data where we arrested more people and which people, which villages are more involved in poaching. Based on that, our resources we allotted and accordingly we fix the camera trap in the network point. And this is the one example, just example. We got a photograph at 12:49 and immediately we alerted our field staff. At 2:19 p.m. when this fellow was returning back, we arrested him. So just an example that, so how quickly we can take action and how efficiently we can, utilize our resources to get that result. And I want to tell you that this is not a shortcut for traditional methods what we are following in forest. We have to do patrolling, we have to do everything what we were doing. It is just an addition which can enhance our capability to utilize our manpower and other resources efficiently. And till today, Simlipal is one of the highest foot patrolled tiger reserve in Central Indian landscape, East Indian lands. Next one. Okay. Once we get photo, then what is the next step? I told you that we will try to arrest inside, but all the time arresting inside forest is very difficult. So what we did, we developed one secret agency which can collect intelligence. So they are regular staff, forest guards, those have some special talent. We took them and we posted them without uniform. They need not have to come to office, need not have to attend any official things. They will be simply roaming in the villages and collect intelligence. So very less people, but they are very efficient. And they have their own networking. They have their villagers and many other people who are helping them. So they develop their own network. And presently they came up to a efficiency level that if you have seen recently 39 poachers surrendered in front of us, that was in newspaper. What actually happened is villagers entered for poaching. Our camera traps, our AI camera took photo. Immediately I alerted the field staff and we sent the staff and immediately that photo immediately passed to our secret agency we called SWIN, Simlipal Wildlife Intelligence Network. So they, before the poachers exit from the forest, they identified who are they, from which place they entered and actually who are they. So we came to know which village the poachers entered and I sent all my manpower to that village and we garrowed the entire village. We were waiting for them to come. So they came to know because somebody might have communicated that this is happening and they know that if not today, tomorrow we'll pick them up. So directly they went to my range office and surrendered. That's actually what happened. And what we are doing now is once we get the photo, initially we went and we raided their houses and picked them up. But now we are involving Panchayat Raj institutions. All the sarpans we have warned that people from your village have entered. If you don't do that, we will come and pick them up. And once we pick them up, their condition will be difficult. So after that, it gave very good results because many things which we learnt in theory, we could experience in practical. That involvement of Panchayat Raj institutions are very powerful. So now many people are coming to my office and surrendering. If they are going, we are not arresting at presently, exceptions, but they are coming and surrendering because we are giving warning to their sarpanch. We know which village, we know who. If you don't come, tomorrow we'll pick up. How many days they can hide? There used to be, because when they entered, they used to leave the place and go out for some months, 2 months, then come back. So we actually persistently following. I told 90% of the people we picked up. So after 2 months also, people went to Gujarat and we called them with some of our own techniques and we arrested them. We communicated to Gujarat government and we communicated to our intelligence agencies at national level. So with lot of coordination, we did not leave anyone to escape. So this has given very good result. And this is how the person, the right side one is my forester, and he is discussing with one person. He is one of the hardcore poacher who is also involved in tiger poaching. Related issue, but we also become very strict at that time. So we want modern weapons to face a local weapon, because we were thinking that local weapons are not powerful. So after these 2 incidences, I purchased 10 bulletproof jackets and I gave to our people. Then we thought that we are giving bulletproof jacket, and if it should not be a false promise. So we tied to a tree and we fired. That bulletproof jacket did not prevent any of our bullet. So we thrown them, and I called ordnance factories which is supplying in Chennai, which is supplying bulletproof jackets to Indian Army. So they came to Simlipal, they conducted research, they collected our desi guns, they collected our bullets, what they are using. And surprisingly, they were more powerful than any of the guns modern weapons we procured. And 400-meter range. Okay, and then what happened, they started developing step by step. Because thing is, one is to give proper weight, because you can't wear bulletproof jacket all the time and do patrolling. So we wanted to keep it as minimum as possible in terms of weight. So they put 1 layer of bulletproofing material, and we fired that could prevent the pistol and did not prevent other things. Then layer, 4th layer, after 5th layer, that could able to prevent desi weapon. The final one was the desi weapon, desi gun. So in that way, we procured, and we are giving a regular training through police department to use that weapon properly, because giving a weapon is very easy, but how to use is very, very crucial and very important. Next. And after this technology, the results what we got, you can see that we have arrested in last mainly another, we can consider 3 years, or 343 poachers, and around 165 guns were seized. This data little bit old, not included this year recent, that now they are operating in Odisha also. We are getting intelligence in other part with proper permission from state forest department. We are operating in other district of Odisha. So altogether we seized 15 leopard skins and pangolin scales around 34 kilos and live pangolins also. Apart from that, because this created kind of fear among the people, and people started coming and surrendering the guns. And recent case, they surrendered on 9 guns, and before old data is 84 guns. It may reach nearly 100 guns if I put all together. So they are surrendering, coming and surrendering to our office. That is one of the biggest development success we can say. Next. And just before previous one. The person, he is a hardcore poacher. We arrested 2 times, going to jail, because they know that they will come out. There was no, evidence or any, this one that somebody got convicted in forest department, particularly when I was working in Simlipal. So they used to come out. Okay, sir. So this person finally, after so much of effort, he left poaching and he is selling vegetables now. All the cases are running. He came out of bail. And this beautiful photo of one melanistic on normal taken by our tourists. And you won't believe that it took me 8 months to take first tiger photo. But now, in last just 15 days back, from back to that another 1 month, continuously every day in Gudgudia area, tourists have sighted melanistic tiger, and daily. It is not a this one, but a daily basis. 4 cases were convicted, and we are waiting for some more cases. Next. Next. We can also monitor wildlife using these technologies, not only poachers. Next. Some photographs. Next. You can scroll. Next. Okay. One more thing is tower-based fire detection system. We have installed 5 cameras in Simlipal, and 5 cameras having 20 kilometers. This is for fire management. 20 kilometer range it can see, and 360-degree PTZ cameras. So they will detect the fire if there is any fire incidences, and immediately they will alert before we get satellite alert. So that once the fire gets, big, the alerts a little bit earlier, and we are using drones widely, so that we'll send the drone and scan entire area. Before getting satellite point, we will be sending our staff to the point, so that they can, in a small fire point, very easily, they can easily manage actually. And last year, also, weather also helped us in last season. I am not saying entirely due to our effort, but it is in the history of last 10 years what I have observed, it is the lowest fire point in Simlipal. And till today, we have only 2 points have come up. I don't know what happens in future. I'm not claiming anything, but in this fire season, only 2 points inside Simlipal. So this is helping a lot. Please, next. I think this is what I wanted to say. I don't want to take much time of yours. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Questions. Dear friends, Samrat, be there. Dear friends, he has talked about AI and how the Similpal protection has improved. And it is really an eye-opening for all of us that the Similpal has done extremely well in protections. I believe most of the students here, they must be having a lot of questions on AI. And of course, Dr. Paricha is going to ask some questions. So, please.
Thank you, sir. So as we see, there has been a lot of development in Simlipal in the recent years. But Simlipal has also made its presence felt in an international level, thanks to the melanistic tigers that have been photographed and have been circulated. But we still have a very big threat at international level, that is the requirement of tiger skins. And as you have some seizures already, and as some reports have claimed that there have been poaching of melanistic tigers as well. Sir, have you established any kind of poaching link or any kind of poaching network that has been operating in Simlipal or surrounding areas?
No, every case we are working both forward and backward linkages. And in one of the recent elephant poaching cases, for example, we arrested 23 people from both the sides. But in all these cases, I didn't get anything that international, some order is coming and they are killing, not like that. They opportunistic poachings, I mean, they will kill, they know that there is some value and they will keep with them. And whenever somebody approaches, then they are selling. And where middlemen are not any international links or any even other state links also not much. Nearby Kolkata, we got few links. Other than that, they are keeping, and local people are purchasing and keeping with them. That is why the tusk we see all, most of them are old tusks actually, except 3-4 poachings happened. Old tusk. Other than that, I didn't find any that systemic, very organized poaching. We didn't get any evidence of that.
Why this question comes is because from Madhya Pradesh and parts of Chhattisgarh, the links have already been established towards the China occupied Tibet region and the China market. So those links were active till a few years back, and as because we are still having, we are coming into the frame, though Madhya Pradesh is a tiger state, but right now Odisha is also trying to upgrade its status as a tiger state. So do you think we will face any kind of threats as such in the coming future?
No, we can't rule out, one thing. And the second thing, for prevention, we are working very closely with WCCB and very closely with other state governments as well as NTCA. NTCA is frequently alerting us that this can happen. So every case we are sending to WCCB for verification. So we can prevent it, but we can't rule out.
Thank you, sir.
In 2002, 24-25, the 2 tiger deaths you reported, both were of the normal or melanistic?
Sir, one normal, one melanistic.
Okay.
Congratulations, Simlipal. Yours is, I think, one of the mature example of how the synergy of modern tools with the traditional methods which you are doing. I wonder if you are planning to document it as a SOP which can then be shared through NTCA perhaps for other tiger areas, because typically there is a hesitance in using the modern technology tools. or often they are believed that, okay, this itself alone is solution. Using the synergy what you mentioned, that the foot patrolling and the AI2s and going up to this fire watch. So fire watch to poaching to, it makes the complete set. So I'll be happy to see someday if you have a document SOP which goes as a package of practice for many places, because this crime increase is one of the things.
Noted, sir. We are coordinating with other state forest departments. Many people are asking us because it also got much publicity from Simlipal.
Look,
But
the
as you
publicity
suggested-
asking one is to one other thing, institutionalizing it.
Definitely,
As
sir.
becoming a standard practice through NTCA and then
I totally agree with you.
percolating
We'll
down.
do that SOP and we'll share
Kindly
with
do
the
that.
NTCA. Thank you very much.
This power of the muzzle loading gun which you have mentioned, that surprises me.
Sir.
What length of muzzles they have in those guns which are able to generate that kind of power?
I mean, length of the gun, sir.
Normally these muzzle loading guns, the smaller muzzles, they
Sir,
were
there
not,
is no uniformity because whatever pipe they are getting, they are doing with normal GI pipe only. So there is no uniformity in this guns.
okay. Because something generating more power than your traditional this
So the
which
thing
are-
is, these guns have calculated gunpowder in that. Because bullets have that gun. They are putting gunpowder as much they want. If they don't have experience, they will put more.
No, but then the muzzle will burst.
Muzzle will burst.
So I think that
Incidences also the muzzle will burst, but if more power means bullets also travel more.
Thank you, good presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this nice. Thank you, sir, for this nice deliberation. Actually, out of context regarding AI and its measures to protect Simlipal, it's a nice deliberation. But out of context, I am speaking that whenever the law it is having two sides, one is providing that arrest, another is providing freedom, just to remove providing the bail. But whenever we are speaking this type of problem, it is happening in Bhubaneswar, all the institutes, theft and robbery, many things. Even we are also victim of crime in OUAT. We are unable to provide justice to the institute. Immediately the one way they are entering to the jail, on the other way they are going by bail. So what measures we are having regarding those who are taking bail, just to prevent
Sir,
our
I told you that whoever on bail and whoever absconded, we have regular monitoring on them because they have to report to my office that letter and spirit we are following. Just before coming, I met a poacher, elephant poacher. He came to my office and reported. But in fact, we are on to include them in development because we trained them in driver training license recently, one example. We gave them driver training and if possible, we'll try to recruit them because these are all poor people. Whatever we say, this is not a solution to arrest the people and send to jail. Everything will not be solved. That is one part. And for your part, sir, thank you, sir.
Okay, okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Esteemed co-chair, I am Sudarshan Mahana.
So Dr. Maharana is very famous for gharial conservation in Mahanadi. I will request all the participants to listen to him carefully and particularly the students, so that you will be getting a real insight into the subject, how the things are happening. Even if from a different sector, he is still working on a particular species, gharial, which is highly endangered. Please, Dr. Maharana.
Glad and grateful for the compliment given to me. Good afternoon to you all. See, my topic is saving the Haryal in the river Mahanadi. And Mahanadi is not just any other river. It carries significance because it is the river beyond which in India no other river has gharials. All gharials are seen in the river, human-fed river systems, and Mahanadi has features, conditions where gharial has survived. And to Odia people, the gharial is not just after the implementation of the project. My teacher, Ran Jayakrishna Mishra, he wrote in Nayadare Sandhya, ଗଭୀର ଖଣ୍ଡରୁ ବାହାରି ଘଡ଼ିଆଳ କୁମ୍ଭୀର ଲୁଟଇ ବାଲିରେ ଝଟକେ ତାର ସୁନା ସରିବ. So you see, river Mahanadi has gharials throughout its length, and with the concern of Wildlife Protection Act, people become cautious about the dwindling population. Number is vanishing. So projects, initially, Project Crocodile was implemented in 1975. One international expert technical advisor, Dr. Ezar Bostad, he surveyed and found that the last population must be 2 males and females in the river in Satkosia Gorge. Forget the river Mahanadi. Mahanadi is some 851 long river. In Odisha, it has say about 494 kilometers. At least you take from Jharsuguda to Paradip. But only last home has been your Satkosia Gorge. Because Satkosia Gorge has conditions, and Dr. Bostad shows it to be the Gharial Research Conservation Unit, Tikorpada, not to breed the natural population, but to collect eggs from Chambal, from Nepal, to incubate them, hatch them, rear them, and the way forest department takes 3 years to raise sapling, and after 3 years hand over. So perhaps it was in that context, in that spirit, it was decided to at least there should be, the hatchlings should be 1 meter plus at 3 years age. With this, from Tigarpada, Dr. Singh is very much here, from 1977 to 2017. During this period, say 560 gharials from Nandakanan, 300 from Tikarpada were released. And with this, perhaps we are thinking we have done our job. But the census upward, census figure always very alarming. That only, though we have 860 gharials have been released, but actually survival is hardly some maximum 10 to 12. So things would have gone that way because the conditions, nobody, we have done our job. But the Nandakanan actually is caught the administration of Nandakanan to think. By 1981, the hatching rearing center, Tikorpada, has practically closed. And what incidentally, in 1980, the captive breeding of gharial, a world event, who is to rehabilitate in nature. But with the figure we have, all our credit has been washed in the waters of the river Mahanadi. Our river Mahanadi is not a river like Ganges or Chambal to retain population. River Mahanadi is a river of only 4 months. 4 months. Rest you see sand dunes. And the river is so disturbed. Everybody uses river in every way. I mean, with sand mining, I mean blasting stones, I mean fishing, and all types of fishing. Odia people know, right from throwing a bundle of straw, collecting fish early morning, blasting, electric fishing, poison fishing, all types of fishing occur in river Mahanadi. So food must be one of the reasons. But what are the other reasons? Department pondered over it, and with the authority, since I have been working out not in one species of gharial, I have been working on 3 species of crocodilians. My fortune, my misfortune. With one species, one can complete and go away. I am destined to be loitering in corridors of wildlife, 3 species. And with 3 species, time was not in my favor, because though we have breeding pools, we didn't have breeders. Even to get a male saltwater crocodile was that difficult. Also, I shall be not to the context, I say, even a male gharial was not available. One point of time, from Frankfurt Zoo, a male has been procured. And so we found fault with what happened, what are the mistakes, what are the points that failed our program. Immediate thing come to mind, there must be some fault with the seed. Seed means input put. When many fishery failures are there reservoirs, because the fish fingerlings are not proper, and so fish harvest was that way. So we saw 860 gharials have been released improperly. Some commented this way, they are dumped into river Mahanadi, because let us see what should be the correct size of the gharial to be released. Because all our 860 have of different sizes, but we found only the larger ones survived. In all animals, the babies, juveniles are always wanderers. Again, when we rear them standing water and release them into running water, obviously they shall be getting swept away. So we thought, and also then should have been condition, we call it soft release, not catching them from the zoo and throwing them into water. Rather, we went to condition them, and then have to release. Second, where to release? Deep waters are where? The river bridges are there over the river Mahanadi. There are 13 bridges on the river Mahanadi, and bridges are there because the water is deep there. And incidentally, we have in the past released almost all gharials in such suitable localities, but not to that expected result. So we wanted to find out one point where we have to release and study. Study not by binoculars, because in the ripples of the river, to see the behavior, movement of a gharial is not easy. So we thought of going for the transmitter taggings. They have to track, not earlier, we have released them, we have forgot them. Suppose sometime we went to collect records from the gharial guards in river, in Satkosagar's, but other part of the river we don't have no knowledge of it. So we think that we find out a suitable spot. So how to find a suitable spot? We have to research, we have to survey. For survey, we recruited postgraduate students, 3 students. They have to survey right from Paradeep to Hirakud Dam. And they will find out the shall be showing us which site is suitable. At the same time, we have to involve the forest department. The forest department is not the forest was involved, only Satkosia Wildlife Division. My advice was involve all 15 divisions on either side of the river Mahanadi. And incidentally, I see to it all villages are to meet by taking the chief of the forest department, from Dr. Kamahapatra to last P.K. Ojha, even one co-chair here, Akshay Patnas, is here. I have taken the highest of the department to see all the relays are made. And there is a WhatsApp group. Range officers, forester, SCF, DF, division foresters, all are involved. Even chief PCCF is involved. So anything occurring, anything happen anywhere, it is known to everybody. Only I have to make a small advice, like even of the released ones often got caught in the nets. The snout gets surround the torn nets around the snout, means the gharial is going to die. So we have to rescue it. For rescue, kindly imagine from river Mahanadi rescuing some 13, 14 feet. We did it on 5 occasions. We surrounded it, cast net through it, and Nandankanan has nets, even catch tigers, pick up tigers, such things we have taken up. So the release we have made, we have ensured their safety. Because Mahanadi is your home, you go anywhere. Where they shall go, we have transmitter. I told you just previously that their movement is tracked daily, and earlier observations were they even to the extent true, all move downwards, flowing water coming down, and many of the gharials were caught in Naraz, also even grown in Nandankanan. But the tracking by tracking transmitters, we have seen, they have gone 190 kilometers. Because from Tikarpada, the Hirakud Dam is 199 kilometers. Top to Charnapur, upstream, gharials have gone. Even downstream, 260 kilometers, gharials have gone. So we track them, we know where they are plight. Sorry, kindly excuse me, I will come in. Because I am getting emotional because my work is very much in the field. So what we have to do? All schools, our researchers have gone to tell people that the gharial is innocent. And also, we have pamphlets posted in almost all visible points. Because once people decide, understand, this is innocent one, will not do things. Kindly believe me, only single one, notoriously people killed, gharials are killed in Tikarpada, unfortunately there only, nowhere anybody has killed a gharial, knowingly. Passive fishing we call it, but for fishing, net is there. The gharial got caught. And we have compensation. And also, in 15 divisions, we have Kumira Bandhu, paying 1,000 per month. Anything happen in the field, information comes. All the divisional officers, even PCCF wildlife knows if something has gone. 10 deaths we have avoided, 10 gharials have been retrieved back, and also people have been extremely helpful to us, and we have ensured for gharial one of our great success, that the people, Gharial are not going to be killed by human being. They will be attacked, we will rescue it, we will pay it, we will bear it. Last thing comes. So it is we ensure safety. But Lord Jagannath helped us. The implementation of the project was in 2019. With implementation of these measures, and also one idea, I just to tell you, that it is only 10 kilometers, anybody must have gone to Mahanadi, must have seen there. I advised only give total protection for 10 kilometers. Total protection like this, release of adult ones and grace of God. The first natural breeding occurred in 2021. And see, first year we have 28 hatchlings, second year 32, third year 35, fourth year 35, last year 30. Almost 160 hatchlings we have added. Once more, I requested this rearing and the rearing release has not been very costly for us. No. Let us see, they are born in the river, they grow in the river, and we will protect them. So mother is, no more we are doing this. All hatchlings are born in the river, they grow in the river, and when they are in difficulty, we have a rapid action team, we rescue them, caught in net, compensate them, caught in the net, again rescue them. So this is the way we have ensured the survival of the Gharial in river Mahanadi. I thank your kind patience to listen to me, because lot can be said, but time is there.
Dear friends, you must be having a lot of questions on his subject. Sir is an expert. I believe, sir, some questions from the audience.
Welcome. The present population is, Dr. Pani is very specific on the statistics or many other things. Last census, we have 16 Gharials, 16. At the onset of the project, it was 4, 1 male, 3 females. After, during the implementation of the project for last 6 years, we have increased number up to 16. You can find from census, department census, these years have. Okay. I see. No, I am in that some details you can find from the publication. In this year, Saving Gharial, what I am telling you, also that's been published, this souvenir of this wildlife conservation. You can have details there. Thank you.
So, anybody is having any questions here? Maybe the students, because they must be having thousands of questions in their mind. Is it belong Mahanadi and why they are staying there? They must be having a lot of questions whether there is expansion is possible, so they can extend their range. Anybody is having question? Please, Ms. Paricha. Sir is L.K. Singh sir is asking, sir. Sir, can you just give some mic to him so that yeah.
So from 2017 you are here with the Gharial in Mahanadi. So how do you see the future of Gharial?
So this question is quite important. Please listen to it. All the students, please listen to it. How the Gharial is going to behave?
No, listen, no, same. Please repeat.
Yeah. I was the person who started that project, 1975. But from 1981...
Give a clap, give a clap, give a
okay.
clap.
1981, I went to Government of India, and there I started the sample work, LTEM, long-term ecological monitoring. But from 2017, definitely you are at the spearhead. And please start LTM because you are having a lot of students.
Please.
And tell everybody, how do you see the future?
Okay,
because in 1991, government wanted me to write, how do you see? And I wrote a report, 64 pages or something, non-survival of Gharial in Mahanadi. Because of dash. You can download it from the...
Please. I pick up. Please. See.
Sir, just a minute. He started in 1975. In 2026, the number is 16.
Hmm.
In comparison to that, 2 states simultaneously started as pilot states, Odisha and UP. The number in UP is much higher. So in that perspective, what he
Please,
is,
please, Dr. Banerjee,
how do you foresee?
Yes, I am going. I request to refer my opening that how Mahandi is different. And I kindly recollect that Mahandi cannot be compared with the Ganges or Chambal. All the people there, non-fish eaters are there. Conditions are different. A perennial river can sustain, but a river that gets dry, that is a major problem. And Dr. L.K. Singh is 75, I was there from 76, but his job was rearing, my job was captive breeding. I was in the opening of the captive breeding, also I am in the opening of natural breeding. So with all, so I'm coming. Is a link here. The way Dr. Singh asked, how to see the future? If you have given a kind listening to me, the future is going to be difficult for us. Because one of the wrong aspects of the project I intentionally omitted. Even omitted, Dr. L. Singh, 2000, telling non-survival the Gharial. I took, people asked me, is it true? Well, no, cannot be true. With the favorable conditions in South Korea Gorge, Gharials going up, blasting, die. Going down, will die. But will never die in South Korea Gorge. Those who have seen South Korea Gorge, they may agree with me. And with the concern of 15 departments on the both sides, people have a kind approach towards Gharial, and we are giving them so many incentives, even seeding their village ponds, and giving all facilities. We know almost all fishermen in the river Mahanadi. Their phone numbers are with us. I am coming. And since another point is the Mogger maintenance. Mogger is going to be the killer. One of the, you see, a male Gharial has lost the jaw. A female Gharial has lost the tail. But still, I still request the department, give me the opportunity. We can trap Moggers and bring them out.
Now, already you are there at the site for 8 years. So, what are the immediate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actions which the government should take for the future of Gharial?
Akash?
Last question.
Way forward.
Sir,
Please,
this will be the last. There will be 4 more speakers.
Yeah.
So there will be 4 more speakers. This is the last question.
Because you would like to know what is the future.
Yes,
sir.
Please. Dr. Singh, have a look.
Way forward, yes.
Yes, thank you. See, I have constants, some 50 years of experience. I kindly.
Facilitator, Wildlife Trust of India. And give him a clap, please. He will be speaking on tech-based intervention, reshaping conservation strategies for the presentation. Dr. Rudraprasan Mahapatra, please. Sir, we are so sorry, yes, sir. There time constraint thila. It's a time constraint thila. So sorry, sir. There will be 4 speakers.
Respected Chair, Co-Chair, fellow speakers, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Technology is something which is all around us, and the way it is evolving, we are really failing to cope with it. I think the younger generation is more acceptable and coping up with the technology. Even I am feeling that I am getting older for the technology. जब मैं इसको prepare कर रहा था, I was going through some of the recent papers and recent developments. Some of them I don't know. Even the school kids, they know better than me. So it's changing and evolving very rapidly, which I think our older generation who have given us so much, we are just purifying, but never say that technology can replace the traditional knowledge or the knowledge that we are getting from our seniors. Next. I think everybody can relate to this. This is to grab your attention.
Hello, 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 dog 1, 2, 3, hello.
How many of you have seen this?
Hello, dog 1, 2, 3, hello.
Though this was under controversy, next. We know this tool because of some controversy, but this is a very good tool. I think the forest officers, Samar sir, they know while we go for a rescue, we always put our life at risk. Indramani sir, he is a living example. How many times he faced such problem? So if we have such tools which can transmit, and we are using drones for a longer time. I take the credit, WTA was the first organization who introduced drone to forest department in Odisha. In 14, I think the first drone that was used by forest department was donated to Simlipal by WTA. And we have come way forward. Simlipal has come way forward using technology after that. Next, we are getting real-time data, like Samar sir was saying. He has made my presentation much more easier. You have seen the field implication of that tool. Next. If you see the phases, in earlier days, like in 70s, we were using handcraft. Whatever we are doing by hand. Like our seniors are the legacy, whose legacy we are following. Next. So what are the modern technology we are using? Why I can relate to the latest technology, because in WTI we have a training and technology cell where we do latest research to implement and develop latest tools that we can help department to grow with and to cope up with the changing trends. Next. Everybody is aware about mobile applications. It's been long gone, but still it is very useful, and it became useful after the introduction of smartphones. Everybody has a smartphone. Earlier days, getting data was not so easy. You send someone a hard copy, they will fill it up, they will send it back to you. Whether they will send it or not, you don't know. But with a smartphone in hand, you can get public data, you can share your format, share it along your peers, and you will get current data. And I'm proud to say Odisha has adopted Hawk, the latest one. Recently it was adopted. I think the forest officers can comment whether it's useful or not. It can get the crime data consolidated to your palms. Next. Long back we have developed a snake rescue network. Those days smartphones were just coming up. So we got this kind of data in 2014-15. So think the number of artificial intelligence cameras deployment and how they are used. Samar sir already told you. Next. Early warning systems. How many of you have heard about a term called ANIDER? Anybody know about ANIDER? ANIDER is an early warning tool that it's a simple camera with a transmission device, like a trigger camera. If it triggers, it will send a signal to your cell phone or local network, and you get to know. If it is a tiger conflict case, luckily we don't have such kind of cases in Odisha. Gradually it may come up because the number of tigers is increasing. And Samar sir, I think this will be very useful for Simlipal also, because it will give you real-time alert if the animal cross. Like in a conflict case, every minute is crucial. If you get the camera trap data after 2 hours, the tiger may move for another 5-10 kilometers. So getting a real-time data is very crucial to manage wildlife conflict. Next. These were some of the old generation of camera traps that we used. Can anybody say when was the first camera trap was used in wildlife conservation in India? Yeah, I know. Yeah. When we heard a very hue and cry about the tiger numbers declined drastically, you can search on the net about the year, it will give you. So camera trap was next. Now same camera trap is replaced with AI, nothing more. You are getting more accessibility. It can identify the animal. It can transmit the signal to your cell phones. But it's the camera trap. Only the technology is enhancing. Same, different type of collars. After getting the collars, we are getting lot of information about the animal movements. Next. What are these? These are the generation of drones that we use. I was getting that Kida. I was a engineer by education. So from the childhood, I was having that Kida of like developing new things. So we were developing this kind of drones in earlier days. We have to scratch build each drone. And those drones were not so sophisticated that anybody can use. So it was not so popular. I think after 13, 14, when DJI comes in, we are getting like user-friendly drones. That's how it became popular. You can see we made bogies and all, which can go like on-ground surveillance. Those were toys, basically, not so advanced. But now we are getting that robo-dog that we're seeing. If an animal is inside a building, you cannot send a drone inside that. But if you have a robo-dog, that's very useful. It can give you real-time data. It can go anywhere. It has a real-time LiDAR. So it can work on these stairs also, which we couldn't do with the bogies. And if you mount it with a tranquilize gun, it can tranquilize the animal without getting the, harming any rescue person who is entering into a building, threatening his life. Next. Like in forest fire operation, beach monitoring, currently we are rapidly using these drones. Next. Next. Next.
It's coming back.
At night we were tracking a tiger that was released somewhere and it's coming back, or how it's moving. The earlier drones, they were not having the infrared facility, but currently thermal imaging, infrared imaging, it helps us a lot. Next. Next. Wait, back. It's a video, it will play. See. Can you observe something from here? The elephant is limping. So it was an injured elephant. It's like Samrat sir also said, and Indramani sir will also agree to me, that in our terrain, Odisha terrain, it's very difficult to pinpoint an animal and know the injury it has without getting closer to that. And sometimes when we go close to that, the animal may charge or our team may get injured. So these thermal drones, they help us to know and understand how the animal behavior and what are the injuries, what kind of intensity of injury they have. Next. Indramani sir was there in that operation. You can see we don't have kunkies. That is the major demerit in Odisha. We don't have proper trained kunkies, which makes the rescue operation of large mammals particularly very difficult. So we have very few kunkies, but those. But sir, I don't. Sir, I have seen kunkies around India, but pardon me, but I'll say the kunkies, we say these are kunkies, these are not kunkies. Yes, sir. But they are getting older. So we need to have yeah. But this, I'm not commenting on that. But because we don't have the number of kunkies that is required for Odisha, this aerial surveillance and all this can help us a lot by saving our lives. Always the tranquilization team goes on ground to tranquilize or dart any animal. So they may charge you. The team gets injured several times. If we can get a real-time data through drone or something, this helps because you get pinpoint timing and do it. Next. So the technology use era, I'm not coming to that. These are like year-wise how it got evolved. Okay. Next. Next. Okay. The latest technology that we are using, GPS collaring, environmental sensors, edge computing device, real-time telemetry display. Already these are displayed. Next. Okay. What are coming next? Technology is, it can count real time. Hopefully soon we will be counting olive ridleys through this. It is yet to be evolved. It's not at its final stage. So it can help us and minimize our effort. There is still a lot to do because the nesting behavior is a bit different, and it's these are like created from the existing videos. This time we are planning to do real time and get the error. What are the errors we are getting? Because all of the olive ridleys, those are coming to nest. Everybody is not nesting. Some may go back. So we have to find that error and fine tune it. Next. Next. And these are two more things like that I want to say. These are underwater. Whatever we are doing aerial imagery. We are doing unless you dive. And diving is not...
Dr. Mahapatra, can you go faster?
Yeah, I'll just finish it.
Please.
Yeah. So these are some of the underwater equipments that we are, it's already tested and ready to deploy. Those can give you real-time underwater video. Next. And regarding this training, we are using VR simulations. The current 4G technology is not so fast, so we are trying to develop a intra-network that can faster those equipments. People must have played PUBG. Why PUBG is so popular? Because you can play real time with your friends. Same thing our rescue team can do for simulations, for practice. We are doing physical drills, but now we can do through virtual reality simulations and train ourselves. Next. So that's it. Next. Thank you.
Just give you a clap for lovely presentations. So I'm requesting the participants here, the audience here, the students here, just to put some questions to Dr. Mahapatra. And this is a really lovely subject, and a lot of people must be having a lot of queries in their mind. Yeah, it's just stand up and ask the questions. No, you just can come over because they're not audible. Can you just give some mic to her? She's not audible. Just come to the front.
पर और क्या काम हो रहा है, जैसे कि आप बताएं कि रोबोटिक्स में भी काम हो रहा है, ऐसा कुछ होता है? और
You can Google it, you will get all the information. Okay. Acoustic, you can type acoustic surveillance of like dolphins and all those things. But we are not getting visual data from underwater. Instead, you dive, unless you dive.
अंडर वाटर में कितना हाइट में है और एलिवेशन वगैरह के लिए जाने के लिए सिर्फ
you need sonar or lidar for that. Those were equipped with those things. The submarines I showed, no, the two. One is surface and one is underwater.
Except sonar or radiation और कुछ use हो रहा है अभी right now?
Lot of gadgets are there.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Some other students, some other participants. Because this is a new technology, a new field which is opening up. So anybody else? Somebody on the front row. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mahapatra.
I think sir was saying something.
Please.
Thanks for a very nice talk. I wanted that what is the guideline for using robots or these technologies? Any individual can do it?
If you see the second last slide, there are a lot of guidelines to use it.
Yes.
But I think second last slide. So there are a lot of guidelines. When you are flying a drone, you are getting a third perspective. So your conscience is your main thing. There are legal restrictions on procuring and flying, but for government offices, like government situations, government agencies, they can use it.
Universities?
Huh?
Universities?
For research purpose, you have to get permission.
Okay. But individual, you cannot do it.
Individual, there are restrictions, like there are sites where you can register your drone. There are no-fly zones.
Okay.
Earlier, it was not visible. Now, if you can use your mobile phone and see the no-fly zones around me,
Okay.
it will show you the no-fly
Okay.
zone.
Yesterday, there is a news late night. Trump decided to use a clouded software AI
Yes.
for pinpointing Khamenei death.
Yes,
So
sir.
can
I
you
have
highlight?
followed that.
Can
I
you
have
highlight
followed
that?
Huh?
Can you
Sir,
highlight something?
those were defense-grade equipments.
Yes.
The current what we are using, these are not at all defense-grade equipment, and I'll suggest that we cannot call these drones. Drone is a popular word. These are UAVs. This doesn't qualify drone grade. Drone has a different set of things. These are not drones. Popularly, we call it drone, but these are not drones. These are-
Yesterday, there is a two classification. Trump said no anthropic, but AI driven. And AI driven actually worked, and Khamenei could be killed.
If you can,
So,
if I can hack in your cell phone,
Yes.
I'll get all data. I don't need your number or something. Through my Bluetooth, I can just send you a message. If you open it, I'll get all your data.
Yeah, Dr. Singh.
Actually, wildlife is a science of ground to earth, down to earth. And now, because of these technological advances, which okay, I'm appreciating it. And I'm lucky that I lived through two centuries. 25 years other side and 25 years in this century. But what about the field staff? Whether they think that it is making their life easy or they are losing the ground truth from the forest.
Sir, that's why I say ki ethical and responsible use. I am a wildlifer by heart, and I understand technology. But I know there are a lot of limitations with technology. Like we can detect an elephant if it is around a railway track, but who will stop it? Just detecting is like Samar sir said, they can detect a poacher if it is inside the sanctuary. They will get the data.
Yeah,
But
that
they
is
have
very
to
excellent.
physically like engage there.
No, I understood those. It is definitely making administration
good tool.
management very good.
Yeah.
But one thing, in those days, okay, I left Similipal in 2003. If you listen to 10 o'clock night wireless, then you will hear two forest guards talking over the wireless about their own problems. And okay, my daughter's marriage is like this, my son's admission will be like this, and my tiger has gone to your area, look after it. So that kind of attachment, whether we are retaining it or losing it because of the technological advances. Have you ever talked to the staff?
Yes, sir.
Talked? Okay,
Sir,
very good.
I think people who know me, they know I'm a ground person. I prefer to work on ground.
No,
than-
you do it. Whether they are losing the ground or they are continuing with the ground.
Sir, if
Just,
something your
we'll
conscience
end
doesn't
it, we'll
permit-
end it.
Sir, this question can be answered by Mr. Gowda at a later period.
Yeah,
but just
after.
remember this question.
I think we will talk
He will be answering this question towards the end of the session, right?
It's an unending discussion, sir.
Dr. Mahapatra will be stopping here, and towards the end of this question will be answered by Mr. Gowda because he is from the field. Please remember this question. Huh?
Sir, excuse me, sir. Just a line. Just a line.
Sir.
I have a specific question. What Dr. L.A.K. Singh told, the field worker should be in the ground. And the technology that you have explained here, excellent development. What we see in future, whether the same person will be involved both in field work and technology application, or two different sets of people will be involved in the process. Some people specializing in the field work and other set of people apply technology.
Sir, we cannot ignore the traditional knowledge. The ground knowledge
what is going to happen in future?
We can implement the technology that is user friendly and acceptable by these people. We have to make it so, we have to simplify the equipment. We cannot tell them what is research. Just give them a cell phone. Now, like normal cell phone, when it started, what we saw? Earlier we used to go to a cyber cafe and call. Now we got a cell phone. So it made our life easier. In a similar way, if you can make the ethical use of technology, technology is nuclear power. You can make a nuclear reactor or an atom bomb. It depends up to you.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was such a wonderful lecture, and everybody really enjoyed. I believe a lot of people have a lot of questions, and towards the end of this session, probably Mr. Gowda and yourself will be answer few questions. Thank you very much. I'll request Mr. Dr. Prakash Mardharaj, member IUCN SSB Beer Specialist Group, who will be speaking on antagonism to alliance, beer conservation Nilgiri, Odisha. Yeah. So he is basically a beer man, and people will be listening about the beers in the field. So Dr. Mardharaj, please. Just give him a clap, yeah? Just give him a clap. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chair, Co-Chair, and dignitaries, and my friends. So I'm here to talk about our work from antagonism to alliance. Here I mention our work means myself with the Forest Department, collaborating lot of other organizations and saving some bears in Nilagiri, which is in Baleshwar. Next. Okay, most of the students, just to give a brief idea on bears, there are 8 species of bears found throughout the world, and it's all the 7 species of bears found in northern hemisphere, only 1 species found in southern hemisphere. As Rudra was telling, you can Google it. Next. So in India we have 4 species of bears, and in sloth bear is very confined to India subcontinent. It's India, Sri Lanka and Nepal, and it's found in 19 states of in India. And it has put under Schedule 1 under Wildlife Protection Act, and Appendix 1 of CITES, and vulnerable in IUCN Red List. Next. In Odisha, it is earlier it was distributed throughout the Odisha except the coast. Later on, due to a habitat district of 44 forest divisions in Odisha. So sloth bears are solitary. The most roam in the jungle at night, and undisturbed. You can bears and humans shares the same habitat. Next. So in Nilagiri, it started the frequent cases of attacks, and it has been reported on the newspapers, and regular death cases will also be notified by the department, by the people, and so bear were straying out from the forest and getting into the human habitations. As it's an endangered species and it's need to be protected in this landscape, so there was small effort was initiated. Next. So this is a very normal day when bear is inside a village. So you can see the lot of motorcycles of the villagers. From the nearby village, they come to see bears in the daytime. So it's in the Nilgiri section of Nilgiri Wildlife Range. Next. So Nilgiri Wildlife Range is in Baleshwar Wildlife Division. It's have 5 reserve forests. It's the mountain range from 50 to 500 meters. You can imagine the peaks. So there are 3 sections: Nilgiri, Mitrapur, and Sajnagarh, and it's comprised of 444 square kilometers. It's a lovely habitat for the sloth bears. It's a prime species for the landscape, with having rocky outcrop for there, and it's surrounded by a lot of villages. Next. So there is a reduction of some cases. When we compare it in decades, there are some reduction in the conflict cases in the sections. Nilgiri section, there has been reduction. It was really amazing. I will talk on that, why the reduction of the cases. And Mitrapur sections give a spike on the cases. So human mauling are categorized in 3 category is human death or major injury and minor injury. Sorry for the photos. Next. So there are some reported of 11 sloth bear deaths during the data collection, and people are also been killed and has been sanctioned. Next. The reasons, when we survey the area, we found the prime, as everybody knows, that habitat destruction, and the main reason for the habitat destruction in that landscape is the stone quarries and red soil quarries. And the revenue forest were being leased out to for the mining purpose, which were act as a corridor for the different reserve forest, which were acting as a corridor for this species to move around from one forest to other. Next. So I was talking about the shifting of the conflict. There was a establishment of DRDO. There was a radar establishment in that Nilgiri section. The peak was used by the DRDO for establishing a radar. So next. So this was the time when bears also face huge interference, machines, noise, human interference, and they shifted from Nilgiri to Mitrapur section, and Mitrapur section were result with the high conflicts. The second is the use of natural resources for the fuel wood. The local forest dwellers, villagers, they totally depend on the nearby reserve forest for their daily use firewoods, and is a free of cost, so it hampers the habitat. Uncontrolled grazing is also an important portion, and this spikes the availability of food habit in the bear area. Collection of NTAP from the forest, which are of bear interest. Next. So 24 species of bear food item has been extracted from the forest and is being sold out in the local hart or market for their livelihoods, which really affect the sloth bear food habit. There has been a peculiar cases has been reported from this region, which was first the dead carcasses, but here there has been 31 dead carcasses, but here there has been 31 cases has been reported during a certain period of time, where there was report and seen by the people that the cattle headers have been chased and attacked by the sloth bears and killed and really ate on it, and during the night also the bears are coming into the villages and destroying the chicken pens and eating on those chicken. And later on in Deccan Plateau also, in Karnataka also, this type of activities has been reported couple of years back. This says that how animals can adapt with the time being. Next. So we did an attitude survey for the area also, and we collected information from the villagers, and we found that even if they try to save the forest, but they don't want bears into that, because they want forest for their own use only, for the NTAP collections and for fuel wood, but they don't want any harmful animals like sloth bears into that, so that prevents them to get into the forest. And 98% of respondents, they don't know the forest staff. This is a very concerned thing. People and forest department, they should be very correlated. The forest staff deputed in that area, he should be very aware with the people and village people, so that the coordination works for the betterment. So we started some people participatory works, doing some paintings among the school's children around the bear distributed areas, and there were very fascinating result. Kids know what are the reasons. They came up with the really nice paintings. Next. And we encourage them to know about the more on the bear ecology and what are the things they should be aware in the bear countries. Next. Simultaneously, we were doing some training workshop with the forest department, with the local people, and what are the circumstances in a bear country, what are the people should avoid, how conflict should be ignored, and how things can be managed or minimized. Next. So many programs with the other organizations like WTI and other IUCN's activities, we conducted lot of this type of activities and forest department involvements. So we rescued nearly 14 sloth bears from that area, which were earlier used to be retaliately killed by the villagers. Next. So case one where bear were handled with the net. Next. And we managed to maintain the crowd so that bears stay in their place and it's get away when the night falls. Next. And use of local techniques, local equipments to make a ladder so that bears and human it's not need to chemical restraint. Next. Next. So the chemical immobilization with the rescue team, with the WTI and Simlipal rescue team was there. We have successfully rescued really nice and concerning bears, young cubs from trap. Next. So strategy as forestation, reforestation, and the main thing is that other line department like Panchayat Raj, powers, grid, and they should come up with the forest to mitigate this conflict situation. Next. So without these dignities help, this project work wouldn't be possible. Thank you for all these people. Next. Thank you, and
thank you very much. And it was such a wonderful lecture, and all our audience were really delighted to listen to this lecture. I request the audience to ask the questions, and of course the researchers, the students, they must be having. Yeah, Dr. Paricha.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
So that's a very wonderful work. I would like to appreciate the work because while working on field, there's a very common question that I commonly come across. People ask me, are you not afraid of the wild animals while walking on the field? And I always have one answer for them. There are only two animals in our Indian jungles that I'm afraid of. One is an elephant with mast and a sloth bear, because I have seen what consequences can be. Sir, I would like to refer to a specific slide that you have mentioned, that is livestock depredation. Now, this is a very unique behavior which we have not observed in sloth bears. As I come to know from your slides, sir, there is this unusual behavior recorded from 2009 to 2010, and there have been reported 31 such cases. Yeah. Sir, was that a single rogue animal, or was that a specific group of animals in a specific area that are responsible for such events?
Actually, specific area, and there are a couple of individuals, maybe the mother and the young sub-adult were doing, and they have had the taste. There are some chicken and mutton shops are around in the village. So these might be related to that. So after that, there were no such incidents. So maybe some individuals were doing. And in Karnataka also, there has been a paper on that. There were some issues, the same issues with this, but they were recently, and these were the long back in 9-10.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we are so sorry. Actually, it was such a lovely lecture, but everybody was enjoying it. It's so practical. And I can just take one more question. Anybody can just put one question more, because we are at sort of time. So sorry. Just one more question. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, my name is Gitanjali Pradhan. ମୁଁ ବରଗଡ଼ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ ଅତାବିରା ବ୍ଲକ ପାହାସିଡ଼ା ପଞ୍ଚାୟତର ସରପଞ୍ଚ ଅଛି। ମୋ ପଞ୍ଚାୟତକୁ ଲାଗିକି ଡେବ୍ରିଗଡ଼ରେ ଅଛି। ଆଉ ମୋ ପଞ୍ଚାୟତରେ ମାନେ ଜଙ୍ଗଲକୁ ଲାଗିକି ଗୋଟେ ଖ୍ରୀଷ୍ଟିଆନ ପଡ଼ା ଅଛି। ସାର୍, ମୋର କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍ ହେଲା ଯେ ଭାଲୁ କାହିଁକି ଲୋକଙ୍କ ଆଖିକୁ ଆକ୍ରମଣ କରେ? ଯେମିତିକି ଆମର ଦୁଇଟା ଲୋକ ଏବେ ମାନେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଦୁଇଟା ଲୋକଙ୍କର ଆଖି ସେଟା ହେଇଥିଲା। ଗୋଟେଙ୍କର ମାନେ ତା ଆଖିକୁ ଏମିତି ଜାବୁଡ଼ି ଧରିଥିଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ତାର ଏଇ ଜାଗାଟା ବାଜିଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେଙ୍କର ଆଖିରେ ପୁରା ତାର ଆଖି ମାନେ ନାହିଁ, माने तार कारणटा काना मोर जानिबार अछि थैंक यू सर
अपन से कॉन्फ्लिक्ट फोटोज रे भी देख परिबे जे मोस्टली से माने आखी को एक्चुअली से माने आखी को अटैक करनी से एक्चुअली दे वांट टू माने देखा जानती बड़ देखा तार डिफेंड करने से दुई गुड़ में ठिया ही जाती तो जी गोटे एडल्ट स्लॉथ बेल्स जब ठिया हम से 5 फुट अप रे से ठिया हम तो गोटे नॉर्मल ह्यूमन बीइंग रो से फेस टू फेस रही सी ट्राई करे स्लैप करने एंड मोस्टली मुहरे से स्लैप करे क्योंकि एट द आई लेवल से आसे तो सेते बेले से मेनली फेस को आसे एंड तो आखी एंड फेस को ही अटैक करे से एज ए डिफेंस.
It was such a lovely answer. And Dr. Prakash, it was everybody enjoyed. It was so lovely, but we are so sorry that we were short of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Give him a clap. Give him a clap, please. So I am requesting the next speaker, Dr. Prasad Kumar Das, scientist, Odisha Biodiversity Board. He will be speaking on invisible extinction. Why we lose animals, and it is a lovely subject. So everybody will be enjoying, and why we are actually going to lose our animals.
शुभ अपराह्न समस्त को आउ थे स्वागत बोधे मु शेष लास्ट आई मीन टॉक दवापी जाऊँगी एक्चुअली मु बिफोर लंच सर मु हूँ प्रसाद कुमार दास मु ओडिशा राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड रे उद्भिद विज्ञानी हिसाब से कार्यरत गोटे मिनिट मोर प्रेजेंटेशन आगु किसी कहवाई चाहूँगी जे गोटे कथार अच्छी जे एक्ट लोकाली टू हैव ए ग्लोबल इम्पैक्ट आमे मु निजक ओडिया हिसाब से गर्व अनुभव करे सब आ मते लगे जे मु ओडिशा रे जदि निजर कामटा को न करके आम ओडिशा को हाइलाइट न करि परिबि ताल मोर रिसर्च र किछि मूल्य नाही तो सबले सेटा हला मोर लक्ष्य तो से पे जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ एवं वंदे उत्कल जननी तो मु मोर जो जर्नी आरंभ करथिली 2014 मसियारू ओडिशा बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड रे जॉइन कली ता पूर्व मु अक्षय पट्टनायक सर को अरुण मिश्र सर को अजय जेना सर को एवं सिमिलपाल रो फील्ड डायरेक्टर सेतळे थिले जेतळे हम सेतिक लोकन को जानिथिली तो जॉइन कली जेतळे मोर डिपार्टमेंट भितर जो जानिबा लोक 4-5 जण थिले किंतु से मत बहुत इंस्पायर करथिले काम करिया पई तो जदि कहिबी जे when we started our journey with 4 persons from forest department to right now reaching each and everyone in the department started मंडासारू रो आमे काम आरंभ करथिलु मंडासारू फुलबाणी रे गोटे जगह छोटिया जगह तो स्टार्टेड विथ मंडासारू राइट नाउ आमे 4टा जैव विविधता ऐतिह्य स्थल डिक्लेयर करिवारे सहाय्य करछु राज्य सरकार को एवं आउ 2टा होबा पे जाउची एवं एमती 35 टी स्थान चिन्हट करा जायची आमे आरंभ करथिलु जेतळे ओडिशा जैव विविधतार जो आकलन थिला 3000 प्रजातिर उद्भिद थिला वर्तमान सेटा 5134 प्रजाति हेची आमे आरंभ करथिलु पाखापाखि 2000 जंतु वन्यप्राणी ता पाखापाखि वर्तमान 3000 प्रजाति सेटा पहुंच सारची आमे जो आरंभ करथिलु हमर चिन्हा बेली केही नथिले आमे गोटिए जैव विविधता बोर्ड रे 5 जण सदस्य थिलु वर्तमान 80,000 जैव विविधता परिचालना समितिर सदस्य माने हम संगे अछंती एवं पूरा डिपार्टमेंट हम संगे अछि आमे जो काम आरंभ करथिलु जे ओडिसा रे जो विपदपूर्ण संकटपूर्ण प्रजातिर किछि जणा नथिला वर्तमान 163 प्रकार उद्भिद विपदपूर्ण बा संकटपूर्ण प्रजातिर चिन्हट करा जायछि जाहाको प्लांट्स ऑफ कंजर्वेशन को आउछि एवं 65 प्रजातिर एनिमल मध्ये होइछंती आमे जो आरंभ करथिलु जे बायोडायवर्सिटी हॉटस्पॉट रु एबे आमे सेटा को जानुछु दैट इज हॉटस्पॉट फॉर बायोडायवर्सिटी 2टा जिनस को जाय सब मिसनोमर यूज करा होछि हमर जे सिमिलपाल इज बायोडायवर्सिटी हॉटस्पॉट नाही सिमिलपाल बायोडायवर्सिटी हॉटस्पॉट नो इट इज अ हॉटस्पॉट फॉर बायोडायवर्सिटी कांगना बायोडायवर्सिटी हॉटस्पॉट होबा पे 1500 प्रजातिर जो भास्कुलर प्लांट एंडेमिक हेतिबा दरकार अछि एवं 70% प्राइमरी वेजिटेशन लॉस हेतिबो तो आमे जो जर्नी आरंभ करथिलु आज जहाँ आमे काम करछु सेटा वर्तमान 53टा फॉरेस्ट डिवीजन आम सहित अछंती सबु डीएफओज ऑलमोस्ट आम सहित मिसी काम करछंती जहाँ भी मु प्रेजेंट करछु एटा टोटल ओवरऑल हमर जो जर्नी अछि लोकन सहित लर्न करछु लोकन को सिखिछु एवं ता सहित डिपार्टमेंट जो हमको सहयोग करछि सेटा तो मोर प्रेजेंटेशन तो मोर आज टॉपिक अछि इनविजिबल एक्सटिंक्शन why we lose animals when we ignore plant मो प्रथम स्लाइड रे आपण माने देखि परथिबे जे गोटे जो हमर बायोवेवर रो फोटो दिया आछि ताळ गछरे तो इंटरेस्टिंग जिनस एबे देखिए बायोवेवर वर्तमान जाकि तार रे बसा करछि 11 केबी लाइन रे तार धीरे भर्ती हेतिबो एमिति तार कोनसी जगह नै सेटा हला अडॉप्टेशन रियलाइज करिबा ताहले जानि पारे जे ताळ गछ केते दरकार अछि सेटा विपदपूर्ण न हो एंडेंजर न हो थ्रेटेड न हो किंतु ताळ गछर प्रेजेंस केते अछि तार जदि हम इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेस वैल्यूएशन करिबा ताहले हमें जानि पारिबा जे ताळ गछ केते दरकार अछि तो से जो ताल गछर स्टोरी आरंभ होता ताल गछ पाखे ठिया आम जो देखिलु ताल गछ खाली बाया व्यवहार नथिले आहुरी बहुत प्रकार चढ़ई रोते रिसेंटली आम बौद्धरू फेरुलु जे आमर जेहेतु सारगुणा बर्तमान ओडिशा पलैंती किंतु ता जगह किए नहीं ब्लैक काइट परिया काइट जोटा से ताल गछरे भर्ती होता पाखापाखि 500 खंडे परिया काइट गोटे जगह अच्छा से बर्तमान कार्कास को फीड कर तो यही सब जिनस को लेकिन मोर ऑब्जर्वेशन नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। तो प्रथम मु प्रश्न पचारे निजको जे वेदर वी कंसीडर प्लांट्स एज वाइल्ड लाइफ और नॉट एटी पूरा वाइल्ड लाइफ कथा डिस्कशन होची बोधे मु एका लोक जे भी प्लांट विषय कहया जाऊँगी तो प्रथम मोर प्रश्न जमी वाइल्ड लाइफ डेफिनेशन एनी organism living organism plants or animal which cannot be domesticated and cultivated can called wildlife and that is not introduced by humans. So a right side रे गोटे orchid रो photo दिया है Dr. Samrat Gowda is here. So that is called area megasaniensis. ताकू आपण गोटे सिमिलपाल रो खैरीपुर पिक गोटे अच्छी गोटे जगह रे सेठी 600 इंडिविजुअल टोटल अछंती that is called endemic. Endemic माने आगुरु ओडिसा रे एंडेमिज्म रो किछि कांसेप्ट नथिला आमे निजे परिश्रम करिकि निज सेकेंडरी सर्वे करी लिटरेचर करी 28 टा एंडेमिक प्लांट ओडिसा रो बाहर करछु ता भितरु एटा गोटे एंडेमिक प्लांट अछि एटा को जेते चेष्टा करिकि आपण आनी कि चेष्टा करिकि लैब रे ताकू टिश्यू कल्चर करिकि हम जेते ट्राई कराला से हेला नाही ता माने एटा वाइल्ड लाइफ हबो ना नाही आकु आमे कल्टिवेट करि पानु चेष्टा करले भी करि पानु जेते चेष्टा करले भी तो मोर प्रथम क्वेश्चन आंसर देली एटा जे आमे मध्य प्राणी उद्भिद माने मध्य वाइल्ड लाइफ रे आछंती नेक्स्ट तो बेले बेले प्रश्न पचरा जाए व्हाई वी विल प्रोटेक्ट अ स्पीसीज लाइक ह्यूमन्स आम जमी कहे वी हैव राइट टू लिव राइट टू से राइट फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच एवरीथिंग दे हैव द राइट टू लिव दे हैव टू राइट टू फ्लोरिश दे हैव टू फ्लावर दे कैन प्रोड्यूस फ्रूट्स सेकंड क्वेश्चन ईच स्पीसीज इज सिग्निफिकेंटली कंट्रीब्यूटेड टू द वेलबीइंग ऑफ द ह्यूमन सोसाइटी सम आर वेल नोन सम आर नॉट नोन किछि नोन विषय आम जानिछु किछि अननोन को आम एक्सप्लोर करिया पे एबे काम चलिछु जोटा कि हमर मुख्य उद्देश्य तापर ईच स्पीसीज हैज some social economic and ecological significance जोटा निहाती जानिया दरकार अछि बेले बेले आपण गाँ को जिबे जंगल ले जाई पचारे आज्ञा ए गछटा कोन कहले ना एटा मिसलेनियस गछटा आमे जानिनु सेही भलिया मिसलेनियस गछ गोटे होउची गोटे झोटिया गछ ता ना होउची आपनकर गोटे हमर जो ओडिसा रु थ्रेटेन्ड प्लांट डिक्लेयर करा हैतिला लासियो कोका कम्बेरी आ 13 टा एनिमल जेतल ओडिसा बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड तयार हे नथिला 13 टा एनिमल गोटे प्लांट को थ्रेटेन्ड डिक्लेयर करा जायतिला लासियो कोका कम्बेरी एमती गोटे गछ जहाँ लोक जानती गोटे मिसलेनियस गछ तादर ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड्स एते ऑयल एते रिच अच्छी से वेरी यूजफुल प्लांट फॉर फ्यूचर तो तार कहर माने हला साइंटिफिक नॉलेज और पार्टिसिपेटरी जो ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज मिसिकी गले कंजर्वेशन एफर्ट बेसी हो पारिबो तार एग्जांपल दोची एटी तीनटा फोटो देछि गोटे मॉस अछि मु लिखिछि इनविजिबल एक्सटिंक्शन माने तार डिफाइन कली जे एमती किछि अननोटिस अननेचुरली बहुत स्पीसीज अछन जा विषय में जानिने ताकू डॉक्यूमेंट करिया पूर्व सेटा लोप पाई जाउछि तो से जो मॉसटा देखाए जेटा महेंद्रगिरी रे 1300 मीटर ऊपर गोटे गछरे अछि सेटा हेयर टॉनिक वगैरह यूज करा जाय तादरु चुट्टी ग्रो करिया पे करा जाउछि राइट साइड रे गोटे ब्रायोफाइट अछि दैट इज कॉल्ड रिक्सिया पार्थनकोटेंसिस सेटा रिंग वर्म हुए जो जादू हुए ताकू भलो करिया पे बेस्ट मेडिसिन अछि एवं लास्ट रे गोटे छोटिया मॉस दिया जायछि फिनोलोटिस लावी सेटा मध्य गोटे यूनिक स्पीसीज मेडिसिनल यूज करा होछि रिगार्डिंग इन चाइनीज मेडिसिन रे तो हमरो ए सब रिसोर्सेस अछि नेक्स्ट एटा मोर गोटे इंटरेस्टिंग जर्नी जेतल मु काम करथिली फास्ट सार जेमती एलके सिंह सर मोर फास्ट पाथ फाइंडर मु निश्चय कहबी काने जेतल मु सिमिलपाल पीएचडी आरंभ करथिली सर मते बहुत गाइड करचंदी बसैबे नै कि जिबे ना एपट को जा सेपट काम कर एक्वाटिक प्लांटर काम करथिली सर कहंती फील्ड को जीवो जदी पानी भितरे पसिबो एक्वाटिक प्लांट कलेक्ट करिया पई पूरा भितर को कादुओ रे ताहाले जहा पाइबो तो न आंठेले हबनी रिसर्च हे पारेनी सेटा हला देखो मो निज गोड़ एठी अछि मु प्रथम जेतले जानिली महेंद्रगिरी ऊपर एटा कोन नाली नाली पैच अछि देखिला को धीरे धीरे तो सर्वे कली भाला एटा कार्निवोरस प्लांट्स ओडिसा रे तार किसी जणा नथिला जे केते स्पीसीज अछंती एक्जेक्टली कोन अछि 5 वर्ष लागिला 16टा 17टा प्रजाति को चिन्हि की तार डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन तार प्रॉब्लम तार थ्रेट कोई कोन अछि डिटेल डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करछु हमें इवन इफ को इंसेक्ट को से माने ट्रैप करछंती को इंसेक्ट नुआ बहुत डॉक्यूमेंटेशन ती बहुत काम होइछि तो तार कहयार माने हला एटा गोटे इंटरेस्टिंग जिंस जहा पछरे पसिया दरकार अछि नेक्स्ट आपण माने केते जण बे कहि परिबे जे बाघ नखी गछ बे देखुचंदी बहुत कॉमन गछ क्वेश्चन आसियो बेले बेले भर्ती हेतला भुवनेश्वर उपकंठ रे चारि आड़े एबे गोटे गछ मिलुनी राइट साइड रे गोटे गछ अछि एंटी एरिस टॉक्सिक एरिया जहा को हमें जंदा खाई बेली कहिथां बा भ्रमर मारी से गछ माने आपण विश्वास करबेनी एते यूजफुल दरकारी गछ हमर फुलबाणी रे गोटे दिले जगह रे अछि बहुत कम जगह रे अछि सी भी धीरे धीरे लोप पाइलानी तो मु जो कहूची जे बिफोर वी नो दैट स्पीसीज इट बिकम्स एक्सटिंक्ट आउ एक्सटिंक्शन मोर जो आज टॉक अच्छी ग्लोबल एक्सटिंक्शन नुह लोकल लेवल जहाँ प्रोब्लेम होची मु कहूची जे मु ओडिशा को भल पाए ओडिशार रिसर्च उपर ओडिशार प्लांट एनिमल उपर आम रिसर्च करछु ता विषय कहूची नेक्स्ट गोटे ऑर्किड अच्छी भारी साइट स्पेसिफिक ऑर्किड इट इज पॉलिनेटेड बाय ए पर्टिकुलर इंसेक्ट सेटा हला पेक्टियलिस जाइगान्सिया कोर्लापाटर जो 3000 फुट ऊपर जो लैटेराइट प्लाट्यू अच्छी ता ऊपर केवल गोटे पॉपुलेशन अच्छी पाखापाखि 10टा रु 12टा गछ अच्छी आपन कोठी ओडिशा रे पाइबेनी शरद मित्र सर आगुर काम करथिले बहुत जगह पाइले आ मिलू नाही आ तार गोटे प्रॉब्लम अच्छी तार ट्यूबर को बारहा खोलिकी खाई दिए आपन जदि न जिबे सेठी न देखिबे तार कंजर्वेशन प्लान केमति तैयार करिवे सेत साइंस नीड कंजर्व जो एफर्ट दरकार अच्छी कंजर्वेशन जो एनफोर्समेंट को ता सहित एविडेंस दरकार अच्छी ता सहित लोकों सपोर्ट दरकार अच्छी राइट साइड गोटे ऑर्किड अच्छी यूलोफिया स्पेक्टाबिलिस बडरमा वाइल्ड लाइफ सैंक्चुरी विषय गोटे पॉपुलेशन अच्छी छोटिया पॉपुलेशन गोटे आउ कोठी नाही नेक्स्ट एटा गोटे विष्णु जोड़ी बेली कुआ हुए ब्लेफारिस्पर्मम सबसिसिल समस्ते जानी प्राय यहाँ जो आम 41टा औषधीय उद्भिद जोटा संकटापूर्ण उद्भिद चिन्हट कर भर गोटे ए गछर किलो जो चेरर किलो 5000 टंका रायपुर मार्केट रे बिक्री होची एंड इट इज ओनली एप्लिकेबल टू वन ऑफ द गुरु डोंगर बेली गोटे जगह अच्छी मेडिसिनल प्लांट कंजर्वेशन एरिया जो 6टा डिक्लेयर कराइतला तादुर नुआ पड़ारे एटा गोटे जगह आमे चेष्टा करछु वर्तमान से 6टा एमपीसीए को केमती रिस्टोर करिवु रिवाइव करिवु वी आर टॉकिंग विथ आई एम टॉकिंग विथ द चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफ स्टेट मेडिसिनल प्लांट बोर्ड वी आर हैविंग ए प्लान आमे एई वर्ष से योजना करछु नेक्स्ट किया गछ भितर आमे समस्त जानिचे आगुरु छोटो बेले किया को कंदा खाउथिले ओपाड़ी ताको बढ़िया लगे खाइबा किंतु किए जानिचे जे किया फुलर जो ऑयल एक्सट्रैक्ट करा होची 6 लाख टंका ता लीटर एटा बढ़ी गलानी एबे हमर एटी रिसर्च कलर अछंती हमर से माने एबे काम करछन तापरे आ किया गछ मूल इटसेल्फ गोटे इकोसिस्टम सेठी नेचुरल रिवाइविंग सिस्टम आ सबु कियार फुल हुए नाही केवल आपण गंजाम जो बेल्टा अच्छी सेठी 120टा भाटी अच्छी किया जो कलेक्शन करा होची ताकू छाड़ देले अलगाडे किया अच्छी किंतु फुल होउनी नेशनल बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड रो चेयरमैन कहउचंदी जे केस स्टडी डॉक्यूमेंट करी किया केंदी रीइंट्रोड्यूस करा है कि किया को केंदी तादरु ऑयल एक्सट्रैक्ट कराबो तापे आपण योजना प्रस्तुत करंदु बीएमसी को मिसेकी नेक्स्ट एडी 3टा गछ देखैची गोटे हला प्रथमे डिक्सोजाइलम गोढा तोड़ा जोटा कि केंजर फॉरेस्ट डिवीजन रे अछि आ गोटे नेटोमुला गोटे जिम्नोस्पर्म अछि राइट साइड रे गोटे हमर नोथोपेजिया रेसिमोजा 3टा गछ अछि 3टा जाकी 20टा गछ अछि आउ तार थर्ड स्टेज क्लिनिकल ट्रायल कैंसर पे थर्ड स्टेज रिसर्च चलची इफ इट गेट सक्सीडेड इट विल बी सिग्निफिकेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन टू द रिसर्च इन प्लांट साइंस लास्ट मझी गछटा गोटे नेटोमुला जोटा गोटे जिम्नोस्पर्म ताकू आमे जो वेट लॉस करिया पे ट्राइबल माने खाउचंदी ता मंजी को भाजी की तो दैट इज वन ऑफ द यूनिक प्लांट स्पीसीज नेक्स्ट थैंक्स टू फील्ड डायरेक्टर सिमलीपाल हु इज वर्किंग विथ मी सिंस लास्ट 14 मसीह जेबेटू अच्छी आम काम करूँ सी एमती किसी मसरूम मत सिमलीपाल फटो उठे पठेले मुझे एगुड़ा आप कौटू पाइले ना आमर अच्छी मुझे बुले जाइली एपर्यंत आम सिमलीपाल खाली तांकरी फटोरू 100टा मसरूम आइडेंटिफाई करूँ जोड़ा अनरेकर्डेड फ्रॉम द स्टेट ऑफ ओडिशा से बाँ पट मसरूमटा न्यूजीलैंड मसरूम आगुरी एवं इंडिया रिपोर्ट होती 2टा जगह डाहाण पटटा गोटे मसरूम से फालस इंडुसियाटस सेटा भी सेमती पाखापाखि 3000 टंका तार ड्राई पाउडर बिक्री होची विभिन्न जगह गोटे स्टोरी अच्छी या पछरे जो फास्ट टाइम मुझे रिपोर्ट कली कोरापुटरू गला गोटे बाउंस पैच भितर पाखापाखि 7टा स्पीसीज थिला 7टा फालस इंडुसियाटस फालस मेरुलिनस फालस डुप्लिकेटस तार 7टा स्पीसीज अच्छी नहीं सर देवमाली पूर्व गला को गोटे जगह गोटे गाँ अच्छी सर कौन ता नाम मन पड़नी जस्ट ता पूर्व सर मु नेक्स्ट टाइम जो गली कलेक्ट करने से बाउंस बुधा ही नाला आ किसी स्पीसीज नहीं सो habitat टा कितने important for I mean sustaining the biodiversity that is the example next तो एबे हमें आसी ऑलमोस्ट जानिचे थैंक्स दे खाली हमें एटी एनिमल कथा डिस्कशन करछु सब मोर प्लांट भी अछि किछि अछि 2टा मेजर ग्रुप कोनिफर आ साइकाड्स जोटा कि मैक्सिमम थ्रेटेन मनोज नायक सर मते बारंबार रिपीट करथले प्रसाद जे साइकास को हमें इंक्लूड करै परिबा वाइल्ड लाइफ प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट रे मुगल सर करै परिबा ना एटा कोन ना मुगल सर साइकास ओरिक्सेंसिस और साइकास नयगडेंसिस हमर एंडेमिक स्पीसीज ओडिसा छडा से मते काम करके बाहर करचंदी आ गोटे सबुठ इंटरेस्टिंग होची जिंस जानचंदी मोर से पेचा फॉरेस्ट आउटलेट रो मोस्ट सेटा सर 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 तो एठी एक्चुअली मु इनविजिबल एक्सटिंक्शन डेफिनेशन ऑलरेडी कहि सालिनी सबुठ बड़ पॉइंट होची लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस जोटा को आम कहूचे जे हमर गोटे ओडिया रे कहंती जानिबा जणेबा और जिणिबा 3टा ज हमको लागिबो जे टाइगर कंजर्वेशन ऊपर एते फोकस दिया जाउची एलिफेंट कंजर्वेशन ऊपर फोकस दिया जाउची बहुत जगह दिया जाउची किंतु प्लांट रो कोन रोल रहइबो जदि टाइगर को से हैबिटेट रे रहिया को अछि ताले प्राइमरी जो प्रोड्यूसर्स अच्छी जो मैंने हर्बिवोर्स अच्छी से रहा दरकार से गछ रहा दरकार अच्छी जे केबे आम भावानी जे टाइगर को प्लांट आइसोलेट करके अलग करा सो से आम कहूँ जे कौन जगह को हाबिटाट को प्रोटेक्ट कर दिया जाबा दरकार अच्छी किसी मैनेजमेंट दरकार नहीं नो मैनेजमेंट इज रिक्वायर्ड लीव दैट प्लेस एज आइसोलेटेड automatically that forest will regenerate, species will come, they will interact. Plant animal interaction is the best example, so that will automatically come. Next, এটা ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟିଆ ଆମର ଏଫର୍ଟ ସ୍କୁଲ ପିଲାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଆମେ 5ଟା ବହି ସାର୍ ତିଆରି କରିଛୁ ଟୁ ରେଜ୍ ଆୱାରନେସ୍ ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟ ହାଇସ୍କୁଲ ପାଇଁ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ ଟାଇମ୍ ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟ ହାଇସ୍କୁଲ ପାଇଁ ତିଆରି କରାଗଲା ଏଥିରେ ଅଛି ଯେ ବରଗଛ ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟିଆ ଆମର ଚାପ୍ଟର ଅଛି ଆମେ କହୁଛୁ ଯେ ବରଗଛ ଖାଲି ଇଟସେଲ୍ଫ गोटे इकोसिस्टम जो कीस्टोन फिशिज कथा काली डिस्कशन होता जे कहीं तार गोटे पार्ट बेसी समस्ते प्राय जान नथिबे आमर एक्सपर्ट को छाड़देले पिला मान मध्य अछंती जे बरगछ को जदि डिग्रेडेड लैंडस्केप रे इंट्रोड्यूस करा जाए ताहले सेरा रिस्टोर करबो नेचुरली जोटा इको रेस्टोरेशन आम कहूँ कहीं जाइए केबे देखिबो गोटे बरगछ मूल आ गोटे आंब गछ मूल को कंपेयर कर देखिबो तादरे कोठी बेसी अलगा स्पीसीज अलगा प्लांट स्पीसीज रो रिजेनरेशन कौटी हो सब देखिए बरगछ मूल्य अधिका अच्छी कहीं ना फिग गोटे एमतिया स्पीसीज जोटी कि केते प्रकार बार्ड्स अच्छा से खाती डेफिकेट करते जो तले पड़े खाली फिग तो खाइबेनी अलग जिनस भी खाई आसते जो डेफिकेट करेंगे ता मूल से
to tell you there is a shortage of time
2 मिनिट
माने आपण एते भलो कहउचंती जे मु आपण मना करिया पे मो निज भितर आसुनी किंतु मु बाध्य होउची आपण विपद कहया पे कि प्लीज आपण ये कर दियंतु लास्ट आपण समाप्त करैबार अछि आपण
नेक्स्ट एटा गोटे एग्जांपल जे कोन होबो जदी प्लांट न रहिला जे जेमि हमर हाथी रे 184 टा प्लांट हम आइडेंटिफाई करछो एटा हाथी रो खाद्य 20 टारू ऑलरेडी तापे गोटे पब्लिकेशन नै छी जेमि हमर सी डुगन जे चली गला जे ओडिसा रु सकाळे कथा होतली नाही आ ताकर मेन खाद्य सी ग्रासेस और सॉल्ट मार्सेस जो मेन फोकस थिला तार मध्ये वर्तमान रिस्टोरेशन पे प्रोग्राम चलची हमर जोडी देखिबे जे नेपाली मुसा आ जो फ्लाइंग स्क्विरल जायंट स्क्विरल रो मेन खाद्य होची ता मध्ये तार जो फ्रुगिवर्स जो फ्रूट गुडा ता ऊपर इंपैक्ट अछि सकाळे कथा होतले बाइसन विषय बाइसन रो दीटा स्पीसीज अछि मेन फूड गोटे जो दीटा ग्रास अछि जोटा ग्रास स्पीसीज दैट इज आल्सो डॉक्यूमेंटेड नेक्स्ट ये गोटे लोकल एग्जांपल अच्छी छोटियाटे आरपीआरसी जो मैंने जाइए से देखिथे जे गोटे पेल कैप पिजन अच्छी तार मेन खाद्य हूँ ट्रेमा ओरिएंटालिस गोटे गछ अच्छी जदि से गछ से रही पेल कैप पिजन आसोनी दीटा जाक पेल कैप पिजन आउ ऑरेंज ब्रेस्टेड पिजन जोटा दीटा जाक आउ हिल माइना देखिए आप जो चंपा फल तार मेन खाद्य चंपा फल जो यू इंट्रोड्यूस माइकेलिया चंपा ट्री हिल माइना ऑटोमेटिकली कम नेक्स्ट ये किसी दिया जाए जे ए एनिमल बिना ए प्लांट को बिना एनिमल अस्तित्व नहीं बेसी डिटेल नहीं सो नेक्स्ट 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 सो दिस इज द कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस व्हाट एग्जैक्टली वी लूज रिसर्च रो सॉल्यूशन जे आमे जदि कौन गोटे प्रोटेक्ट करें गोटे इकोसिस्टम को लैंडस्केप को विभिन्न प्रकार वे अच्छी नॉट नेसेसरीली लीगली प्रोटेक्ट करा जाय परिबो एबे लोक माने कम्युनिटी मेंबर माने आगो धाड़ी आसिकी डिपार्टमेंट सहित काम करछन्ती बहुत जगह रे तांको फेथ तांकर विन करार अछि तांको ट्रस्ट विन करार अछि तांको लाभ दे पारिबा आमे तापे मध्ये व्यवस्था करा जायछि एक्सेस एंड बेनिफिट शेयरिंग गोटे अछि सारंग संग कथा होतिल जस्ट एबीएस जदि आपण लोकन को फाइनेंशियली सपोर्ट करिवे तांको लाइवलीहुड एन्श्योर करिवे ताले 100 टाइम्स आई विल टेल दे विल कम एंड जॉइन आवर हैंड विथ आ सबुठु बड़ जिनस सर मोर गोटे निजर एक्सपीरियंस जैव विविधता ऐतिह्य स्थल बायोडायवर्सिटी हेरिटेज साइट गोटे एमतिया टूल जो थे कि एनफोर्समेंट ना ये रेगुलेशन अच्छी कम्युनिटी मानकर डिसीजन मेकिंग पावर अच्छी ताकू मिसेक आम बहुत जगह को प्रोटेक्ट कर जोड़ा को लगुच आम जे तार प्रॉब्लम अच्छी थ्रेट अच्छी कर लास्ट है पीपुल्स बायोडायवर्सिटी रजिस्टर जोटा आम गोटे बोर्डर मेजर मैंडेट पीबीआर गोटे एमतिया टूल ताकू व्यवहार करके आपन पंचायत स्तर में कौन बायोडायवर्सिटी अच्छी तार कौन थ्रेट अच्छी एवरीथिंग कैन बी डॉक्यूमेंटेड एटा को जदि हम इंप्लीमेंट कर पारिबा तम हम गोटे हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट रहबो डिटेल बेस लाइन डाटा रहबो जाको हम मॉनिटरिंग करके आगु करके नहीं जाय पारिबो सो दिस इज माय फाइनल कंक्लूजन प्लांट्स आर नॉट merely a backdrop for animals they are the foundation of animal life protecting plants is the most effective way to save animal life thank you
सच ए ब्यूटीफुल टक समस्ते भल भाव में देखुं क्या आखिरे टिके निद ना आ क्या आखिरे समस्त मन में उत्साह गिव हिम ए मोर कारण आपते भल एत इमोशन सहित कहते अटाच्ड अच्छा वी नीड द पीपुल लाइक यू हु आर एक्चुअली टेकिंग द वर्ल्ड फर्दर थैंक यू वेरी मच प्लीज सो आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग द लास्ट स्पीकर ऑफ दिस सेशन डॉक्टर कार्तिक चरण लेंका सीनियर साइंटिस्ट M.A. Swaminathan Research Foundation, Jaipur, Koraput. And give him a clap, please. So, Dr. Lenka will be speaking about wildlife displacement through human settlement ecosystem. So, ସବୁ ଗୁଡ଼ା ଅଲଗା ଅଲଗା ସବଜେକ୍ଟ and ବହୁତ ଫାଷ୍ଟ ଆସୁଛି but this is an opportunity to learn. Thank you very much. Just go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Respected chairs and co-chairs and dignitaries sitting on the dais and off the dais, and dear students and my fellow colleagues. My topic, basically I am not the actually city, either we will go for the fire or we go for the green. So if we will go for the fire, then you can see the next slide, you can see the actually using sustainable way of the bioresource, what is the available in their locality. So if we will go for the destruction purpose, then our livelihood definitely come to the road. Next. You can see how actually we are replacing one by one animal and synchronizing their habitat in a systematic manner. You can see in the virgin forest, then you can initiate the household nearby or the periphery of the hill station, then gradually we can spread, and finally we occupied all the area. Then we think where is animal they can stay in their next slide. So these are some of the photographs and how the human gradually creating their ecosystems and create the problem for the animal, and finally we blame the animal, they are creating the conflict. This is the situations, and human actually the main conflict, but they are blaming to the others and they are advocating for themselves, they are the right. Next. So how even if the non-timber forest product, now it is legally assessed by the tribal community and across the India, people are collecting the name of the non-timber forest product, yucca flowers and whatever the NTP available in the tubers, all are, we are extracting the forest and selling in the market and consuming ourselves. Next. So you can see it because during and gradually so they enter into the human settlement and creating the problems, even if we are actually path maker for the creating of the problems. Next. So these are actually during the discussion only I found through the focus group discussion, Venn diagram and timeline, which varies from place to place the percentage of loss. Even if still also we are post harvest loss almost all 15% to 30% also post harvest loss, but before that also in the crop field the people are suffering due to the animal attack. But instead of that is a observation also in the same time, where is the most of the forest area and the tribal community, they are actually lost the more because they are entering into their habitat. So that's why the loss is more. Next. So and we think about the animal. When we think about the animal, you can see how we are creating the problem and teach to the animals. Forest fire, cut. Next. So we can answer is definitely yes, we can save, but we love to the animals and we have coexistence with the animal, then only we can save it. Next. So animal resources are wealth. If we see lot of wild animals, and without animal, if there is in a forest without animal, it is just a scenery. That is not the forest. As we discussed the animal, some of the keystone species. But from my perspective, as Prasad Bhai also told, and a botanist, I told the forest is the keystone, and the forest resource in itself conserve all the biosphere and everything. So it will be created their environment, and wild animal, all the animals and the forest, plant, everything will be conserved, including the microbiomes. Next. So you can see how the plants, some of the words, how we can in future strategy we can plan for the coexistence, not with the conflict with the animals. We love animals and we make our
मोटे इच्छा नथिला किंतु बड़ दुखर कथा जे हमकु समय सहित जीव पड़ुची किंतु एते इमोशनल सहित कहिथिले कि मु काहा को कहबी को काहा स्पीकर कहबी मु डॉक्टर सम्राट गौड़ा को और डॉक्टर महापात्र रिक्वेस्ट करूची से गोटे प्रश्नर उत्तर दबार थिला जोथि से माने अपेक्षा करथिले. सम्राट प्लीज that answer both of you can guess. That is about AI and that AI yeah, you have raised the question. Yeah, you have raised the question, so they will be answering because they have been voting for. Yeah.
Sir, what I understood that AI and traditional forest, this one, what is the relation, how it is changing, kind of things. Okay. So one thing is all technologies are, we have to monitor from a management point of view, because there are chances that it may be misused, and But as far as the minimum experience we have, it is giving positive results. One is emotional support, because you know the Simplipal, you work there, not less than any army, because there is no connectivity and terrain is difficult. No.
Samrat, question was something different. Dr. Panigrave once says that's good. You can raise that question. We do something different. How the field staff? Question was something different.
Losing their emotional attachment because of the AI or not? Because in the AI, engineers will be handling or some very high.
No, sir. No engineers, no high profile. All our foresters have been trained to use drones, and they are using. We are giving regular trainings.
What about the forest guard and the tracker?
All, sir. Forest guards, based on their actually knack. I mean, if they can pick up, it's not like a forest guard, ranger. Whoever can pick up the technology, we are training them.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah, and there is no that loss of emotion. In fact, they are attaching more actually.
Dr. Panigrave, just that same question you were asking that time. Yeah.
My question was those people who are hardcore field workers, whether there is any possibility they will also be trained, they can be trained also in latest technologies, or you think two separate groups of people will operate, so far the conservation efforts will be more successful?
Sir, it is better to train our own people, but among them there is difference. There are people who are very good in only field work, but there are people, both old people also, they are good in technology as well as field work, and most of the newcomers are good in technology, because the recent recruitment, surprisingly, many are electrical engineers, forest guards, actually. Okay, so, but they are assisting. The person who operates the drone, the person who knows the field work, both are mutually getting benefit actually. They are assisting among themselves. So we are training our own people based on their interest actually. We can't force them to learn some technology which if they don't have interest based on this.
Dr. Mahapatra, can you just add up something? Yeah, you can add up something.
I will say technology is non-invasive. It will act silently, it will work silently and make your work more easier.
So we are coming to the end of this session. After this, he will be summing up. I'm just giving the thanks to all the speakers here. एमाने एते भलो भावरे कहिले, एते इमोशनल सहित कहिले, केतोले भालू को अटके दो इच्छा हो नथिला, केतोले एआई को अटके दो इच्छा हो नथिला, केतोले टेक्नोलॉजी अच्छे इच्छा हो नथिला, किंबा केतोले से छोटो बेरीज को अटके इच्छा ना किंबा बाइचोड़ इच्छा, किंतु कौन दुखर कथा हमको समय अभाव अच्छी, किंतु समस्ते बहुत खुशी अच्छी एंड समस्ते बहुत एक्टिव थिले जिते आपण माने एते इमोशनल सहित कहले आमे माने आपण माने थैंक्स दउछु एते समस्त को हाईली एजुकेटेड एजुकेशन देइचंती समस्ते बड़ बहुत नॉलेज सहित बैक करिवे मु डॉक्टर पटनायक को कहूची से को सम अप करंतु
समस्त नमस्कार आमर जो स्पीकर मैंने कहले मु जन जन की कहूँ डॉक्टर सम्राट गौड़ा ही इज बेसिकली फील्ड मैन एंड वर्किंग इन सिमिलपाल फैंटास्टिक वे ऑफ हिज अचीवमेंट इन एआई एंड ऑल्सो द मॉडर्न इक्विपमेंट्स आपण मैंने जानते गोटे बड़ मिसाप होता आमर जो थे कि आम दुई जन अफिसर्स को हरइलु जो थे कि गवर्नमेंट फर्स्ट टाइम इंडिया रे बोल्ड स्टेप नहीं फायर आर्म्स यूज करने आम टीम आकार जो कम करूँ मुझे बेले जाकि से जो ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट रु पुलिस ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट रु आणला बेलू से आहरी ताठू लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलोजी आणिक इनसास आउ एसएलआर को एडमिट AK-47 आने जो स्टेप नौले मत देखिले खुशी लगुला दि वे दे आर टेकिंग इंटरेस्ट टू मेक मॉडर्न वेपन्स टू बी मेड अवेलेबल टू आवर स्टाफ दैट इज ए बिग थिंग एंड ऑल्सो दिस AI टेक्नोलोजी दे हैव डन जोड़ा सार आमर लाला सर कहते लोक मैंने कि पाणिग्राही सर कहले मे बी दि पैरेलल लाइन्स मे बी डेवलप्ड साइमल्टेनियसली आपण मैंने जानी आमर जिते जो GIS तैयारी ऑलरेडी GIS रे इंडिपेंडेंट टीम अच्छा काम करने सेमती डिविजन ने दरकार पड़े इंडिपेंडेंट टीम रही अलग वे रे किंतु फील्ड लेवल जो गुड़ाक छोटे छोटे इक्विपमेंट रन करने से वेल इक्विप्ड डॉक्टर सम्राट कहला जे ऑलरेडी मु ट्रेनिंग रे थी ऑलमोस्ट 50% पिला थिले PG आउ 20-25% पिला थिले खाली बीटेक पिला इन ग्रेजुएट माने इन गार्ड फॉर्म मुझे फील्ड रे जिते डिविजन ने कहे the earlier days guards and present day guards are totally different. You don't discourage them that they are forest guards. You tell them forest beat officer. They are the beat officer, beat in charge. So guard means they are thinking that as if, oh, chowkidar. It may be a job of chowkidar. PCCF is also a chowkidar. Forest guard is also a chowkidar. But tell them to a beat officer because they have the capacity to arrest a person. So never ignore any person about their capability or they are doing different field things. So his attempt, like Rudra told about the anidar, already the field director Similpal, while he was in Denkanal, he has already adopted anidar. It is a successful attempt, but it is in plains more and not possible. Maybe in Similpal he has not attempted or he has not encouraged that thing. But nowadays Raurkela DFO taken steps about the AI technology for better elephant movement and keeping railway people informed. Gradually our people are trying their level best with the support of you all. Then the next speaker told about our Maharana sir is a great Gharial man. I have seen him so dedicated, so emotional attachment, though he was very much in captive breeding, but in field also it needs a great support. 15 divisions working from the Sambalpur to till Cuttack, sometime this way, sometime that way, because of his research scholars, they were monitoring round the clock every time, and the field staff, interaction with the field staff. Or in earlier days, there was no interaction between the scientific group and the field group. That was a big lacking in the field level wildlife management. Now it is very good teamwork. So you will find all scientific people, they are working and they are doing wonders. Maybe 16, but even if it is a 6 out of 4 also, it is a big thing because it is a natural breeding. And with so much of hurdles, now until and unless there will be enforcement like this Similpal and this, you can say Satkosia Baispalli Sanctuary, that person is totally secluded, totally isolated from any human interference. Then only things gets improved. Once it gets diluted means it is problematic. So now better relocation, better, less interference. I think it may increase little bit late, but the project needs to be extended further, and he is doing wonders, and hope he will do wonders also. All students kindly see anybody is having this sort of interest, go and see his work also. Then comes Rudra Prasanna Mahapatra. I have seen from his research days to joining this Wildlife Trust of India, Sandeep Tiwari, they all are working together. Fantastic work as a NGO team. They are really the backbone of the department to bridge between human and the administration, because government machinery, they are bound with certain rules and regulations, restrictions. So they are doing very good things, and the technology they are adopting immediately, they are taking the tools to the people, and he has shown already things which is already adopted in the Similpal case. I think his lecture was very good. And next was Prasad. Dr. Prasad is fantastic. I have worked with him when he was in research. We are Chandaka. He was the first man to give me a interactive display board, 50 species. Pratyush developed the animal part and he developed the plant part with certain parameters to be made available to the different district environment society, so that students can learn very easily about the biodiversity. Now I was asking about this, how you can develop this people's biodiversity register, because Brahman Saxena, after that they have taken up 25 districts, they have already done the survey work in the people biodiversity register. Maybe they need further authentication, which will give us the idea about the biodiversity in a particular district in village format. We have 50,000 some odd villages. So all villages will having this sort of biodiversity in a recorded format as on date, means in a particular date. If that is happened, then gradually people will do research and all those things will improve day by day. So many questions were there, what is further about the research? It is very much in an infant stage. Wildlife in India, somebody is asking about the this plant, this marine, what is the AI in the marine system? You see the National Geographic and we are nowhere, only after CDA intervention, some marine activities were taken up through the CDA. Otherwise, Odisha wildlife, hardly there was any marine activities. So this is about this Rudra Prasanna. Then Prakash Mardaraj, he is basically a very good researcher. I have heard about the Nilgiri. Nilgiri beer problem. Beer problem is not a problem, rather your mines, quarries all around this this Nilgiri area, until and unless you have shown the photos of 10 years before, 10 years after. That is a very good comparison if you do a research. What was there in 10 years, what is there in after 10 years. That is very good thing, and he is doing wonders. Anybody is interested to know about the beer interaction also, that is essentially required for a wildlifer if you are thinking about our tropical wildlife habitat. And Dr. Lenka, he is there in MS Swaminathan Foundation. He is a godfather, MS Swaminathan. He has done tremendous job for the state, for the country, for the whole world even. So in that foundation he is working, he is doing a research work, and you heard many things, and it is a great effort of, at the end I will say the Prakash Jena, this evergreen forum, whenever I found him in Khordha, every week he will come. And within one day he can organize 5,000 students to motivate them. Sir, please come. I was surprised to see such a energetic, such a dynamic personality. And every time he is busy contributing his effort at the grassroots level, at the field level, and for this conclave with the academician and with the students. So it is a great job, great effort by all, and we all are here. Let us do something for the wildlife development of the state, so also for the country. Thank you, sir.
So now, ma'am, finish it up.
Hello. I would like to request the session chair Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal, IFS retired, former PCCF, to kindly felicitate Dr. Samrat Gowda, DS IFS, IC Conservator of Forest, Similipal South WL Division. Now I'd like to request our session co-chair Dr. Akshay Kumar Patnaik, retired IFS and former CCF, Government of Odisha, to kindly felicitate Professor Dr. Sudarshan Maharana, retired Regional Director of Higher Education, Government of Odisha. Okay, we have in our audience an eminent personality, Sri Sisir Kumar Mishra, DFO Odisha Biodiversity Board. Sir, please kindly come up to the stage to felicitate Sri Rudra Prasanna Mahapatra, Regional Felicitator, Wildlife Trust of India. I request sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Prakash Mardaraj, member IUCN SSC Beer Specialist Group. Thank you, sir. I will now request Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Prasad Kumar Das, Scientist, Odisha Biodiversity Board, Forest Environment and CC Department. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Akshay Kumar Patnaik, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Karthik Charan Lenka, Senior Scientist, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, Koraput.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Now I would like to call upon stage the Vice President of Evergreen Forum, Dr. Milli Panigrahi, to facilitate the session chair, the chairman, Odisha Live Conclave, Sri Ashok Kumar Vishal, retired IFS, and Dr. Akshay Kumar Patnaik, IFS retired and former CSF, Government of Odisha. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you to all dignitaries. Now to move to for lunch. Again to meet to 3:30. 10 to meet to 3 o'clock.
Hello. I request all the audience to please gather for the next session. I request all the students to please assemble here for the next session.
Good afternoon and welcome to all. I am Professor Jayanti. This is our second session, 2009. Our panelists are Dr. Jai Singh Parihar, ex-mission director, Earth Observation Application Mission, Space Application Center, ISRO, Ahmedabad. Our second panelist is Dr. Lala Ashwini Kumar Singh, retired Senior Research Officer, Wildlife, Forest, Environment and CC Department, Government of Odisha, and member IUCN SSC Conservation Planning Specialist Group. And our third panelist is Professor Dr. Prakash Chandra Jaina, founder and president, Evergreen Forum. Please, sir, come to the dais. Dr. Jai Singh Parihar served for nearly 40 years in leadership roles, including Mission Director, Earth Observation, Application Mission, and Deputy Director, EPSA. He conceptualized and led the Fasal program for crop foresting, which led to the establishment of Mahalanobis National Crop Forecast Center by Government of India. He currently serves as Science Advisor to Kanha Tiger Reserve. Our second panelist, Dr. Lala Ashwini Kumar Singh, sir is the retired Senior Research Officer, Wildlife, Forest, Environment and CC Department, Government of Odisha, and member IUCN SSC Conservation Planning Specialist Group. He is a veteran wildlife observer, author, and conservation communicator with over 5 decades of field experience. His work spans tiger research, riverine ecology, and strategic conservation outreach. And he is widely respected for transferring complex SC into clear, compelling public narratives. I request all the panelists to start the discussion.
Senior members, participants in the audience, and my dear friends, students. Okay, you saw a glimpse of me yesterday. And in fact, this one, Project Elephant, is one of my pet projects. And in 1989, when nobody thought about a conservation project for elephants anywhere, because Government of India's elephant project came in 1991, and I wrote it in 1989, and it was discussed at the state level, when in the entire state there were only 4 conservators. Now there are many PCCFs. So anyway, let's have a look at the first slide, please. Okay. As already introduced, this is regarding launching of a research project. And I will tell you briefly about the history of this thing. And I have 10 minutes time. Next. Project in Elephant Concept 1989, as I said earlier. And in fact, the Project Elephant concept was because of reducing human-elephant confrontations or I would rather say कि interface that was taking away the lives of elephants and also the lives of the people, life and property of the people. And in 2009, by 2009, we identified 14 different corridors, because elephants need 3 types of pathways: habitats, corridors linking 2 habitats, and passages. So what are the passages? Just not, they will just cross the road. And because of Evergreen Forum interest and advice of Dr. J.S. Parihar, we are hoping that the Evergreen Forum will focus on a few workable aspects and revive the Elephant Corridor research project, which has been lying defunct, so to say, since 2009. In fact, Evergreen, Green Tribunal, it is pressing state government that you notify the corridors. Elephant footfall was in 27 districts out of 30. Now it has gone to 30 districts. So that means probably in the world there will be no such revenue unit where the entire country or entire state will be having footfall of elephants. Okay, next. Well, okay. So 1989 plan was for 5 elephant reserves. That number 1, top right corner, Mayurbhanj Elephant Reserve, which was notified in 2001 in covering about 7,000 square kilometers. Then number 2 is actually what was my dream for Mahanadi Elephant Reserve, but it has not happened so in spite of Government of India's clearance. It is half announced, name has been given, but all elephant area, movement areas have not been covered. Number 3 is Sambalpur Elephant Reserve, and that is also like that. Badrama and Khalasuni sanctuaries have been covered, but all elephant footfall areas have not been covered. And the 4th and 5th are the Baitarani Elephant, Brahmani Baitarani Elephant Reserve and South Odisha Elephant Reserves. They are in paper, but they have not been notified. Or Government of India had by 2005 agreed to the concepts. Okay, do it, go ahead with it. But as I said, industrial lobby definitely have got a misunderstanding about this project. But let me very clearly tell you, whether it is elephant reserve or corridor, whatever boundaries we have demarcated, it is just to say that elephants move in these areas. You go ahead with your development work, but please take care of the things so that elephants don't destroy your property after you erect some infrastructure. But instead of that, they have stopped the project from progressing further. Anyway, next. Interesting, in the meantime, this is downstairs, the picture below is Odisha map with tiger distribution map by 2004. So if you compare these 2 pictures, you will find that there is overlapping between elephant area and the tiger area. So from that time, I started thinking, kaise bhi ho, let us combine both these tiger areas and the elephant areas and do these things. Okay, next. See, okay, small, that red lines, those are the 14 elephant corridors which were mapped at that time in 2009, 2010, and that is the forest area of Odisha. Next. Total length of those corridors, 420.8 kilometers, at time was 870 square kilometers. Next. Elephant corridor GIS based research. Just simple feasible objectives we have identified by all 3 of us sitting together. Using GIS technologies, we have to ascertain what is the present status of those corridors which were identified in 2009. And from that baseline, okay, those baselines were drawn at that time from 1:50,000 topo sheets. So from that baseline, we'll go forward develop the status. And then Dr. Parihar will tell you more. We will expand it for assessment of their link with the adjoining tiger reserves, then adjoining sanctuaries, and the entire state of Odisha. And probably we are also planning for a particular emphasis on Koraput district. Okay. Now, Prakash Jana, he will continue.
Redhakol Forest Division, we started our first elephant corridor study, that was Tal Kholgad. It is under Sambalpur district. And then our second corridor study was Nuagam Boruni. It is under Atmalik Forest Division. Then we started our Konhejena, it is under Dhenkanal Forest Division. Then started Karo Karampada corridor. It is under Kendujhar Forest Division, and Karampada, it is under Soranda. Kotgad, Chandrapur, it is under Baliguda and Rayagada Forest Divisions. Then Karlapat Ulladani, it is under Kalahandi district, both it is covering Kalahandi North, Kalahandi South, and some portion of Rayagada Forest Division. Then Deuli Sulyapata, West Bengal. Our Suresh Mishra sir was in our team. We covered both portion of Udipal, Kuldia, Hadgad. It is under Mayurbhanj and Baleshwara district. We have organized many awareness meetings. We have organized corridor walk on the path in the forest area. We have organized, we have involved forest officers, field staffs, local tribals to get information. Next. We have organized 1 month before, last month, Debrigad to Gomorda. We started awareness meeting, 3-hour public meetings in Lakhanpur, Karla, and Bargad Forest Division. Also organized 2 awareness meetings in 2 schools, and also organized 1 coordination meeting with Sarangad, Bilaigad forest officers, field staffs at Gomorda, near Gomorda Sanctuary. Most of tigers, goats, they are using this corridor. It is very important corridor. तेणु ये कॉरिडोर थिला उद्देश्य जे आमर डॉक्टर लाला अश्विनी कुमार सिंह को धन्यवाद देवी से आपको इनिशिएट करचंती आमर डॉक्टर परिहर सर एडवाइस देबे आमर एडवाइस नबू पूरा टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करिवु आउ आमे फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट को ए प्रोजेक्ट पे प्रपोजल दबु आ आमर डॉक्टर लाला अश्विनी कुमार सिंह से तांको दिग्दर्शन रे ए प्रोजेक्ट कार्यकारी हम एवं आमर डॉक्टर जय सिंह परिहार सर जहाँ एडवाइस करेंगे आमे ताकू कार्यकारी करूँ आमे चेष्टा करुचु आमर फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट सहित काम करूँ आउ जिते कॉरिडोर अच्छी आम देखू कौ कॉरिडोर सब यूज होची कौ कॉरिडोर यूज होनी कारण आम बहुत देखिलु जो ट्रेन लाइन जाइए जंगल भितर से कॉरिडोर बहुत यूज होनी कौ जगार हाथी आगुरी आसुले आसुना आम लोकल स्थानीय जो मैंने सब ट्राइबल लोक अच्छा सहित मीटिंग करूँ आने कहते जेबेठारू संबलपुर को आमर अनुगुल संबलपुर डबल लाइन करूँ केमती ताकू रिवाइव करहब आउ कौन करहब आपण मानकर सहयोग निश्चित भाव में आम चाहबू नाउ आई विल रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर जय सिंह परिहर sir, who will give advice for this project.
No, thanks to Dr. Aleke Singh and Mr. Jaina. They invited me to be here and share whatever little I learnt by working in different parts, more so in the field of wildlife. To me, the introduction to wildlife corridor took place when I was just about 5 or 6 years old. What you see in the middle, I am sitting in the lap of my father, who had shot a tiger. You see the red mark top. That is a place just 3 kilometers from my village where I was born, Teothar, Rewa district, Madhya Pradesh. And my question to the fathers used to be that in this area, you have the Vindhyan range, and there is a very little strip where there is a Kardhai forest, there is hardly any forest to call it. So why tiger has come here? I said, tiger you have killed somewhere and brought here. He said, no, look, this area is connected with some other places. And this I realized when I started looking into corridors in Madhya Pradesh in 1984-85 and did that working in 1986. Unfortunately, by that time I had lost my father, so I could not tell him that, look, what I was joking in those days was not true. You were correct, that if tiger comes somewhere from Panna and those things, that Ranipur and those are wider area. And here on this corner, there was old Sikarga of Maharaja of Rewa, where good wildlife population was known to exist. So that's how perhaps somewhere in my mind this concept of the corridor got ingrained, not like Abhimanyu because I was already born when my father told it. But okay, I got it. Next one. Now you see, this is how I did the mapping. The eastern Madhya Pradesh then, which is Chhattisgarh, adjoining to Odisha, you can see the Hirakud reservoir. The images which I used of 1985-83, that time frame. So at that stage, a good connectivity in whole of the area existed. Somewhere there were smaller gaps, somewhere there were weaker areas. And whatever I understood at that stage in time, I just put some red mark. Emphasis more was on this Perech-Kanha corridor, which later became where this kind of elevated highway has been created. There is a soundproof barrier, loudproof barrier. So now that became the first example where this data got used to discuss and convince the committee which was constituted by Honorable Supreme Court in those days, because NGT did not exist in 2008. And then later on now you are seeing that many of the corridors, including in the same time I had done a mapping of Kaziranga to adjoining Mikir Hills corridor. 10 days back, Prime Minister of India has inaugurated now the construction of that another elevated corridor. So these are the two work which I did in 1986. I'm lucky to have survived COVID. I retired about 13 years back, and things are happening before me. Yesterday I was telling to my young colleagues here, students, in science when you do some work, don't expect the rewards then and there. You may get it in your lifetime, you may not get. But if you are having conviction that I am doing something right, please do it. Next one, please.
Now coming to this thing now, what is happening in today's time, if you see. The red mark which I have put there, it is not very far off from my village in Riva. That's part of the Riva district. 3 days back, or 4 days back, a pair of two elephants, they have reached there. They have gone beyond Sanjay Dubri. Sanjay Dubri does not have resident population. There are visiting population which perhaps they go from Bandhavgarh or some other areas. But Bandhavgarh now has, as I know, a population of 55. About 8 years back, when 27 pieces had reached, it was little this thing, whether they will stay or they will go back. Actually, they had explored the terrain much beyond this side, beyond Kanha to Narsinghpur. And then they returned and went to Bandhavgarh. They found it more hospitable and they stayed back. So I'm thankful to Odisha that you have created the situation where the elephant population has grown. It has come to my state. It has come to my district. Someday it will come to my home. Now, these are the corridors. As you can see, this is the image which I have taken. This is of actually 2000, I think it's 2000 Google Earth image. Now, in a rough form, this kind of connectivity is imaginary line which I have drawn. You can see dark patches. So there is a reasonable good vegetative cover. How good is the forest? That's the thing which has to be mapped and seen. And this is your seed area from where they are spreading. Next slide, please. Now, this is what Dr. Singh has already shown. So this is the kind of presence you have. But I know that in 85 to 92, when I was doing the field work, going to Rayagada and in Nabarangpur and Koraput area, I had not heard about elephants being there. I had known about the elephants being in this part of it. So perhaps that is a later this thing. But I'm sure those 3 yellow districts which he has already said, maybe in time to come, that will also get occupied by the elephants. Occupied, good, very good, please. Now, he has also talked about that when we talk about the elephant, one is that, okay, the elephant habitat itself. But the kind of consumer elephant is, the amount of forage it needs, water it needs. A given small area may not be adequate enough. So, then there is a need to disperse, migrate, or whatever you may call it. And traditionally, elephants were known to migrate. I know in the old Madhya Pradesh, Jaspur and that area, Ambikapur, which is now Chhattisgarh, about 100 years back, elephants used to visit. So they were batchmates in Dehradun. So my brother-in-law's father, when he was deputy commissioner in Ambikapur, in those days, my brother-in-law, who was a young boy, he said that Jaspur area, elephants were visiting. So it is not that, but now because of the kind of situations which have taken place in Chhattisgarh, Chhattisgarh situation perhaps is the most hostile for the elephants. Because whatever reports have come from Kanha to that area, that often they are reluctant to go towards Chhattisgarh. Because in Kanha also, Sufkhar region, Mr. H.S. Pawar in 80s, when I used to sit with him, when from Delhi he has moved to Dehradun, set up Wildlife Institute of India. So he used to explain to me about these definitions and the need of it. So he said that, look, it's a satellite habitat, but a connectivity is needed for your biodiversity as well as when there is a population congestion, animal will tend to move out to different regions. And it is in that case, the passages which Dr. Singh has given a new this thing also, they may be small, but they are critical. So all the 3 are important. Only thing this one may have some conflict due to the developmental things, whether it is the highways to that kind of things. But there also I can tell you, 20 years back, about 20 years back, I visited Banff National Park, Western Canada. When you go to Calgary to your ice fields of Banff and beyond Calgary, a large highway has been created, and that was created sometime in 1880s. So when they have constructed that, they have created the hill so that the animals cross. To avoid the conflicts on that Western Canada, that highway, at regular interval, there are this big size, big containers which you can lock. The grizzly bears are there. So the instruction is that whatever you eat, any waste don't throw on the road. This menace has been created many places in India. We throw this thing and the animals come. So this is the 2 things which they have instituted long back, at least I've seen 20 years back. Next one, please. Now, this is what Dr. Singh has said that already they have mapped. Now they have mapped. They have, he has done a detailed mapping. Next slide will show you. This is about the presence in terms of the total number in different places. So it's a big number which is right now in the state. So I don't have land coverage information. Only thing now in last 20-25 years, updation of topography maps have not happened. The new civil series which has come, it will not have terrain, it will not have many of these features. And fortunately now the remote sensing has developed so much that we can use the remote sensing data to see all those things and map it. Next slide, please. So this is what you see. Same portion, Dr. Singh, what you have marked. I have not done any marking. This is from the Google Earth image. Only a small patch. Now the bracket which I am showing, when I see this thing, what we see that the whole area is a very good, if it is a corridor. But now when I look deeper into it, there comes the next one. When I have a closer look, devil lies in the detail. When I go to detail, in that small area, there is a village, there is agricultural area, there are scattered trees, there is a health center here, there is Anganwadi there, there is a temple there. Now, these are the conflict of interest between animal and us. If elephant is moving, I have kept something attractive that fellow may come and try to eat. Now, that is why when we are talking about the new project which we are going to think about, we have to consider that a detailed mapping of these to update over the one which was done in 2009 and later on this thing, and add those features which we considered important enough to be embedded into a model so that it becomes a viable corridor. Next one. Okay. Now this is a part of the description which Dr. Singh has said. Next one. Now this is what is important. So now we have to use satellite data. The top which I have said Sentinel-2, every 5 days there is a pass. This data is available free of cost. I'll talk about how it becomes important, because that as a deterrent, I think it will be useful somewhere, because I have used it for Caracal modeling. Physical infrastructure has grown a lot. Physical infrastructure, when I say, whether it is a railway line, highways, or high tension power line, industries, so many things. Now they have to be accounted for, because some of that is what is coming into as a conflict. It is also coming as a thing where the vulnerability of animals meeting the accidents. So that has to be fully mapped. So this is the kind of, and this 5 by 5 kilometer spatial grid which I am saying, it is from the National Forest Inventory Grid, which our sister organization, National Forest, Remote Sensing Center has made. So this is a fixed reticules, so that whatever we do today, in 2026, 27, 20, when somebody does it 2000 or 2100, at that time the common reference point remains available. Because now everything we are talking about is geo-referenced. Anything at a given geographic thing, so that there is a traceability of it. Whatever we had done, if we had done something which was wrong, that also can be detected and corrected, and improvements can be done. So that becomes a permanent reference. And these are the kind of elements which are useful. Like let's say land crop and seasonality when I say. I'll show you some slides how the greening to browning of the whole land cover takes place. That also has its impact in terms of use value to the wild animals. Water, then habitat, this thing, 2011 census data will be available for the human census. 2021 census will happen perhaps in 2031, so we need not wait. Then other industrial establishment, the linear and this thing, and electricity, and wildlife census data, whatever is the latest, that will be have. And any other data which we can think about as a course of discussion, we can think about. Next one. Now you go quickly one by one. You see, this is September 15, whole of Odisha. October 15, whole of Odisha. Next, November 15. You see now the Chhattisgarh plateau has become brown. Here a lot of area has become brown. Then go to January, further brown. Go to February. Now, this is how the changes are taking place. This data is available free of cost. We can generate it. Now that becomes an additional parameter for us to put in the corridor model when we are using it. Next one. Night light. You see here, all that yellow line is your big highways. Within that, the red one where the amount of light is about more than 200 microwatt per meter square. Okay. So that kind of light is illuminating the earth at that the night time It may be acting as a deterrent, it may be acting as an attractor, I don't know. That we have to decide. We have to ask some elephant, you like the light or don't like light. But, and you can see Nagpur to your Raipur, part of Chhattisgarh, and then coming to your Sambalpur and that, and then via Keonjhar, then canal going via Keonjhar and that area going to Kharagpur. Now that highway also is wide this thing, so that also we have to, I'm sure that that area, since it has a larger elephant presence, so this night light also perhaps will be a useful this thing to see about the corridor condition. And next one, please. So when we consider the natural resources, we have to also consider in the corridor that, okay, human, animals, all that synergy, how? We have to put some value, some index for that also in the model. This from some paper, it is copied, it is not my this thing, but just as a concept that we have to also worry about the vegetation, the terrain, the animal, the human being. Next one. So how we are going to work is all the data which we are going to collect with a map and the grids. At grid level, we have natural resources, physical resources, and the populations. Then we go to analysis in GIS. So for each piece of land we have, and list cost, and there are various models which are available. List cost path, that is the one which is for the corridor, which is the more applicable. We do the analysis. And when we put it, we have to put in the form of map, like it was put earlier, you would have put it, because it has to be, after all, visually possible to, okay, what part of the land, where this thing, what are the, and we have different categories, good corridor, where there are vulnerable, and where they are, and within that also vulnerable areas and vulnerable points. Because vulnerable points, perhaps there will be some small this thing, but they are very critical in terms of the corridor. And that is where perhaps there may be the case of whether the ramp, whether the underground, or I don't know what. But something of that kind indication, we have to give very clear-cut indication, not in 2029, maybe perhaps in 2049, after your Amrit Kal is over, somebody again think that I will do redevelopment of the whole country and I will convert whole country into the roads. I don't need the agriculture. So at that stage, if the elephants are lucky enough, somebody will consider that, look, there should be some passage for them. So this becomes very important. Next one. So the mapping, 50,000 scale mapping was done earlier, equivalent to 50,000, so that we are able to have the comparability of the two, and 50,000 is a good working level. And when you have the raster data, 5 kilometer this thing, we have the grid data, that becomes a useful this thing. Next one. Next. Now, these are some things, just an example, that when you do the map, this is the kind of map you will have. So mark the corridor with some these things. Next one. Then when you have the corridor, you have to define it. Whether they are changing the land cover itself, the forest cover of this thing, what you have done in 2009 to now, let's say this thing. Then within that, what are the kind of risk vulnerabilities, the conflict points. So that also you have to analyze and put those things. Then also this crime business, in the discussion it has come, that also I think if you can flag, though it is not part of the corridor, but it will be somewhere useful to the people who are going to manage the resource. Next one. This again, that when you put this thing, you have to put some value in terms of the vulnerability, in terms of how seriousness of that for each of those grids. Next one. So with this, if we do, survey bhavantu sukhina, and in survey I include people, elephants, and tigers. So let's wish that this project sees the light of the day, and my colleagues, he is as old as me, my young colleague Dr. Jena, he will be able to do something and pass on the baton to some of the youngsters who are sitting in the rear rows, so that in 2047 when you do, you will have some base information, at least compare with whatever we have done, criticize whatever we have done, and improve upon that. So with this, I conclude once again thanking Dr. Singh and Dr. Jena for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
In 2047, both of us will be there to examine whether it is there or not. Okay. So next. हम रहेंगे इसको रिजल्ट देखने के लिए. We will be there. Don't worry. Okay. Now, formal launching by watering the plant, banyan tree, good food, good shelter, good undergrowth, and आइए आप ही दीजिए. सब देंगे, हाँ सब देंगे. Sir.
आशीर्वाद चाहिए, हम कुछ भी करते हैं।
Sir, principal sir, principal sir.
So now, formally, the elephant research project on the corridors by Evergreen Forum, we are all behind you. It is being launched. Sir, pani diyantu, launch karantu, arambha karantu. Na, diyantu sir.
थोड़ा सब डाल देंगे।
सब देंगे सब। हाँ टिके दियंतु। हाँ। एडा रखियो नहीं कि वंचे की रखियो। Keep it in your जा पूरा था जा
आपको इसको चलाना है।
नहीं आप ही
मैं तो दूर से खड़ा रहूंगा, मैं तो रिमोट
आप तो ऊपर से सबको देखेंगे।
So I wish all the success.
अरे वाह।
जय वृक्ष देवता। जय।
जय। हाँ निमे में रही गया। It was nice. भला ला ठीक है।
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for your inspirational sharing, which makes crystal clear. And watering the plant is a noble work. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Now we are going to start our panel discussion 2. The topic is wildlife conservation, the role of community. Our moderator, Sri Akshay Kumar Sahu, resident editor cum special correspondent, the Asian Age and Deccan Chronicle, Odisha. Please, sir, come to the dais. Our first panelist is Dr. Jaykrishna Panigrahi, working president, Odisha Environmental Society. Please, sir. Our second panelist is Sri Zulin Baroha, Rhino Man of Assam and President, Nature Care and Tourism Education Foundation, Guwahati, Assam. Our third panelist is Dr. Devi Priyadarshini, Scientist D, Regional Museum of Natural History, Bhubaneswar, MOEF and CC, Government of India. Our fourth panelist is Sri Arindam Paricha, Wildlife Conservationist, Balangir, Odisha. And the last panelist, the fifth one, Sri Sambit Kumar Behera, reporter, the Pramaya, Bhubaneswar. I request all the panelists to come to the dais and start the discussion. Please, sir. I request our moderator, Sri Akshay Kumar Sahu, sir, please start the session.
Jai Jagannath, Namaskar, good afternoon everyone. First of all, I extend my sincere thanks to Evergreen Forum for inviting me to moderate this show, and it's really gives me immense pleasure that I am sitting before a galaxy of people, those who have really worked in the field of wildlife, and they have not only worked for wildlife conservation, they have always expressed their concern that this green planet should survive with all its geometry. What does it imply? It implies that the ecology must be sustained in the form that we originally owed it from the God. So the question is that, are we really sustaining the ecology? Are we really caring for the environment that God has bestowed on us, or some way we have distorted it? So we'll be discussing all these things, and since the topic is very limited, it's limited to wildlife conservation, role of community, I'll just try to ensure that we just meander within the limits of this topic. So what does actually wildlife conservation mean? And what role the community needs to play in it? Over next 40 minutes we'll be discussing this issue, and we have got a very vibrant panel, and the panelists have already been introduced to you. On my right, you know the face, the popular face, Jaykrishna Panigrahi. He is an acclaimed environmentalist of Odisha. Not only Odisha, he has also carved niche for himself across the country, because he is a protagonist as far as this environment protection is concerned. Then we have Mr. Barua next to him, and on my left is sitting Devi Priyadarshini, scientist, Regional Museum of Natural History, Bhubaneswar. Then next to him is Arindam Paricha, and next to him is Sambit Kumar Behra. He is a journalist. My first question is to Mr. Jaykrishna of Panigrahi. Sir, we have been talking about wildlife conservation, and a few minutes before, you had some luminaries, those who are presenting various aspects of this wildlife. They were just focusing on how wildlife, the area under you say forest or whatever, is shrinking. Sometimes we get to know from government reports and all that, they come out the report that the forest coverage has gone up. But when we get reports from newspaper or from other sources, they claim that the wildlife, the forest area is shrinking. So when the forest area is shrinking, and at the same time, government reports come, they come that the forest cover has expanded. So what is your reading of this issue? And if really forest area is shrinking in real term, and we are just planting other trees instead of the natural trees, so where does this forest wildlife conservation stand?
समस्त को नमस्कार। प्रथमे गोटे छोटिया क्लारिफिकेशन दबा को चाहिए जे 2 दिन जो डिस्कशन चली अनेक लोकंकर आज भी धारणा अच्छी वाइल्ड लाइफ मीन्स ओनली एनिमल्स। ये मिसकनसेप्शन को आमको दूर करिया पड़िबो। साधारण लोकंक बुझिबा पई जहाँ किसी वैज्ञानिक माने एठी हमर ऑलरेडी प्रेजेंटेशन देइचंती। So wildlife includes not only animals but also plants and invisible microorganisms. ये कॉन्सेप्ट को समस्त भितर आमको पहुँचवा को पड़िबो। स्पेसिफिकली जो फॉरेस्ट कथा आपण प्रश्न कले, फॉरेस्ट को लेकर बहुत आलोचना होची, एठी भी हे सारलाणी। फॉरेस्ट रो एरिया बढ़ुची जो क्लेम आमे खाली एरिया गोटिए पैरामीटर हिसाब रे नबा नाही। In addition to area, the quality of forest, we have to consider that. Satellite picture re green asi jauchi, that doesn't mean this area is having good quality of forest. तेणु एबे आमको एरिया सहित क्वालिटी आगुर जोटा डेंस फॉरेस्ट थिला वर्तमान से आस्ते आस्ते चेंज है कि मॉडरेट लेवल को आसी गलानी जोटा मॉडरेट थिला वर्तमान सेटा डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट है गलानी ये सबु विषय सैटेलाइट रे एते किछि डिटेल्स इंडिकेशन आसीबो नाही तो ग्राउंड लेवल ले जो माने काम करचंती से माने ही ठीक भाव रे आमको पिक्चर देबे व्हाट इज द रियल सिचुएशन जदि ओडिशा रे पूर्वरु आमे इतिहास रु पढिचे इन टर्म्स ऑफ लाक्स जणे जणे राजांक पाखरे लक्ष्य संख्यार हाथी थिले आज दिन रे समग्र ओडिशा रे 2000 हाथी हेला परे एकथा कुहा गला जे कैरिंग कैपेसिटी को क्रॉस करी गला आम राज्य रे जेते जंगल अछि से सबु जंगल 2000 रु अधिक 1700 कहितले से जा रिपोर्ट अछि 1700 होची कैरिंग कैपेसिटी 1700 ओनली तापरे जो अधिक हेगला आज दिन रे 2100 कुहा जाउछि सेटा कैरिंग कैपेसिटी को क्रॉस करी जाय दैट मींस एमानक भितरु किछि मरि गले कहार एते दर्द हवार आवश्यकता नाही या कुहा जाय पारे सीधा शब्द रे किंतु मोर एनालिसिस से नुह जदि फॉरेस्ट हेल्थ क्वालिटी बहुत भलो अछि एवं आकार बढ़ी बढ़ी चली ताहले एतिक संख्यार हाथींक पई खाद्य उपलब्ध कहीं हो नाही जोथि पई कि सबुबले कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चली जंगल बाहर को आसुचंती एवं मनीष संस्पर्श रे आसुचंती केतेबेले हाथी मरुचंती केतेबेले मनीष मरुचंती ये विषय रे आमे आउ टिके निर्भीकतार सहित विचार करिवा कोनोसी सुपरफिशियल असेसमेंट आमको सॉल्यूशन न बाट बतैबो नाही
Thank you so much, sir. I believe he has very technically answered this question. Whenever we are claiming that the forest cover is expanding, at the same time, we are seeing that elephants, they do enter human habitations and they cause a lot of depredations and all that. And they also damage paddy crop, standing crop, and they also enter households where they also just eat paddy and other crops that the farmers store for a whole year. So truth needs to be told to the people. I have been working with the media for over 28 years now, but we get such conflicting reports whether truth lies in the fact, in the claim that we have already crossed the carrying capacity. That's why the elephants or for that matter other wildlife animals are entering human places, or we don't have quality forest. So more debate should happen on this aspect. So we have also a person with us who is a lived experience, we can say. He's Mr. Borua. So are you comfortable in English or Hindi or whatever? English, you will answer in English. So what is your claim? You have been working for conservation of wildlife, especially rhino. So what do you think, what he says is correct, like quality forest is required so that the wildlife, they can think that we are living in the God's land. We are not living in the living on the mercy of the human beings, those who have created artificial forest. What's the fact actually, sir?
Thank you, sir. First of all, sir, I'm very sorry to say I'm not been able to understand, sir, because of speaking in Uriya. Secondly, in our state, like in Assam, the community development has been done in the most proficient way, what we have seen, because community is the main backbone between the poachers and the animals, whatever we have learned in our state. And that's how we have done, we have brought many things inside the community in our state, and that's how we have started doing one by one at a time. For instance, what we have done during our time, we have taken the government machineries inside the communities, because there are a lot of issues happening in between. For instance, when the crops are being destroyed by the animal, okay, then they don't know where to put what things ahead. So we guide them to take them to the forest officials so that they get their, the reprieve, okay. And apart from that, we have taken Guwahati University's vice chancellor to the community there inside so that they understand how this, the students which are deprived of a lot of things inside, they can get it, okay? So that their entire, I think I have going in a different direction. Yeah, well, so it's like, excuse me for a minute, sir, I'll just come back.
Okay,
I'll just come back.
It's okay. So we have with us Ms. Devi Priyadarshini. She is a senior scientist at the Regional Institute of Natural History. Ma'am, what's your take? You must be observing from a distance whether we have been able to maintain the habitation of wildlife in Odisha, or somewhere it has degraded to some extent or to a great extent. You are privy to say that. What needs to be done to retain our forest cover so that we can ensure a safe place to our wildlife resources?
Thank you very much for the very pertinent question, and I extend my thanks to all the speakers who have spoken so brilliantly in the previous sessions as well. To this question which Akshay Babu asks me, none of the problems related to conservation or forest cover can ever be dealt if we look at them individually as one problem. The answer still remains in holistic approach, because when we look at any problem, let's say whether it's an elephant problem, whether it is about gores, whether it is about wild dogs, dolphins, birds in Chelika, you can look at Odisha's landscape with 500 kilometers of not just the entire coastlands. We have got mountain ecosystem, we have fresh water, we have riverine ecosystem, so much marine, and along with that, larger mammals. The turtle season is on. We can just go on. But how many of us truly take that pride in considering wildlife to be wealth? We do not have this ownership. Assam, right in front of us, I'm not sure if he could throw enough light, has been able to address, if not solve, the entire problem of elephant conflict, or like we easily mean to mention elephant interaction many times. Tamil Nadu has done it, Kerala could do it, Karnataka could do it. We have been trying to look away. I have always pressurized and emphasized upon this particular thing, that how much ever compensation government may bring in, that cannot be a standalone solution to any of the problems wherever there is human-animal conflict. That could be one of those steps which can be considered as a temporary solution. That could be a long-term thing, but that is not the definite absolute solution. As far as forest cover is concerned, Dr. Panigrahi has already said that whatever is green is not forest. And Dr. Parihar's talk in both the sessions have also showed us the same thing when it comes to looking at forests from the forest perspective. We are approaching the fire season, but this particular session was meant to be about community, and I will like to speak 2 words before I can hand you over the mic back. Until and unless our people living in the rural countryside and in the urban cities feel that this is only our responsibility and it is only ours, that we need to do this, it is not going to find any particular solution per se, not now, not in the long run. And as of now, as I can see, people of Odisha, we still, whether it is the print media, the mass media, or the people themselves, we try to portray elephants or the other animals as the villain or the target. Every other newspaper headline reads Hatti Atanka. We do not try to tell the entire story. I'm not saying there is a problem with journalism. I'm saying there is a problem in approaching the problem. So the approach needs to change. We were the same people who lived with elephants since ages, and if you count the number of temples in Odisha, the number of temples carved in Odisha, we had way more elephants than that which is present in any counted number written in any scripts. It cannot be such, as sir has already mentioned previously. We have stopped making people believe that we once coexisted with them. That is the only idea which needs to be brought back.
Very well answered. You have talked about ownership, you have talked about community participation, and you have also thrown light about the interpretation of this elephant encroachment of human habitation and all that. And we in the media will surely take note of this and will try to portray in the right format. So we have with us Mr. Arindam Paricha, who is a real wildlife conservationist, and he is from Bolangir, which is also one of the districts which has got a sizable forest cover. So what your experience, ma'am talked about community ownership, the Banasurakha Samitis and the village committees, they need to protect the forest. ଆପଣ କ'ଣ ଭାବୁଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ବନ ସୁରକ୍ଷା ସମିତି ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ସବୁ ତିଆରି ହେଇଛି ସେମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ସେ ଫିଲିଂ ଆସୁଛି କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଓନରସିପ୍ ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଆସୁଛି କି ନାହିଁ ଯଦି ନ ଆସୁଛି କ'ଣ କରିବା ଦରକାର ସରକାରଙ୍କ ତରଫରୁ କ'ଣ ଏପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଏଫର୍ଟସ୍ ନିଆଯାଇଛି ୱେଦର ଦୋଜ୍ ଏଫର୍ଟସ୍ ଆର୍ ଆଡେକ୍ୱେଟ୍ ଅର୍ ଦ ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟ ସୁଡ୍ ରିଡ୍ରାଫ୍ଟ ଅର୍ ରିଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଟେଜାଇଜ୍ ହାଉ to inculcate a sense of ownership among the people who are living in the vicinity of forests.
Thank you, sir. मते opportunity टा देबा पई actually एबे जो हमें discussion टा करूछु community रो necessity कोन पई रहउछि why we need to involve communities in the conservation effort. I would like to first emphasize on two words. देखो तो हमें सो पहले conservation कथा कहूछु we are talking of conservation. There are two words, one is preservation, one is conservation. Now when we are talking of preservation, we are allowing the nature to do its work. We are leaving a specific patch of forest undisturbed, without human activity, uninterfered, and let it grow on its own. That is preservation. But jeta ame conservation kotha kochu theta dita Latin word rochi conservere. Con mane hela together, severe mane hela to perpetuate. Now when we want to grow, when we want to conserve, it is a group effort. It's not about wildlife. It's not about just the plants, just the animals. It's about the humans inhabiting that landscape, that forest. So jeta ame conservation kotha kochu, we are looking it as a whole. Ame taku pura dekhiva kotha. Community involvement ko pai darkar, why it is very much necessary. I would like to cite two examples. What a comparative study ame taku dekhiva pai chaiba. Ebe sir Parihar sir kohutile about Panna Tiger Reserve. That's a very wonderful example. Taku ame gote ଟିକେ compare କରୁଛି ମୁଁ I believe କି might not be a very appropriate comparison, but something I found very relevant. What Parihar sir said was about Panna Tiger Reserve. Very few people know that the tigers from Panna were completely eliminated, and they were reintroduced in the year 2009. Sir, if I am not wrong, that was 2009. Yes, so that was 2009. Ajada seti tigers introduced karagale. They were brought T1, T2, and T3 from Bandhavgarh and Kanha respectively. 3 tigers were reintroduced. And similar kind of an event we saw in Satkosia just few years back in 2018. We introduced 2 tigers. We brought them from Madhya Pradesh. Ame taku Bandhavgarh ru anlu, Kanha ru anelu. Sundari was brought from Bandhavgarh, and MB2, Mahavir. Actually, there were 4 siblings, MB1, MB2, MB3, MB4. That's a different story. We can come to that. MB2 from Kanha. 2 different relocation, reintroduction programs. One, a success. 2009, 3 tigers. 2026, 90 tigers. Yeah, it was 2010, and that's 90 tigers. So, imagine within 16 years, tiger population rejuvenated. Satkosia, we brought 2 tigers. One was killed, poached due to a snaring, and one turned a man-eater. And the reasons are very much discussable, I believe. Difference ta kona rahila? Difference rahila community involvement. Ame jodi Panna ro case study kariba, government set time slogan dela. They put forward a slogan, Jan Samraksha, Jan Madhyam se Samarthan se. Yes, thank you, ma'am. जन समर्थन से बाघ संरक्षण दे इन्वॉल्व द कम्युनिटीज सेठी कम्युनिटी इन्वॉल्व कराला ए जो ओनरशिप टा मैं कहूछु आम हाथुर तांको दिया हला बाघ तमर संपत्ति तमर कंजर्व करिवो तमे बट इन सातकोशिया somehow we were not able to make that connection से गैप टा रहगला से ब्रिज टा हमें क्रिएट करि पालानी रिटेलिएशन देखिबा को मिलला मास प्रोटेस्ट देखिबा को मिलला वैंडलिज्म देखिबा को मिलला वी लॉस्ट टाइगर्स वी लॉस्ट द प्रोजेक्ट एंड मे बी हमको सेटा टाइगर कंजर्वेशन 10-15 वर्ष पछकु ठेली देछि तो गोटे कम्युनिटी कंजर्व करि पारिबो और गोटे कम्युनिटी कंजर्वेशन एफर्ट्स को स्पॉइल करि पारिबो somewhere that ownership needs to come and when we are talking of ownership does not mean handing over ownership means making that link तांको से कनेक्ट करिवा एबे गोटे बहुत इंपोर्टेंट सिनेरियो टे हला रिसेंटली विथ एवरग्रीन फोरम सर डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ आमे वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी बुलछु एंड वी हैव कमिंग इन कांटेक्ट विथ डिफरेंट कम्युनिटीज तांको संगे आमे मिसुछु तांको संगे कथा होछु वी आर कमिंग टू नो आ सेटु बहुत कम्युनिटी रो गोटे आमे वी आर हैविंग ए फीडबैक मे बी वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन दिस सर वी आर हैविंग ए फीडबैक कि दे डू नॉट नो व्हाट द डिपार्टमेंट इज डूइंग आमे बाघ आनके छाड़ुछु से जान नांती हाउ टू डील हाउ टू टैकल एफर्ट्स आर बीइंग टेकन आई विल नॉट एट ऑल put any kind of acquisition in the forest department when jota korchanti they are doing it with their hard effort they are on the field they are with the people they are doing it but somewhere that connection is lacking jodi se mane jungle ta tanko nijo boli no bhabe if they don't think that forest is theirs if they don't think they are protecting their own conservation in future will not be possible let's keep this in mind we cannot create more forest we cannot make more tiger reserves though we will be isolating some patches of forest reintroduction will be done and ame setu kariwa but ame se एरिया जो अच्छी फॉरेस्ट ताको बढ़े पारिबानी करी कोन पारिबा कॉरिडोर करि पारिबा लिंक करि पारिबा आ लिंक करला इट्स नॉट जस्ट अबाउट द फॉरेस्ट इट्स अबाउट द कम्युनिटी लिविंग ऑन दोस एरियाज काली जदि हमें कंजर्वेशन कथा देखुछु इन ओडिशा और इन इंडिया लैंडस्केप कम्युनिटी इन्वॉल्वमेंट पीपल इन्वॉल्वमेंट स्टूडेंट्स इन्वॉल्वमेंट बिकॉज यू आर द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंटरलिंकिंग बिटवीन कम्युनिटीज फोक आमे जो नॉलेज टा कहूछु नेटिव नॉलेज टा कहूछु दे आर हैविंग वेरी डाइवर्स नॉलेज अबाउट द लैंडस्केप that knowledge needs to be communicated with the department that knowledge needs to be communicated with AI that network has to be framed say network ta हमको बनेवा पड़िबो if you are looking for conservation in Odisha in India and overall as I believe sir
Thank you so much for such a beautiful answer. Had there some government people on the panel, I would have asked why we have not been able to earn the trust and the faith of the community people. Even if I had got some retired persons, forest administrators, I would have asked this question, but I don't have that privilege right now because those people are sitting in the audience. Okay. So, कौन सी जगह रे से community ownership टा लगुची with due respect to the top forest officers of my state, may I just share one piece of information? Somebody is sitting here. We have never been told any story of Odisha Forest Department trying to earn the trust of the community people, or whether the Odisha government has successfully or has set an example where the local people they have worked wonders in wildlife conservation. Such stories Sandeep will just put forth his views, but हमको empty story केबे share करा जाए नहीं. Before I go to Sandeep, let me share a piece of information. 2-3 days ago, Auditor General, जे हमारे अच्छे एटी, he had convened a meeting of forest officials, top forest officials, on wildlife fire, forest fire, as well as urban fire. And some top forest officers were there, and they were making their presentation. One of them said that we would have scaled up our this forest fire fighting activities had we been given adequate budgetary allocations. So I just took a mild exception to it. I just said that in an era when we are claiming that we are one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and when Odisha's GSDP has gone up to 10 lakh crore rupees, and we are making a budget of 3 lakh 10 crore rupees. How can we say that we are lacking budgetary allocation, or we do not have budgetary allocation? Why the forest department fails to convince the Odisha government to allocate the required amount of fund? So you just change your strategy, just try to tell the government or convince the government or make them understand that forest is an integral part of ecology. Unless we sustain it, no amount of industrial development can save the state. So Sandeep, my next question is to you. ଯେତେବେଳେ ମିଡ଼ିଆରେ କାମ କରୁଛ ଆଜ୍ ୟଙ୍ଗ ବୟ, ଯେଉଁଟାକ ମ୍ୟାମ୍ କହିଲେ ସେ କଥାଟାକୁ ଆମର କୌଣସି ନା କୌଣସି ଜାଗାରେ ଆମେ ଯେଉଁଭଳି ଭାବରେ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟ କରିବା କଥା ସେଇଭଳି ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟ କରିପାରୁନୁ। ଯେମିତି ମ୍ୟାମ୍ କହିଲେ ହାତୀ ଆତଙ୍କ, ସେଇ ଯେଉଁ ଆମର ଏଟିମୋଲୋଜିରେ ଶବ୍ଦ ପ୍ରକରଣରେ ଯେଉଁ ଶବ୍ଦ ପ୍ରୟୋଗରେ ଆମେ କେଉଁଠି ଟିକେ ଭୁଲ କରୁଛୁ। ଗଜରାଜ କହୁଛୁ, ପୁଣି ଗଜରାଜର ଆତଙ୍କ କଥା କହୁଛୁ। ଆମ ରାଜାର ମୌଡ଼ମଣିକୁ କହୁଛୁ, ଗଜପତି ମହାରାଜ କହୁଛୁ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ଆସୁଛୁ ଯେ ହାତୀ ଆସୁଛି, ଯାହା ସାର୍ କହିଲେ ଆମକୁ ବୁଝିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ whether we have crossed the carrying capacity, ଅଧିକ ହାତୀ ହେଇଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ପଶୁଛନ୍ତି ନା, ଯାହା ସାର୍ କହିଲେ ଯେ କ୍ୱାଲିଟି ଫରେଷ୍ଟ ପାଉନାହାନ୍ତି, ଯେଉଁଠୁ ତାଙ୍କର ଫୁଡ଼ର ଅଭାବ ରହିଛି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସେମାନେ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି। ତ କ'ଣ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଭ୍ୟୁ? ବେସିକାଲି ଫାଷ୍ଟ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସ୍ପେସିଫିକ୍ ଆନ୍ସର ଯେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ୍ କଥା କହୁଛୁ, ବନ୍ୟଜନ୍ତୁଙ୍କ କଥା କହୁଛୁ, ଆମର ଶବ୍ଦ ପ୍ରୟୋଗରେ କେଉଁଠି ଟିକେ ଏପଟ ସେପଟ ହେଉଛି, କ'ଣ କହିବେ ସେ ସମ୍ପର୍କରେ?
ହ୍ୟାଲୋ, ଗୁଡ୍ ଆଫ୍ଟରନୁନ୍ ଅଲ୍। ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଆପଣ ଯେଉଁଟା କହିଲେ ଯେ ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ୍ରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ନ୍ୟୁଜ୍ କଭର୍ କରୁଛୁ କିମ୍ବା ଯେତେବେଳେ ନ୍ୟୁଜ୍ ମାନେ କଭର୍ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛୁ, ସେ ଟାଇମ୍ରେ କିଛି ଶବ୍ଦର ପ୍ରୟୋଗରେ କିଛି ଭୁଲ ରହୁଛି। ଶବ୍ଦର ପ୍ରୟୋଗ ଏମିତିରେ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଗଲେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ମାନେ କନଜରଭେସନ୍ କିମ୍ବା ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ୍ କନଫ୍ଲିକ୍ଟ ଦୁଇଟା ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ ପାର୍ଟ ରହୁଛି। ଯଦି କନଜରଭେସନ୍ ଉପରକୁ ଯିବା ତ ଅବଭିୟସଲି ଯେକୌଣସି ଯାହା ସବୁ ଇସ୍ୟୁଜ୍ ରହୁଛି କନଜରଭେସନ୍ସ ଉପରେ, ତାକୁ ଯଦି ଆମେ ନ୍ୟୁଜ୍ରେ କଭର୍ କରିବା ପ୍ରାୟତଃ ରିଡର୍ କିମ୍ବା ଭ୍ୟୁଅରସିପ୍ ସେତେ ଆସିବନି। ତ ଯେଉଁଠିକି ତୁମେ ଯଦି ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ୍ କନଫ୍ଲିକ୍ଟ କିମ୍ବା କିଛି ସେନ୍ସେସନାଲ୍ ଇନସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ହେଲା ଲାଇକ୍ ସେଗୁଡ଼ା ଯଦି ଆପଣ କଭର୍ କରିବେ ତ ସେ ଟାଇମ୍ରେ ମାନେ ଭ୍ୟୁଅର୍ ମାନେ ବି ସେତିକି ଦେଖିବେ। ଆଣ୍ଡ ସେ ଯଦି କିଛି ହାତୀ ମଣିଷ ଲଢ଼େଇ ହେଲା କିମ୍ବା କିଛି ଯଦି ସାପ ଦଂଶି ଦେଲା, ଯେଭଳିଆ ୱାର୍ଡ଼ ଆସୁଛି ସେଠି ସାପ ଦଂଶି ଦେଲା କିମ୍ବା ଇଏ ହେଲା, ସେସବୁ ୱାର୍ଡ଼ ଗୁଡ଼ାକୁ ମାନେ
ଆମ ମିଡ଼ିଆରେ ସ୍ପେଶାଲି ମାନେ ଆଜ୍ ଏ ରିଡର୍, ମୁଁ କହିବିନି ଆଜ୍ ଏ ମିଡ଼ିଆ ମାନେ ପ୍ରଫେସନାଲ୍, ମିଡ଼ିଆରେ ଆମେ ଯେଉଁଭଳି ଫିଚର୍ ଲେଖିବା କଥା ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ରୁଟ୍କୁ ଯାଇକରି ଇସ୍ୟୁକୁ, ଯେଉଁଟା ସାର୍ ଯେଉଁ କହିଲେ ହିଣ୍ଟସ୍ ଦେଲେ, ଆମେ ଅଧିକ ହାତୀ ହେଇଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ବୋଲି ପଶୁଛନ୍ତି ନା ତାଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁଟାକ କ୍ୱାଲିଟି ଫରେଷ୍ଟ କଭରଟା ଶ୍ରିଙ୍କ କରୁଛି, ସଙ୍କୁଚିତ ହେଇକା ଯାଉଛି, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆଜି ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ହାବିଟେସନକୁ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି, ଯାହାଫଳରେ ମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଏଲିଫେଣ୍ଟ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁଟାକ ସଂଘର୍ଷ ହେଉଛି। ସେଭଳିଆ ଫିଚର୍ ଆମେ କରୁଛେ କି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ମିଡ଼ିଆରେ ଆମେ କରିପାରୁଛେ କି?
ସେଥିରେ କେଉଁଠି ନା କେଉଁଠି ଟିନାକୁ ମାନେ ଲ୍ୟାକ୍ ହେଉଛି, କାହିଁକିନା ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଯେଉଁ ଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଜିରୋ ରିପୋର୍ଟିଂ ଯେଉଁଟା କହୁଛନ୍ତି, ଯେମିତିକି ଆମେ ହାତୀ ପାଇଁ ସ୍ପେସ୍ କମ୍ ଅଛି, 400 ପାଖାପାଖି ହାତୀ କମ୍ ରହିବେ ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ 21 ଅଛନ୍ତି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟେ ସର୍ଭେ ହେଇଥିଲା ବେଙ୍ଗଲୁରୁର ସେ ଯେଉଁ ଇନଷ୍ଟିଚ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରିଥିଲା ସେଇଟା 1700 ପାଇଁ କରିଥିଲା। ତ ସେ ଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡରେ ଯଦି ଆମେ ସେଇଟାକୁ ଫୋକସ୍ କରିବା ତ ଅବଭିୟସଲି ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟକୁ ବି ତା ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମିଶିକି ବି କାମ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ତ ଯେହେତୁ ମାନେ ମିଡ଼ିଆ ସେ ଦିଗରେ ଆଗକୁ ବି ମାନେ ଏମିତି ନୁହେଁ ଯେ କରୁଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେଇଟାକୁ ଆମକୁ ଟିକେ ଲାର୍ଜର ସ୍କେଲ୍ରେ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ।
ବିଲକୁଲ ଲାର୍ଜର ସ୍କେଲ୍ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଅନୁଭୂତିରେ କୁହନ୍ତୁ, ମୋତେ ସତ କଥା କହିଲେ ଡର ଲାଗୁଛି, ସାର୍ ମାନେ ବସିଛନ୍ତି, ମାନେ ଦେ ମାଇଟ୍ ବି ଟେକିଂ ଇଟ୍ ଅଦରୱାଇଜ୍। ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଅଭିଜ୍ଞତାରୁ କହିବେ ସୋ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଦେ କ୍ୟାନ୍ ଅଣ୍ଡରଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡ। ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯେତିକି ଦିନ କ୍ୟାରିୟର ଭିତରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଏମିତି କିଛି ସୁଯୋଗ ମିଳିଛି କି ଟପ୍ ଫରେଷ୍ଟ ଅଫିସିଆଲ୍ସ ଦେ ହାଭ୍ ପାସ୍ଡ ଅନ୍ ସମ୍ ଇନପୁଟ୍ ସୋ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ୟୁ କ୍ୟାନ୍ ଡୁ ଏ ଗୁଡ୍ ଷ୍ଟୋରି ଅନ୍ ଆୱାର ଫରେଷ୍ଟ ରିସୋର୍ସେସ୍ ଅର୍ ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ୍, ଏମିତି କିଛି ଇଣ୍ଟରଫେସ୍ର ସୁଯୋଗ ମିଳିଛି କି?
ହଁ ଏକ୍ଜାକ୍ଟଲି ମିଳିଛି, ଏମିତି ଆଗକୁ କରିଛି ବି ସେମିତି କିଛି ନ୍ୟୁଜ୍ କଭର୍ କରିଛି, ଯେଉଁଟାକି ଆଗରୁ ଗୋଟେ ମାନେ ବନ୍ୟପ୍ରାଣୀ ବିଲୁପ୍ତ ହେବେ ଯେଉଁ ସେ ରିଗାର୍ଡ଼ିଂ ନ୍ୟୁଜ୍ କରିଛୁ ଆମେ। ଯେମିତିକି ଗୋଟେ ଆପଣ ଦେଖିବେ ବାରାସିଙ୍ଗା କିମ୍ବା ଚମ୍ପେଇ ନେଉଳ, ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଭଏସ୍, ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁ ଇଏଟା ଯେଉଁ ବଂଶଟା ସେମାନଙ୍କର ପୁରାପୁରି ଲୋପ ପାଇଯାଉଛି। ତ ସେ ଆସ୍ତେ ଆସ୍ତେ ସେଇଟାକୁ ଆମର ମାନେ ଆଗକୁ ଆଉ ଦେଖାଦେବନି, ସେ ରିଗାର୍ଡ଼ିଂ ବି ଆମେ ନ୍ୟୁଜ୍ ବି କରିଛୁ, ଯେଉଁଟାକି ଲୋକଙ୍କ ଇଣ୍ଟରେଷ୍ଟ ଆସିଛି, ସେଇଟା ବି ଆମେ କରିଛୁ।
बिल्कुल से इंटरफेसटा से माने एडेक्वेट ना आपण भाबुचंती इट नीड्स टू बी स्केल्ड अप आउट अधिक जेते ऑफिसर्स माने जेते से स्टोरी आसी कहबे जेते खबर कागज रे बाहरबो जेते आपनकर गोटे डॉक्यूमेंटरी तयारी करि हबो टेलीविजन चैनल इत्यादि रे सेटा आउट अधिक भलो हबो
सेटा अधिक हबा दरकार नो डाउट
निश्चित भाव अधिक हवा दरकार जहाँ संबित कहले कारण आम ए रही ए गुड स्टोरी ऑलवेज सेल्स आम जर्नलिज्म पार्लान्स स्टोरी मीन्स स्वाति इज वेरी सीनियर एंकर सी इज सिटिंग देयर ऑन द फ्रंट रो तो सी भी तांकर अनुभूति कहते अनेक शो भी करिसेंती टेलीविजन ने तो अधिक रु अधिक स्टोरी जदि आम पाखक आसीबो आमे तापरे स्टोरी करि परिबा सो दैट आमे गोटे जो आम टार्गेट रहउची मिशन रहउची गोटे मिशन टू हैव ए ग्रीन प्लैनेट सेटा को आमे रखि परिबा
For what Sambit just said, I should actually applaud his bravery and honesty for putting up the right thing. This is basically a balance between TRP, being politically correct, and finding the ground story. It is not as easy as it has been portrayed. Thank you, young friend. You are actually true. The channel would need money, for which it needs TRP. से जहाँ कहले जदि गोटे मैटर को सेंसेशनलाइज न करा जाए probably viewership हेबो नाही but मुइटी कहि रखिया पे चाहूची
ma'am no it is not for money okay
I mean the TRP you said which
I just want to say this is for only for viewership like people wants to see that kind of story
agreed even if it is for viewership the media is the only democratic forum which can go deeper without being necessarily politically correct, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
You are the only people, those who can actually lay down bare facts in front of people. So what is lacking? What I felt you could have added, जो को अपन add कर लीजिए, आउ बेसी interfaces दरकार जो ठी officers मने stories दे परिबे. What is needed is, it is called investigative journalism. आमे गोटे story present करचे, and after that there is no
you
follow-up.
articulated her viewpoint in the right manner, but that TRP thing was part of his speech, but he again balanced it by saying that we need to do good stories. So you might have seen in Sambad and some other newspapers, they are carrying special features on environment and all that. So we have been batting with editors that come out with good stories on environment, on ecology, on forest cover, on water resources, and those things have started. It's not all that TRP always or readership always matter to us. There are readers because somewhere we people, the editors or we the administrators, somewhere we are not discharging our responsibility in right earnest. And I had taken up this matter with the Chief Secretary and some other bureaucrats very recently. Let me give one example. I'm just throwing this question to many of you. Recently, Odisha government had organized a grand event that was called Black Swan. Have you heard or not? Black Swan Summit. How many of us know what Black Swan is all about? Any students who can say? What was the Black Swan event all about? I raised this matter in front of many lawmakers, many bureaucrats. I told them that you didn't invite a single journalist to that event. You spent crores of rupees in organizing that event. You expected the journalist that he or she should know everything under the sun. But that happens within the 4 wall. And you are not giving any exposure to the journalist, and you expect that he will write today on environment, next day on economy, everything.
I totally agree that
Just a second, ma'am. Just a second, ma'am. Then the Chief Secretary and other senior bureaucrats, Shashwat Mishra was there and some other business, they said that you organize 30-40 people and we'll take you to go on the economy and we'll get best of the brains in the country and they will just get you oriented with the budget terms like fiscal responsibility by revenue deficit, FRBM Act, then on Black Swan, everything they said. My submission is that if our what should say, our respected senior forest officer, former forest officials are sitting there, if they can use their influence and ask the serving forest officials, organize a workshop or seminar for budding journalists so that they can pass on the information, or they can be the medium of dissemination of information about what we are doing, what the community needs to do. If that exercise can be done, then I believe what Mr. Paricha said, that we can also earn the trust and faith of the community people. My next question goes to Mr. Panigrahi. From your experience, just enlighten the audience, what has been the exercise of the forest department in owning the community trust or ownership, or if you need to do more to get their support in conservation of forest and wildlife?
Our slogan is community as conservation partners. This is the reality. Any conservation initiative or program without the involvement of the local community, nothing is going to be successful. This philosophy everybody understands, including the forest officials. Forest department has the objective to take all measures to protect the forest ecosystem. That is true. But what is happening is a different story. Nobody can accuse that forest department doesn't have the objective of protecting and conserving the forest wealth of the state, which is considered as the natural wealth of the state. But sometimes we fail somewhere. I would like to cite two examples here. In 2021, 2021 ମସିହାରେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ମନେ ଥିବ ସମଗ୍ର ରାଜ୍ୟର ସବୁ ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ଜଳିବାକୁ ଲାଗିଲା। ତାପରେ ଗତକାଲି ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନ ମୋର ଦଉଥିଲି, ଏତେ highly discussed media ରହିଲା, both print and electronic media, the government was compelled to constitute a high-level task force on forest fire. And very fortunately, I was included in that committee. ତେଣୁ ତା ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ମୁଁ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ଶିମିଳିପାଳଠୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରି ନୟାଗଡ଼ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ମୁଁ ବୁଲିଲି ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରେ, ଲୋକଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନ୍, ଫରେଷ୍ଟ ଅଫିସିଆଲଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନ୍। ଏସବୁ ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ଜିନିଷ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟିଏ ଏକ୍ଜାମ୍ପଲ୍ ସାଇଟ୍ କରିବି, ଯେ ଶିମିଳିପାଳ ଭିତରେ ଲୋକଙ୍କ ସହିତ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନ୍ କରୁ କରୁ ଗୋଟେ ନ୍ୟୁଜ୍ ଆସିଲା, ଆମକୁ କୁହାଯାଇଥିଲା ଯେ କଜେସ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଫରେଷ୍ଟ ଫାୟାର ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଇତ୍ୟାଦି କରିକି ଗୋଟେ ଲମ୍ବା ରିପୋର୍ଟ ଦେବା ପାଇଁ ସରକାରଙ୍କୁ ଯାହା ଦିଆଯାଇଥିଲା। ଗୋଟିଏ ଏକ୍ଜାମ୍ପଲ୍ ସାଇଟ୍ କରିବି, ଲୋକଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନ୍ ସମୟରେ ଜଣେ କହିଲେ, ସେ ଟିକିଏ ଦୂରରେ ଜଣେ ଛିଡ଼ା ହେଇଛି, ଜଣେ ୟଙ୍ଗ ଲୋକ, ଟୋକା ଜଣେ ଛିଡ଼ା ହେଇଛନ୍ତି, ଆଜ୍ଞା ଇଏ ପୁରା ନିଆଁ ଲଗେଇ ଦେଉଛି। ସୋ ହି ଇଜ୍ ଆଉଟ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ଅର୍ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି। ସେ ମଦ ପିଇକିରି ତା ଜାଗାରେ ଥାଏ ଏବଂ ଫରେଷ୍ଟ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟରେ ସେ କାଜୁଆଲ ଲେବରର ଭାବରେ କାମ କରୁଥିଲା। ଯେତେବେଳେ ତାର ଆକ୍ଟିଭିଟି ଠିକ୍ ନ ରହିଲା, ସେତେବେଳେ ତାକୁ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟରୁ ଡିସଏନଗେଜ୍ କରାଗଲା ଏବଂ ତାର ରାଗ ରହିଲା, ଯେଉଁଥିପାଇଁ କି ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଅପରଚ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଆସେ, ସେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରେ ନିଆଁ ଲଗେଇ ଦେଉଛି ସେ ଅଞ୍ଚଳରେ। ସୋ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଇନଭଲଭମେଣ୍ଟ କଥା ଯେତେବେଳେ କୁହାଯାଉଛି, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସେ ରିପୋର୍ଟରେ ବହୁତ ଏମ୍ଫାଟିକାଲି ଆମେ ମେନସନ୍ କରିଛୁ ଯେ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ପାର୍ଟିସିପେସନକୁ କେମିତି ଆହୁରି ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଙ୍ଗର କରାଯିବ, ତା ପାଇଁ ସବୁ ପ୍ରକାର ଇନିସିଏଟିଭ୍, ଯେଉଁଥିପାଇଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଡ୍ରାଏ ସିଜନ୍ ବା ଫାୟାର ସିଜନ୍ ଆରମ୍ଭ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଫରେଷ୍ଟ ଲୋକାଲିଟିରେ ଯେତେ ସବୁ ଭିଲେଜେସ୍ ଅଛି, ସେଠି କମ୍ୟୁନିଟିକୁ ଏକଜୁଟ କରି ସ୍କୁଲ କଲେଜରେ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାମ କରି ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ସଚେତନତା କେତେ ଅଧିକ ବୃଦ୍ଧି ହେବ। ଆମ ରାଜ୍ୟରେ ଯାହା ନିଆଁ ଲାଗୁଛି 95% ହେଉଛି ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ଇଣ୍ଡ୍ୟୁସ୍ଡ, ମଣିଷମାନଙ୍କର ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଆକ୍ଟିଭିଟିରେ ଇଏ ନିଆଁ ଲାଗୁଛି, ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ଜଳୁଛି, ଯାହା ଆମେ ଦେଖୁଛେ। ଏବଂ ରିପିଟେଡଲି ପ୍ରତିବର୍ଷ ଏ ଘଟଣା ଘଟିଲେ ଯେଉଁ ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫକୁ ଏତେ ଅଧିକ ଭାବରେ ଆମେ ଏଠି ଆଲୋଚନା କରୁଛେ, ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ ବଣରେ ଯେଉଁ ବୃକ୍ଷଲତା ଅଛି, ଜୀବଜନ୍ତୁ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ସେମାନଙ୍କର ସଂଖ୍ୟା କମି କମି ଯିବ ଏବଂ ଅଲ୍ଟିମେଟଲି some species will become extinct. ये है गोटे रियलिटी। द्वितीय एग्जाम्पल मुझे डिस्कसन करी, 4 वर्ष पूर्वे सेव एलिफेंट फाउंडेशन आनुकूल्य रे डॉक्टर प्रकाश जेना आम बहुत किसी लोक इनवॉल्व थिलु डॉक्टर बीके पट्टनायक अच्छा डॉक्टर एल के सिंह अच्छा सेटा शिमिलपाल आरंभ होकर सातकुरसिया पर्यंत कॉरिडोर एलिफेंट कॉरिडोर वॉक गोटे ऑर्गेनाइज करा 10 दिनिया प्रोग्राम से आम बाटे जाऊ जाऊ जंगल भितर पशिकी गोटे पटू आर पटक बाहर जा चलिक से आम अनुभव कलु जे गोटे गोटे जंगल थिकनेस जी डेनसीटी रहा कथा नहीं बाहर को देखा जाउछ जंगल किंतु भितरे गछपत्र संख्या कमी जीवजंतु नहांती सेठी गोटे जगार गोटे कम्युनिटी सहित मीटिंग हैला बेले लोक माने कहले वेरी फ्रांकली आमको एक्सप्रेस कले आगे आम भितर आम समस्ते जंगल रु पळे आसचु बाहर आमको सेटल कराई किंतु गोटे लोक लुचिकी जाइकरी से भितरे रही एवं तार काम होछि जो माने शिकार करछंती पोचिंग एक्टिविटी जो माने गछ काटुछंती से मानको माफिया जो माने अछंती बाहर से माने जेतोले जंगल ले पशुछंती ये लोक तांको सहाय्य करूछ आपण माने फील करंतु जे कम्युनिटी रो रोल केते सिग्निफिकेंट कंजर्वेशन प्रोसेस रे तेणु जंगल विभाग हो बा साधारण नागरिक होंतु ये समस्ते आकु भल भाव रे अनुभव करिवार आवश्यकता रही एबे आउ गोटे एग्जांपल देबी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट रो बजेट रे टाटल ट्रेल्स बोलिकरी गोटे प्रोजेक्ट से माने डिजाइन करछंती टाटल ट्रेल्स जो जो जगह ऑलिव रिले सी टाटल्स ओडिशा ठू आरंभ करी तमिलनाडु एवं कर्नाटक पर्यंत जो जो जगह नेस्टिंग ग्राउंड्स रही ताकू कनेक्ट करी गोटे टूरिज्म इको टूरिज्म प्रोजेक्ट डेवलप हम तापाई केते कोटी टंका एथिरे सैंक्शन करा जायछि मु तापर गोटे आर्टिकल लिखिली जे केते लाभ केते टाटल ट्रेल्स रे लाभ केते क्षति केते हवा को जाउछि इको टूरिज्म ना रे वर्तमान आमे जेते सब प्रोजेक्ट करी छे मो मतरे लाभ जेतिक होउछि क्षति मध्य सेतिक होउछि जो स्पिरिट रे इको टूरिज्म रो प्रिंसिपल को इंप्लीमेंट करा जिबा कथा अनेक जगार डेविएशन होउछि पॉल्यूशन होउछि लोक माने जो जाउछंती से माने विभिन्न भाव रे जंगल परिसंस्था को क्षताक्त करके आसुछंती प्लास्टिक बहु मात्रा रे सेठी फोपाड़ देकरी आसुछंती विभिन्न भाव रे आमे नष्ट करूछे तेणु आमर ऑब्जेक्टिव कहा को दोष दबा नो आमर ऑब्जेक्टिव होउछि सबु इश्यू को स्पष्ट भाव रे आलोचना करिबा एवं समाधान पंथा बाहर करिबा एथिरे कम्युनिटी बा गोष्ठीर संपृक्ति ताकू एनश्योर करिबा ताहले आगामी दिन रे ये जहाँ सब क्षति घटुची परिवेश रे प्रकृति रे आमे सक्षम हबा किछि मात्र रे संरक्षण करिबा कंजर्वेशन करिबा रे ये आम समस्तंकर ऑब्जेक्टिव हो
थैंक यू सो मच आपण दुई तीन कथा सामना को आनिले जे हमरो टॉप फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर्स मन राजी हेबे कि नहीं आपनकर प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस रो कहले जे 95% ऑफ फॉरेस्ट फायर्स आर ह्यूमन इंड्यूस्ड अपन त कहले नंबर 2 आपण कहले जे जो कथा इंफॉर्मेशन रखिले आम आगे जे जो कम्युनिटी ओनरशिप कथा हमें कहूचे बा कम्युनिटी ओनरशिप हमें चाहूचे तार जदि रियल पिक्चर देखिबा आजिका डेट रे आम देखुचे जे लोकल पीपल दे आर पार्ट ऑफ द कॉन्स्पिरेसी टू डिस्ट्रॉय फॉरेस्ट जो बा फॉरेस्ट को फॉरेस्ट जो गछ कटा होची कि बा वाइल्ड सेटी पोचिंग एक्टिविटी होचंती दे आर बिकमिंग ए पार्ट ऑफ द दैट पोचिंग एक्सरसाइज तो एटा गोटे कथा कहले थर्ड आई थिंक दैट यू ब्रॉट टू लाइट जे हम जो इको टूरिज्म कथा कहूचे इको टूरिज्म ना रे आमे फॉरेस्ट रो जो रही प्रिस्टाइन ब्यूटी तक मध्य आमे नष्ट करूछु तो इफ these are the facts then where do we stand actually how can we earn or convince the people who have become part of this conspiracy or connivance do the forest or the forest officials they do real exercise to reach out to the people and win their heart
सर बड़ा क्लियरली से जिन सर को मेंशन भी कले जे it is not a problem which we are trying to pin on anyone neither the media nor the government nor the people until and unless we see what the problem for everybody is, can I janiche we are a human dominated society. Elephants manaka pain ke nahanti asikiri kahiba pain ki tankar they do not have a voice. So even if there is something unfair happening to the animals, it's fine. We just pass it off je chalibo. This is the problem. So until and unless mu setabale bi se babung se kohuthili, we have just started. Ame Redhakol re gote workshop re we called all the people, those who are part of print and press media, and we tried to tell them how we can be non-judgmental in our expression. Just that. And it helped. Like sir mentioned about turtle trails, I was about to come to it. There is such a huge mass nesting going on. Jadi a same jinsata Gujarat re hothanta ki Maharashtra re hothanta, probably it would have been a global icon by today. Although entire world knows Odia people, the fishermen community there, elites who are working in urban cities and offices and elsewhere, we try to keep it really quiet. In a way, it is good for the turtles. Can I jadi sir ko kahiba anusare, if the turtle trails really take off, I do not know how responsibly that will happen. So if it can happen responsibly, that every citizen really wants, there was a very beautiful article on social media which I usually do not follow, that are the turtles really requiring this release which we do, picking up into the buckets, releasing them there. So there is a counter hypothesis which has come up that probably the baby turtles are losing their instinct, the inherited instinct which they have to go back to the ocean. So not too much conservation is good conservation. So not every positive story is a good story. It could be a positive story, and that is definitely a ray of hope, but we may sometimes overdo. Now, back to Mr. Akshay's question, where do we stand? Probably we are still lagging behind epochs if we look at where wildlife conservation should have been today. If we look at other states, most prominently, very adjacent to us along this east coast is Tamil Nadu. In many places, they have really done well. When we look at examples from Valparai, they hardly needed anything but few people going around in motorbikes to manage elephants. We could have tried that here in our own state, but we preferred looking away from the problem. We preferred putting compensation as an example, as a stop halt or a stop cock for the problem. This is where we need to start, and this is where we all need to come together. Again, I repeat my words, we do not pin it on either media or the government officials or the department. It cannot be solved that way. If I keep telling that the media is wrong, the media is wrong, the media will simply do what it does, and they won't care, like many channels do not. Where do we land ourselves then? Till the time. And the other thing, probably today there was a session which was supposed to be happening on citizen science, and that did not happen. In Odisha, Arindam would also know, because past few years we have been collaborating for citizen science very, very impactfully and very massively. This needs to come up from the students. Jo jagare janasadharan manaka bhitere juba shakti sachetan, probably say jagare nothing else can hold them back. And in our state, I feel that is where we lack in a huge way. If young people come forward, they ask for answers, the media will be forced to answer, the forest department will be forced to give out facts and details, and we as officers in different places, we will be forced to bring down that into execution. Probably that is from where we can begin.
Thank you so much. My next question to Arindam. ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ଆଲୋଚନା କରୁ ସେ conservation of forest, conservation of mountains or hills, conservation of river and all that, the speakers or the panelists say that old wisdom or wisdom of native people be respected or put into practice. Can you show some examples that the forest department officials, or for that matter the policymakers, have incorporated this native wisdom or old wisdom while conserving forest covered or wildlife?
Yes, sir, very important question. Now, when we are talking of traditional knowledge or the native knowledge, where does it come from? See, I started working for tiger conservation some around 10-12 years back. I've read a lot of books, or I believe whatever is available for tigers, I read all of it. I have not gained that knowledge from that, sir. While I was working in Kana Tiger Reserve, there was this forest guide. We went to the jungle and we were following the tracks of a tiger. He stood there. Se seti chida he gala. Se dekhila emte tike track को tike आगु पछकु देखिला ऊपर को देखिला तल को देखिला कहला सर जी आधा घंटा पहले एक मेल टाइगर आया था वो यहाँ से गया वहाँ तक वहाँ रुका थोड़ी देर उसके बाद नीचे गया वहाँ एक तालाब है पानी पिया ऊपर आया फिर ऊपर आके यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर तक बैठा और पता नहीं क्यों उसको कुछ डिस्टर्ब हुआ शायद हम लोग आगे डिस्टर्ब हुआ वो यहाँ से उतरा और वो झाड़ियों में चला गया he went into that bushes and I was shocked ମୋ ପାଇଁ ସେଟା ଗୋଟେ ରାସ୍ତା ଭଳିଆ ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି ତିନିଟା pug marks ଅଛି he could narrate the turn of events for that last half an hour he told me sir देखिए वो जो pug mark है उसके उंगलियों की निशान उस तरफ है मतलब वो उस तरफ गया है अभी भी धूल उसमें है उसके ऊपर कोई धूल चढ़ा नहीं है ज़्यादा देर नहीं होगा 1 घंटा फ्रेश है और उसका जो नाखून है देखिए सर वो थोड़ा सा गोलाकार है इट्स अ लिटिल स्क्वायर मेल है फीमेल होता थोड़ा उसका उंगली लंबा होता वहां पे गया सर शायद प्यास लगा था नीचे उतरा वहां से जब ऊपर आया देखिए उसके पीछे कुछ बूंदों के छींटों के निशान पड़े हैं जो पानी सूख गया है वो पानी में गया था वो पानी से आया यहाँ पे बैठा वो देखिए वहां पे एक आपको सी शेप का मार्क दिखेगा वो बैठा हुआ था व्हेन टाइगर sit in a very sprawled area and there was that C shape mark and when I observed closely yes it was there he came up he went into the forest a native जो वहां पे पला है बढ़ा है जानता है जंगल को वो जंगल को किताब की तरह पढ़ लेता है that is native knowledge sir so when we are talking of communities that does not come from the books we are talking of that communal knowledge अब फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट स्टाफ की तरह हम जाएंगे हाँ वहां पे एक टाइगर था यस pug marks are there there was a moment it ends he tells you the story that storytelling is missing somewhere we are missing that और कम्युनिटी का जब बात करते हैं तो कम्युनिटी नॉलेज हम लोग बोलते हैं इंडिजिनस नॉलेज एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल दूंगा बलांगीर का इन बलांगीर देयर इज अ स्मॉल विलेज आई विल नॉट नेम द विलेज क्योंकि ड्यू टू सर्टेन रीजंस आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू मेंशन इट तो जहां मैं वहां पे गया था व्हेन आई वेंट देयर आई सॉ दे वर हैविंग दिस बुलबुल बर्ड्स and they were tying their strings on their legs and they tied it to a pole when I asked them ki what is this semane कहले कि चंपा रोसिया सर आमे चंपा रोसिया आ एटा आमे बुलबुल सने माडो लगांती आमे एमते कुकुडार माडो लगुछु साथे माडो लगांती they have this habit of doing this I said सेटा कोन पे करछो एमती सेमती then when I talked to them मते first with a negative thoughts like they're torturing the animals when I came to know I was surprised the kind of data they provided about the fauna the avian fauna around that specific area 2022 से जेमते हमें कहला कि फॉरेस्ट फायर वाज रेमिनेंट सो सही पार्ट ऑफ बलांगीर रे पैराडाइज फ्लाई कैचर इंडियन पेटर ଗୋଟେ ବହୁତ ବଡ଼ ନେଷ୍ଟିଂ ସାଇଟ୍ ଅଛି I had been monitoring that for a few years 2022 ପରେ ମୁଁ 2 ବର୍ଷ ସାଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖିଲିନି I was surprised where have the birds gone ତାଙ୍କ ନେଷ୍ଟିଂ ସାଇଟ୍ ला ठीक अछि फॉरेस्ट फायर ला they get disturbed they've gone ସେଇ ଲୋକଟା ମତେ କହିଲା सर ए सर सेठी कोन पे खोजंती से पहाड़ जो छै ता पछो पट को पळे जानतु सेठी अछि से 2 वर्ष ला सेठी नेस्टिंग करछंती डिपार्टमेंट डज नॉट हैव दिस डेटा these people have that is indigenous knowledge we understand wildlife from these people and let's broaden up this concept of community ame jo community kotha कहउछु ame कहउछु कि indigenous people why sir there is this student of mine she is sitting there she came to me while lunch and she told me sir do you recognize me I am your student and right now she is working with the wildlife board of biodiversity board of Odisha is he not community are not the young master community are not the press media the community here we have Dr. Lar here we have Dr. Parihar Suresh Mishra sir achanti Purohit sir achanti are they not the community we need all of them we need every individual who is a part of this ecosystem even Bhubaneswar asala seti mo dekhili there is this very iconic statue Nabo Gunjara kohuchu ame taku my child is very much fascinated with that specific figure se कहला sir how this kind of animal can exist तार हाथ एटा हाथीर अच्छी से बाघर अच्छी ता लांज अच्छी गोटे हाथ ता मनीषर अच्छी पिककर बेकटा अच्छी रूस्टर मुंडटा अच्छी ही इज हैविंग दिस मेनी थिंग्स दैट इज अ सिंबल ऑफ कोएक्सिस्टेंस आवर माइथोलॉजी टीचर्स अस सर हम माइथोलॉजी का हमको बतौछि हाउ टू कोएक्सिस्ट दैट इंटरकनेक्शन इट इज टेलिंग अस वी हैव नॉट लुक्ड इनटू दैट एवर हम केबे देखिनु ताकू all of us should coordinate everyone is community forest department they work for the department but they are among us they are community the information that they have the information that students will gather these young generations will be community not urban community not native community let's broaden up this concept of community I believe that will aid to conservation in a more apt way
Thank you, Arindam. You well defined what actually community is. Community is not the people, tribal people, those who are living on forest fringes. Community means journalists, community means the forest department officials, doctors, everybody, school students, whom often we use to create awareness and all that. So everybody is a stakeholder, and we need to include them in our mission to save forest, save wildlife. तो संदीप आमर लास्ट क्वेश्चन आपन को रहिबो तो ये जो कम्युनिटी कथा कहूचे जे माने जहाँ अरिंदम डिफाइन कले जो कम्युनिटी कहले जे आम खाली से बुझी पानी गोटे कम्युनिटी जो माने फॉरेस्ट पाखापाखि रहउचंते समस्त डायसिटी भागीदारिता रहुची तो एभली किछि दृष्टांत आम सामना को आसीची कि जोटी समस्त मिसिकरे माने कम्युनिटी गोटे फॉरेस्ट को प्रोटेक्शन देइचंती जो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट ऑफिशियल्स रहिचंती और लोकल कम्युनिटीज रहिचंती जेमती आम ओडिसा एमती किछि दृष्टांत अछि कि सामना को आसीची
देखो लोकल कम्युनिटी जो कहते पार्टिसिपेट जहाँ भी हो सेरा आसी कहता आगुरी मुझे कहूँ चाहिए जे आम वाइल्ड लाइफ को गोटे सब गोटे थ्रेट हिसाब से देखुचे राइट तो आम वाइल्ड लाइफ जो आम परसेप्शन चेंज हम जे नहीं वाइल्ड लाइफ गोटे आम गोटे वेल्थ वाइल्ड लाइफ गोटे आम हेरिटेज ओके तापर कम्युनिटी जो कनेक्ट जो येटा इनवॉल्वमेंटा आहरी अधिक रहिबो तो ये कहूँ चाहूँगी कहीं जदि आम जो थ्रेट हिसाब से देखी दौचे जो देखुचे हाँ बाघ आसूची माने कौन आमको अटैक कर हाथी आम घर आसिक भांगी दौची कि माने आम फसल नष्ट करुच्ची धान खाई दौची ये सब जिनस आम हाथी गोटे शत्रु भाया कौटि ना कौटि भावी देचे हाथी गोटे आम शत्रु कि बाघ गोटे हाँ देखलान डरबार अच्छी एबे बाघ अच्छी मैंने बाघ संगे लड़ियार अच्छी ना बाघ को केमी गोटे मारिदेले कि कौन कले आम से बंचीजा ताकू जो आम से माइंडसेटा आमर से चेंज हो जो आम गोटे लाइक आमर गोटे जमती माने इकोलोजिकल आमर गोटे अच्छी जमी बालांस करी हबो तो सी जो पार्टा रहा इकोलोजिकल बालांस जदि आम मनीष रनीष संगे हाथी बाघ भी रंगे छोट पिंपुड़ीटे भी तो एमती रहिले ही गोटे आमर बायोडाइवर्सिटीटा मेंटेन हबो जोटा कि आमर दरकार जोटा कि मे बी आम पाखे से अच्छी लोकल कम्युनिटी जोटा लोकल जो मैंने रोचंती माने से एरिया रे जंगल एरिया रे से माइंड रे ए जिनसटा को आमको एटलिस्ट कौट ना कौटी आनिया को पड़ो आम माने मीडिया रो इम्पोर्टेंट रोल अच्छी मीडिया से सब जिनस नहीं कि बहुत सारा अवेयरनेस स्प्रेड करुच्ची तार न्यूज माध्यम मीडिया ये सब जिनस नहीं कि माने जनाऊँगी जे हाँ आमको जदि बायोडाइवर्सिटी जदि न रहा तो आगू आम आम आगामी पीढ़ी कौ भाया लॉस सहे आगामी पीढ़ी कौ भाया क्षति हम कि आगू जमती आम रेयरेस्ट एनिमल जो सेरा सब देखिपारे आगू आगू सेरा सब म्यूजियम जमी अधा रही आउ अधा रे तो से जिनसटा को आम जिते क्लीयर करदे जिते से माइंड में पलि आसो भावे जे ना यहाँ गोटे आम गोटे वेल्थ आम गोटे माने हेरिटेज कि कौन ताले आम से जिनसटा को एडजस्ट कर
Thank you, Sambit. We have come to the last part of this panel discussion, and everybody, as you heard them, they focused on one word: coexistence. Coexistence is not a the recent word. This has been there since the civilization started, and in our mythology, we have been very often taught about this coexistence, and you might have seen we are worshipping many creatures, including we are worshipping snake, we are worshipping owl, we are worshipping tiger, we are worshipping lion. They are the vahanas of different deities and all that. So we need to coexist with every flora and fauna. So everybody is a stakeholder, as our esteemed panelist said, and there is need to have regular interfaces among all the communities as defined by Mr. Arindam. So all the communities need to regularly meet, exchange their views, and they also need to deliberate on the gaps. And once we deliberate on them and we influence the policy makers, I believe the concern that we are raising here will be addressed to. And thank you once again, Evergreen Forum, for creating such an opportunity where our panelists, they spoke their mind, and I look forward to participating in such kind of exercise in this future. Thank you all for listening to us. Thank you.
Hello, thank you all the panelists. I request all the panelists to please be off the dais. So one question you can take, sir.
Let him ask a question because otherwise it will.
नमस्कार मु अनुज मोर क्वेश्चन अरिंदम को जयकृष्ण सर को सर नयागढ़ ठेंगा बाहिनी कथा आपण सुनी महिला माने ठेंगा बाहिनी अछंती जो माने जंगल जगुछंती केवल नयागढ़ नुहे ओडिसा रे विभिन्न जगह एमती से इंडिजिनियस पीपल बा ट्राइबल पीपल माने जगह जगुछंती आमे जो न्यूज कवरेज करछु मु कनक न्यूज रो तो आमे जो ऑल ओडिसा न्यूज कवरेज करछु सेतले आमे देखछु कि लोक माने कहउछन सर हमकु से जगह रो बाहर कर दे कि जंगल आहुरी नष्ट हो जाउची तो जो कम्युनिटी सपोर्ट कथा कह जाउची आपण जयकृष्ण सर अरिंदम में प्रश्न उत्तर देबे कि प्रकृत रे कम्युनिटी सपोर्ट सेति हे पारुची कि ना सेठू लोक आउट करला परे फॉरेस्ट जेतले सब अख्तियार नेउची फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट से जंगल सुरक्षा और वाइल्ड लाइफ सुरक्षा हे पारुची आउ संबित आपण खाली कहबी सेंसेशन और सेंसिटिव या भीतर एक बहुत बड़ दूरता सबु चैनल बा सबु खबरकागज टीआरपी पई काम करंती ताहा भी नुह कि सेंसेशन करदेले टीआरपी बढ़ियो सेटा भी टीआरपी रे पाठ बहुत अलगा पॉजिटिव स्टोरी बहुत हुए भल स्टोरी हुए केवल हाथी आक्रमण करछि ताहा नुह हाथी एठी शिक्षा पाउछि हाथी एठी भल काम करछि सेटा भी गणमाध्यम देखाय थैंक यू
अनुज थैंक यू फॉरेस्ट फायर एग्जांपल हम डिस्कशन करथुले जदि कम्युनिटी रो सपोर्ट रही थांता इन्वॉल्वमेंट रही थांता ओडिशा समग्र भारत वर्ष रे एक नंबर पोजीशन अधिकार करी न थांता फॉरेस्ट फायर रे सबु बेले टॉप न्यूज रे रहउछि तेणु कम्युनिटी रो पार्टिसिपेशन जदि जॉइंट फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट कथा हमें देखिबा ओडिशा ही प्रथम राज्य जोठी ए सक्सेसफुली आरंभ होइतला प्रोजेक्ट किंतु परवर्ती समय रे आमे जो स्तर को ताकू नहीं कि जीवा कथा बोध हुए किछि किछि प्रॉब्लम कोठी रहिछि तेणु आजिर आवश्यकता होछि कम्युनिटी रो इन्वॉल्वमेंट जो कथा मु प्रथमे कहितली स्लोगन कम्युनिटी एज कंजर्वेशन पार्टनर्स एटा को सब स्तर रे प्रोत्साहन दिया जिवार आवश्यकता रहिछि द्वितीय प्रश्नटी थिला जो नयागढ़ कथा सेटा गोटे बहुत ब्रिलियंट एग्जांपल फॉर अदर्स जैसे ठेंगा जगह जो थे होल कम्युनिटी इन्वॉल्व है कि विशेष करी महिला माने दे आर टेकिंग द लीडरशिप से माध्यम जंगल सुरक्षा को वास्तवतार परिणत करा जाइछि सेटा को वाइड स्केल रे प्रोपागेट करा जिबार आवश्यकता रही तेणु सरकार प्रशासन हो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट हो बा कम्युनिटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हो ये समस्त लक्ष्य रहिबा दरकार आम राज्यर फॉरेस्ट वेल्थ को केमती आगु को नबा संपूर्ण भाव में सुरक्षा प्रदान करवा कम्युनिटी विदाउट कम्युनिटी नथिंग इज पॉसिबल थैंक यू
यस अनुज सेटा गोटे बहुत भल एग्जांपलटा अष्टंग जो आम एग्जांपलटा दौचु ठेंगा पल्ली माने ठेंगा माने दे विल हैव ए से लाठीटा धरिबे से माने आ किछि घंटा पई किछि लोक करिवे तापर सेटा ताको हैंड ओवर करिवे आउ जण को पाली आसीबो ताकू देई देबो सेते ठेंगा पाली से टर्मटा कॉइन हेछि ठेंगा पाली पाली सॉरी तो से जो टर्मटा सेथि पई आछि किंतु आउ सेमतिया बहुत गुडा एग्जांपल अछि जेते बेला हम कहूछु व्हेन कंजर्वेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड से कनेक्शन टा दरकार बिटवीन द फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट विद द कम्युनिटी विद द पीपल सर जेमतिया कहिले जदि सेही कनेक्शन टा हम एस्टैब्लिश करि पारता दिस वुड बी अ वेरी वंडरफुली कंजर्व्ड फॉरेस्ट दैट वी वुड बी हैविंग इंडिया वुड बी अ लीडिंग एग्जांपल सत कथा किंतु जो जगह रे हेई पारु नाही लोके सेटा निज हाथ रे नै जाउछथि they are taking it into their own hands. I'll cite an example from Alwar district of Rajasthan. Seti panchta gaon achi. There are 5 villages. They themselves 1200 acres ro jami ko semane nije gote sanctuary declare करछंती. Bhairav sanctuary. I believe se naada daro Bhairav sanctuary. They themselves have declared it. They have taken the right. तो semane जो community forest management हमें term टा use करछु, they are practically using it on field. There are examples सेमतिया अछि हमर अमूर फाल्कन्स नागालैंड आउछने पंक्ति होगी गोटे छोट विलेज टा अछि सेठी तांकर पोचिंग होथुला दे वर पोचिंग टिल अराउंड 2012 आई बिलीव से माने तांको 1,20,000 to 1,14,000 अमूर फाल्कन्स वर पोच्ड इन दैट वन विलेज ड्यूरिंग देयर ट्रांजिशन सीजन्स दे टुक एन इनिशिएटिव से माने साइलेंस जोन डिक्लेयर कर देजन तांका को माने से एरिया रे कंजर्वेशन पे निजे एतिक एफर्ट नहीं से गाँटा फॉर दिस टाइम पीरियड ऑफ 2 to 3 months से से अमूर फल्कस आउछंती से माने लाउड म्यूजिक प्ले करटा बंद हो दे हैव स्टॉप प्लेइंग लाउड म्यूजिक नो डीजेस आर अलाउड पीपल ऑफ द विलेज हैव डन दिस so when the department is not able to or when there is no kind of connection or no support people have taken it into their hands this ownership that we are talking of our department sangare link rohiba pai somehow I would say very sadly somehow we have not come out of our colonial mindset very sad but maybe true but yes there are examples joti forest department has worked miracles along with the community jota ki ame recently Debrigad dekhuchu there is a remarkable difference in the conservation efforts in Debrigad because of community and the department involvement so I believe this kind of things ame future we dekhiba and more such bridges needs to be drawn thank you.
Thank you, Anuj, for such brilliant question. Without your question, it would not have been such meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you all the dignitaries. I kindly request all the dignitaries to be off the dais. So we'll start with the closing ceremony. A very good evening to all the distinguished guests, respected delegates, scholars, students and wildlife enthusiasts. On behalf of Evergreen Forum, I, Dr. Milli Panigrai, Vice President of the Evergreen Forum, warmly welcome you to the closing ceremony of 4th Odisha Wildlife Conclave and National Conclave on Wildlife Conservation Issues and Concern. This two-day conclave brought together eminent stalwarts in the field of wildlife conservation whose experience and field leadership have deeply enriched our collective understanding of the issues and concerns shaping the future of wildlife protection in India. To start with the ceremony, I would like to invite upon stage the chief guest of the evening, Shri Siddhant Das, IFS retired, Chairman Central Empowered Committee of Supreme Court and former DGF, member, National Green Tribunal, Government of India. Sir, please. Welcome, sir. Now I'd like to invite our guest of honor, Sri Swayam Malik, IFS Joint Project Director, OFSDS and State Silviculturist, FF and CC Department, Government of Odisha. Sir, please. I'd like to invite upon stage Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal, IFS retired, former PCCF, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and the working chairman of Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2026. And Professor Dr. Sarath Kumar Palita, former VCIC, Central University of Odisha and the convener of Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2026. Last but not the least, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Prakash Chandra Jaina, the founder president, Evergreen Forum, member, Odisha Biodiversity Board, and organizing secretary of Odisha Wildlife Conclave. Thank you. May I now invite Professor Dr. Prakash Chandra Jaina, Founder President, Evergreen Forum, and the member of Odisha Biodiversity Board and the organizing secretary of the conclave to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please.
आज ओडिशा वाइल्ड लाइफ कनक्लेव उद्यापनी समारोह रे मु स्वागत करी आमर उद्यापन समारोह मुख्य अतिथि ओडिशार नुहे भारत वर्षर जड़े प्रतिष्ठित जे IFS अफसर थिले ओडिशा पई सुनाम आनिछंती आमर भारत वर्षर से डीजी फॉरेस्ट थिले बर्तमान सेंट्रल एम्पावर्ड कमिटी रो चेयरमैन अच्छी जोटा सुप्रीम कोर्ट अंडर अच्छी नेशनल ग्रीन ट्रिब्यूनल मध्य सदस्य थिले आमर ये ओडिशा रे मध्य PCCF वाइल्ड लाइफ चीफ वाइल्ड लाइफ वार्डन थिले आ दक्षतार सहित काम कर स्टेट पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड मध्य काम कर आज आम गहण आम अनुरोध रक्षा करी 3 दिन तले ही से हाँ मारथिले आसवाई आमर ये कार्यक्रम रे गत वर्ष मध्य आमर 3rd ओडिशा वाइल्ड लाइफ कनक्लेव रे से मुख्य अतिथि थिले उद्घाटन समारोह रे आमर सम्मानित अतिथि ओडिशार जड़े युव IFS अफसर जॉइंट प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर OFSDS स्टेट सिल्विकल्चरिस्ट आगुरी दक्षतार सहित काम करिसेंती बारिपदा डिविजन रे केन्दुझर डिविजन रे आमर नवरंगपुर डिविजन रे 2010 बैच IFS अफसर श्री स्वयं मल्लिक जे सभापतित्व करुछंती ओडिशा वाइल्ड लाइफ कनक्लेव रो जे कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष जे आमर अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर अनुप नायक अनुपस्थित कारण आपण काली कहती जे से जेहेतु अमेरिका रे अछंती तांकर पारिवारिक कार्य व्यस्त अछंती आउ तांको अनुपस्थित रे जे आमर नेतृत्व नौचंती इवेंट रो श्री अशोक कुमार विश्वाल महोदय जे अरुणाचल प्रदेश मिजोराम एवं अंडमान रो PCCF थिले आमर एटी भुवनेश्वर मध्य रीजनल हेड थिले MOF क्लाइमेट चेंज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया आउ जे आमर कन्वेनर अछंती रिटायर्ड वाइस चांसलर इंचार्ज सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ओडिशा कोरापुट रो आमर कनक्लेव रो से तांको तरफ इनिशिएट करी ISBN नंबर थिबा बुक गोटे पब्लिश करी छंती तांको उद्यम रे रिसर्च आर्टिकल बहुत अच्छी आउ से मध्य आमर बहु कार्यक्रम सहित संपृक्त अछंती आम सामने बहुत जो माने मान्यगण्य व्यक्ति अछंती गतकाली जहाँ को आम सम्मानित करथिलु ओडिशा वन्यजंतु संरक्षण सम्मान रे डॉक्टर सुंदर नारायण पात्र प्रेसिडेंट ओडिशा एनवायरमेंटल सोसाइटी आउ आमर गतकाली आज बहुत गुड़े सेशन अनुष्ठित होती एपरिक आमर गुड़े साइडलाइन इवेंट चलथिला पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन लाइव पेंटिंग क्विज कंपटीशन वाइल्ड लाइफ फोटोग्राफी एग्जीबिशन बुक एग्जीबिशन बहुत स्टूडेंट्स भाग नहीं एपरिक आमर पश्चिम बंगरू मध्य 2 जन आसीथिले अंशग्रहण करने आ विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालय ओडिशा बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड सेंचुरियन यूनिवर्सिटी OUAT उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी फकीरमोहन यूनिवर्सिटी बीजेपी ऑटोनोमस कॉलेज एमती बहुत यूनिवर्सिटी बहुत स्कूल रू स्टूडेंट्स माने पार्टिसिपेट करथिले काली पाखापाखि 500 आमर अंशग्रहणकारी थिले एई कार्यक्रम रे आउ आज से मानकु प्राइज दिया जिवो गतकाली मध्य स्कूल कैटेगरी जो माने विनर होते तांको आमे प्राइज देइथिलु आउ तेणु मो विशेष किसी कहूना ये कनक्लेव उद्देश्य है समस्त को आम गोटे प्लाटफर्म रे एकाठी करवा से आमर फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर हूँ साइंटिस्ट हूँ आमर जो माने जाई फील्ड रे काम करुछंती वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशनिस्ट हूँ स्टूडेंट्स हूँ रिसर्चर समस्त को आम गोटे प्लाटफर्म रे एकाठी करि परिचंती आउ 4 वर्ष धरी लगातार वर्ल्ड वाइल्ड लाइफ डे ओकेजन रे आम कार्यक्रम करुछु आउ भविष्यत रे जमती कार्यक्रम आउरी भल हो पारिबो आमे माने आपण मानक सहयोग कामना करुछु एति कही मु मोर वक्तव्य शेष करुछि आउ धन्यवाद देवी आमर ये डॉक्टर मिली पाणिग्राही जे संयोजना करछन्ते कार्यक्रम को से ये कार्यक्रम को आगे नेबे।
Thank you, Professor Prakash, for setting the tone for this valedictory session with your inspiring words. It's my distinct honor to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Sri Swayam Malik, IFS, is a distinguished officer of the Indian Forest Service, presently serving as the Joint Project Director of the Odisha Forestry Sector Development Society and State Silviculturist under the Forest, Environment and Climate Change Department, Government of Odisha. With substantial field and administrative experience, he has been actively involved in sustainable forest management, afforestation and reforestation programs, watershed-based livelihood initiatives, and community participation in forestry. As a state silviculturist, he provides technical leadership in developing silviculture strategies, improving plantation models, and enhancing productivity and ecological resilience of forest ecosystems across the state. Through his activity with OFSDS, Sri Malik has contributed to strengthening participatory forest management, biodiversity conservation, and climate-resilient forestry practices, supporting Odisha's long-term environmental sustainable goals. So may I now request, sir, to please address the gathering. Sir, please.
ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ନମସ୍କାର। ଆଜିର ଏହି ସଭାରେ ଆମର ଚିଫ୍ ଗେଷ୍ଟ ରେସ୍ପେକ୍ଟେଡ୍ Sri Siddhant Das sir, Chairman CEC, Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal sir, former PCCF Arunachal Pradesh Mizoram, and the Executive Chairman of Odisha Wildlife Conclave, Professor Dr. Palita, Vice Chancellor of Central University of Odisha, and the convener of this conclave, Dr. Jana, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much from my side for inviting me and enabling me to participate in this conclave. I was going through the list of speakers ଏବଂ these sessions जोटा कि डॉक्टर जेना मो सहित शेयर करथिले ଏବଂ ଆମେ देखुथुलु ଏବଂ सी मध्ये भी ताको उल्लेख करिसंती किपरि भाबरे ए जो ओडिसा वाइल्ड लाइफ कॉन्क्लेवटा रहिछि. How is it a forum for exchange of ideas between academia, research institutions, and the field practitioners basically. आमे भी सेटा फील करूचे एबे रिसेंटली गुटे आमे कॉन्फ्रेंस ओडिशा फॉरेस्ट्री सेक्टर डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट सेटा करिथिला जेथर कि आमे भी फील करिलु ए जो फ्लो ऑफ आइडियाज पाई कि रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशंस एकेडेमिया जो माने आम संगे काम करछन एई फील्ड रे किपरि भाबरे आमे ता सहित इंटरैक्ट करिले वी कैन have flow of knowledge from their side as well. Otherwise what happens is that we get stuck within our department itself. And time has come for us now to interact more so with these faculty members, researchers. We need fresh ideas, fresh inflow of ideas is what matters the most. Now, besi mu time nebi nai. Thank you. I will thank you, Dr. Jana, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this. I also wish the entire members of the Evergreen Forum for having conducted this conclave in a grand manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words and encouraging our audience with your kind presence. It is now my distinct honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Sri Siddhant Das, IFS retired, Chairman, Central Empowered Committee of the Honorable Supreme Court of India, former Director General of Forests, and member of the National Green Tribunal, Government of India. Sri Siddhant Das, IFS, is a 1982 batch Indian IFS officer of the Odisha cadre. He holds the master's degree in physics, forestry, and business administration, and has undergone advanced training in agroforestry and training of trainers at the University of Edinburgh, UK. He rose to the highest position in the country's forestry sector, retiring as the Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. During his tenure as DGF, he has played a pivotal role in drafting the National Forest Policy, initiating digitization of forest boundaries, strengthening forest fire management, promoting forest certification, streamlining procedures for forest produce transport, and enhancing wildlife and protected area management. He is also the first full-time officer of the Odisha State Disaster Management Authority after 1999 super cyclone, where he drafted the country's first state disaster management policy and plan, ushering in a shift from relief-centric to preparedness-based disaster governance. Known for his administrative integrity, academic inclination, and human-centric leadership, he has served in key roles including Secretary, Odisha State Pollution Control Board, and latter as the expert member as National Green Tribunal, continuing his contribution to environmental governance even after his retirement. I welcome you, sir, to address our audience. Sir, please.
Thank you. सभार अध्यक्ष अशोक सर, स्वयं डॉक्टर पलिता एंड प्रकाश आज आम कौ विषय कह आरंभ कर एक्चुअली मुझे अन्न भाविक आसती कि सार विजय पट्टनायक सारे सारे बसला सीट कथा है आप प्रोटेक्शन और कंजर्वेशन कौन फरकटा आप जो कहते कौन से विषय जस्ट मुझे विषय कहबी कहीं आपंकर सब्जेक्ट थिला कंजर्वेशन इश्यूज एंड कंसर्न्स आम जो कंजर्वेशन कहूचे से आम कौन मीन करुचे मुझे दी तीन उदाहरण देवी से देखिए बेसिक आप केत समय अच्छे अच्छा जो 2018 मसीह भारतर आमर टाइगर पॉपुलेशन डबल है मैं द्विगुणित है जो जो कन्वेंशन होता लाला AK सिंह अच्छा से जानते सार अच्छा SK मिश्र साहब जे प्राइम मिनिस्टर तांकर गोटे बड़ NTCA तरफ थे अनुप नायक से NTCA हेड थिले जे टाइगर पॉपुलेशन डबल है एवं प्राइम मिनिस्टर ताको सेलिब्रेट कले एवं कहले जे तुमरो टाइम जेतिकी तुमको टार्गेट दिया था 2020 तार माने 2022 को टार्गेट दिया था तार 3 वर्ष पूरे जड़े शुण मुझे से DG फॉरेस्ट थी से जड़े सांबादिक आसी कहले टाइगर पॉपुलेशन डबल हेले प्राइम मिनिस्टर को रिजॉइस करिवार कौन अच्छी व्हाई शुड द प्राइम मिनिस्टर रिजॉइस और a country rejoice that the tiger population है बढ़ीगला डबल है मुझे देखो ये हूँ आप डिफरेन्स बिटवीन द आप से कहले प्रोटेक्शन आप टाइगर को प्रोटेक्ट कर प्रोटेक्ट करूँ आम टाइगर को कंजर्व करुँ कौन केमती कंजर्व है कौन डिफरेन्स कौन मुझे देखो गोटे टाइगर जोटा हूँ यहाँ गोटे टेरिटोरियल एनिमल तार गोटे अच्छी से गोटे एपेक्स स्पीसीज से गोटे फूड चेन एपेक्स थाए और टाइगर तार निजपाई गोटे गोटे एरिया बांटी दिए तार एरिया इयर मार्क करके तार टेरिटोरी करे एवं से टेरिटोरी भितर रहे एक्सेप्ट फॉर द पीरियड ऑफ मीटिंग से टेरिटोरी रहती एवं बहुत फियर्स फाइटिंग हुए टेरिटोरी कहीं आउ टेरिटोरीटा केमी डिसाइड हुए ना गोटे बाघ सर्वाइवल तार 500 चित्तल यूनिट दरकार गोटे जगह जब 500टा स्पॉटेड डियर थे कि चित्तल यूनिट हिसाब से धरतु सांबर थे कम हम माने धरतु गौर है जोटा आम इंडियन बाइसन कह सी थे आउ कम हम किंतु जब सब मिसेक 500 चित्तल यूनिट अच्छी सेटा गोटे टाइगर को सस्टेन कर माने से टाइगर से सस्टेनेबली से रही पार तेणु गोटे टाइगर को जदि पड़ो सी तार मार्क करे एरिया जे से एति तारी भितर 500 चित्तल यूनिट अच्छी अच्छा 500 चित्तल यूनिट क्या ऊपर डिपेंड करेंगे 500 चित्तल यूनिट कहते घास खाइबे पथर खाइबे सब जिन रही तेणु गोटे सर्टन क्विंटल्स और सर्टन टन्स ऑफ ग्रीन मटेरियल दरकार जदि एति सर्टन ग्रीन मटेरियल रहिबो ताहले 5टा हरिण सर्वाइव करेंगे ना से संख्या कमी कि बढ़ी जहाँ भी हम एवं से जो ग्रास आउ जो फॉडर जो ग्रीन फॉडर सेटा क्या डिपेंड कर सॉइल एंड वाटर मृत्तिका आउ मॉइस्चर ଏବଂ ଯଦି ସେତିକି ସଏଲ୍ ରେଜିମ୍ କି ମଏଶ୍ଚର ରେଜିମ୍ ଯଦି ନ ରହିବ ସେତିକି ଆମର ଗ୍ରୀନ୍ ମ୍ୟାଟେରିଆଲ ମିଳିବନି। ତେଣୁ ୟା ଛଡ଼ା ଗୋଟେ ଯେଉଁ ସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ ଅଛି ଟାଇଗର ସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ରେ କୋ ପ୍ରିଡେଟର୍ସ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଲେପର୍ଡ ହେଲା, ଆଜିକାଲି ତ ଚିତା ବି ଆସିଗଲେଣି, ଲେପର୍ଡ ଆସିଲେ ଏବଂ ଆମର ଜାକଲ୍ସ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଅନେକ ସ୍କାଭେଞ୍ଜର୍ସ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଯେଉଁ ସବୁ ସ୍କାଭେଞ୍ଜିଂ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ସେମାନେ କରି ଏବଂ କୌଣସି ଇକୋସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ରେ ୱେଷ୍ଟ ବୋଲି ଜିନିଷ ନାହିଁ। ୱେଷ୍ଟ ଜିନିଷଟା କେବଳ ମଣିଷକୃତ, ନହେଲେ ଇକୋଲୋଜିକାଲ ସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ ଆପଣ ସମୁଦ୍ର ସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ରେ ୱେଷ୍ଟେଜ୍ ନାହିଁ କି ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ରେ ୱେଷ୍ଟ ବୋଲି ଜିନିଷ ନାହିଁ ହେଲା। ତେଣୁ ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ଟା ଯେଉଁ ରହିଲା ଟାଇଗର ଆପେକ୍ସ, ତେଣୁ ଟାଇଗର ଡବଲ୍ ହେଲା ମାନେ କ'ଣ? ଟାଇଗର ଧରନ୍ତୁ x ଥିଲା 2x ହେଲା, ତା ମାନେ ଚିତଲ ୟୁନିଟ୍ 500x ଥିଲା, 1000x ହେଇଯିବ। ଏବଂ ତାର ସେ ଯେଉଁ ଘାସ ପତ୍ର ସେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଡବଲ୍ ହେଇଛି। ମୋର୍ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟଲି ଆମର ଯେଉଁଟା ଲାଇଫ୍ ଲାଇନ୍ ପାଣି ଆଉ ମାଟି ସେଇଟାର ମଧ୍ୟ ରେଜିମ୍ଟା ବଢ଼ିଛି। ତାମାନେ ଆମର ଯେଉଁଟା ହେଉଛି ନଦୀ ଗଡ଼ାର ଯେଉଁ ହେଲ୍ଥ ଅଫ୍ ରିଭର୍ସ ଇଜ୍ ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ଟୁ ୱାଟର କନଜରଭେସନ୍, ସଏଲ୍ କନଜରଭେସନ୍। ତେଣୁ ୟାଠୁ ଅଧିକା ରିଜଏସ୍ କରିବାର ବିଷୟ କ'ଣ ଅଛି ଯେ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆରେ ଗୋଟେ ଟାଇଗର ପପୁଲେସନ୍ ହେଲା ମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରାଇମ୍ ମିନିଷ୍ଟର ପାଇଁ ଯେ ଫୁଡ୍ ସିକ୍ୟୁରିଟି ଆମର ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ସିକ୍ୟୁରିଟି ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ବିଙ୍ଗ ହେଉଛି ବହୁତ ସେଲ୍ଫିସ୍ ଆନିମଲ୍, ସେ କୌଣସି କାମ କରେ ନାହିଁ ବିନା ସ୍ୱାର୍ଥରେ। ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁଟା ଆମେ ଟାଇଗର କନଜରଭେସନ୍ କରୁଛେ, ଆମେ ଟାଇଗରକୁ କିଛି ଦୟା କରୁନାହିଁ। ଆମର ଟାଇଗର କନଜରଭେସନ୍ ହେଉଛି ଗୋଟେ ଇଣ୍ଡିକେଟିଭ୍ ଥିଙ୍ଗ। ତେଣୁ କନଜରଭେସନ୍ଟା ହେଉଛି ସେଥିରେ। ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ସବୁ ଜଣେ ମୋତେ ମୁଁ ନା କହୁନାହିଁ, ଜଣେ IAS ଅଫିସର କହିଥିଲେ ହାତୀ କାହିଁକି ରଖାଯିବ? ଡାଇନୋସର ଯେମିତି ଏକ୍ସଟିଙ୍ଗ କରିଗଲା, ହାତୀ ବି ଏକ୍ସଟିଙ୍ଗ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ, ଏତେ ବଡ଼ ଆନିମଲ୍ ରହିବାକୁ ଆମର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ନାହିଁ। ହାତୀର ଜଣେ କହୁଛି ହାତୀକୁ କାହିଁକି କନଜର୍ଭ କରାଯିବ? ହାତୀକୁ କୁହାଯାଏ ଯେ ସେ ହେଲା ବନ୍ୟ ଜଙ୍ଗଲର ଆର୍କିଟେକ୍ଟ। ଆର୍କିଟେକ୍ଟ ମାନେ କ'ଣ? ହାତୀର ସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ଟା ଏମିତି ହେଇଛି, ଯାହାର ଯେଉଁ ଷ୍ଟମାକ୍ ସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ଟା ହାତୀ ଖାଇବାଟାକୁ ପୁରା ଡାଇଜେଷ୍ଟ କରିପାରେନି। ଏତେ ବଡ଼ ଜନ୍ତୁ ସେ କିନ୍ତୁ ପୁରାଟାକୁ ଡାଇଜେଷ୍ଟ କରେ, ତାର ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ ଷ୍ଟେଜେସ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଡାଇଜେସନ୍ରେ ରହେ। ତେଣୁ ସେ ଗୋଟେ ହାତୀ କ'ଣ କରେ, ସିଏ ଚାଲେ, ଖାଉଥାଏ ଏବଂ ଡେଫିକେଟ୍ କରୁଥାଏ। ସୋ ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ ଷ୍ଟେଜେସ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଡାଇଜେଷ୍ଟେଡ୍ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଅନଡାଇଜେଷ୍ଟେଡ୍ ମ୍ୟାଟେରିଆଲ୍ କମ୍ସ ଇନ୍ ଦ ଫିକଲ୍ ମ୍ୟାଟର। ସେଟା ଜଙ୍ଗଲରେ ଚାରିଆଡ଼େ ପଡ଼େ ଏବଂ ସେଇଠୁ ଆହୁରି ଗୁଡ଼େ ଇକୋସିଷ୍ଟମ୍ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୁଏ। ଆପଣ ଡଙ୍ଗ ବିଟଲ୍ଠୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରି ଅନ୍ୟାନ୍ୟ ଯେତେ ଦେଖିବେ, ଆଉ ସିଏ ଯେହେତୁ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାକୁ ଆଡ଼ୁ ଯାଉଛି, ସିଏ ଗୋଟେ ଫରେଷ୍ଟ କନଜରଭେସନ୍ରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଯେଉଁ ଫରେଷ୍ଟର ତା'ର ପ୍ରୋପାଗେସନ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଯେଉଁ ଆମର କୁହାଯାଉଛି ଯେଉଁ ଆମର ତୃଣ ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ଗଛ ଲତା ଯେଉଁ ବଢ଼ିବାର ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରୋପାଗେସନ୍ ସେଇଥିରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ସେ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ କ'ଣ କରୁଛେ ନା ଆମେ ଏଇ ଜାଗାରେ କନଜରଭେସନ୍ ନ କରିକି ପ୍ରୋଟେକ୍ସନ୍ କରିଦେବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛେ। କ'ଣ ନା ହାତୀ ଯେଉଁଠି ଅଛି ତା ଚାରିପଟେ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ ପ୍ରୁଫ୍ ଟ୍ରେଞ୍ଚ ଲଗାଇ ଦିଅ। ହାତୀକୁ ଯଦି ଚାଲିବାକୁ ଦିଆ ନଯିବ ସେ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ ପ୍ରୁଫ୍ ଟ୍ରେଞ୍ଚ ଆମେ କ'ଣ କରୁନା କନଜରଭେସନ୍ରୁ ପୁଣି ପ୍ରୋଟେକ୍ସନ୍ ଆଡ଼କୁ ପଳେଇ ଆସୁଛେ। ତେଣୁ ହାତୀକୁ ତାକୁ ଜାଗା ଛାଡ଼ି ଦିଆଯାଉ। ହାତୀର ବରଂ ଆପଣ ହାତୀକୁ ଯିବା ରାସ୍ତା, ହାତୀକୁ ଚଲାପଥ ଦିଆଯାଉ, ସେ ତାର ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାରୁ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାକୁ ଯାଉ। ଆଗରୁ ହାତୀ ସବୁ ଶିମିଳିପାଲରୁ ଆସୁଥିଲେ। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ 3ଟି ଜାଗାରେ ହାତୀ ରହୁଛନ୍ତି କୁହାହେଉଥିଲା, 3ଟା ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ ରିଜର୍ଭ, ଗୋଟେ ଶିମିଳିପାଲ, ଗୋଟେ ହେଲା ଅନୁଗୁଳ ତାଲଚେର ସେପଟ ଏରିଆରେ, ଗୋଟେ ହେଲା ସମ୍ବଲପୁରରେ। ଶିମିଳିପାଳ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟକୁ କୁହାଯାଏ ଯେ ଜେଣ୍ଟଲମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଏଲିଫ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ, କାହିଁକିନା ଶିମିଳିପାଳ ବିରାଟ ବଡ଼ ଏରିଆ, ତାଙ୍କର ବାହାରକୁ ଯିବାକୁ ଦରକାର ପଡ଼େନି, ସେ ତାରି ଭିତରେ ଥାନ୍ତି ଏବଂ କାହାକୁ ହଇରାଣ କରନ୍ତି। କୌଣସି ମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଆନିମାଲ୍ କନଫ୍ଲିକ୍ଟ ନାହିଁ କହିଲେ ଚଳେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣ ଏଠି କ'ଣ ହେଲା, ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଅନୁଗୁଳ କ'ଣ ଆମର ରେଙ୍ଗାଲି କେନାଲ ଖୋଳିଲା ପରେ ସେ ହାତୀକୁ ଯିବାକୁ ବାଟ ମିଳିଲାନି। ସେ ସେଠୁ ଆସିଲେ। ଆପଣ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, ମୁଁ ଢେଙ୍କାନାଳ DF ଥିଲି 1986 ମସିହାରେ। ଢେଙ୍କାନାଳ ଡିଭିଜନରେ ମୁଁ 3 ବର୍ଷ ରହିଲି, ମୋର୍ ଦ୍ୟାନ୍ 3 ଇୟର୍ସ। ଗୋଟିଏ ଥର ହାତୀ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ୍ ହେଇଥିଲା, ହାତୀ ଗୋଟେ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଢେଙ୍କାନାଳ DFକୁ ପଚାରିବେ, ପ୍ରତିଦିନ ହାତୀ ପଛରେ ଲୋକ ଲଗାଇବାକୁ ପଡ଼ୁଛି। କାହିଁକି ନା ସେ ରାସ୍ତା କ୍ରସ୍ କରିବ, ସେ ଟ୍ରେନ୍ ଲାଇନ୍ କ୍ରସ୍ କରିବ, ତାକୁ ନହିବ। ପ୍ରତିଦିନ ମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଆନିମାଲ୍ କନଫ୍ଲିକ୍ଟଟା ବଢ଼ିଯାଉଛି। ସିମିଲାରଲି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁ ସମ୍ବଲପୁର ସୁନ୍ଦରଗଡ଼ରେ ଖଣି ଖୋଳିକି ସବୁ ରାସ୍ତା ବନ୍ଦ। ତେଣୁ ଆମର ଯେଉଁ କରାହେଇଛି, ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ହାତୀକୁ ଯେଉଁ କରିବାକୁ ଯେଉଁ କରିଡର ଦିଆହେଉଛି, ସେଠି ଯେଉଁ ପୁଣି ଯେଉଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଯେଉଁ ଆମେ ଯେଉଁ ହାତୀକୁ କନଫାଇନ୍ କରିଦେବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛେ, ଇଲେକ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ ଫେନ୍ସ ଲଗାଇ आमर एलिफेंट प्रूफ ट्रेंच लगे सेटा गोटे हेल्दी सॉल्यूशन नुहे तापाई आमको दरकार हाथी को आपण जीवा को देउन छाड़ी हाँ कुहा जाई परिबो जे हाँ भारतर जेतिकी वर्तमान जंगल ओके जंगल से अनुसार हाथीर पॉपुलेशन परहैप्स पीक पहुंची जाइछि आमर वर्तमान 30,000 हाथी अच्छा भारत में ओडिशा रे 2000 उपजे तेणु हाथी मैंने बढ़िले से अन्य आड़ को जीवे जो जो अविभक्त मध्य प्रदेश जो थिला से गोटे कह प्रश्न पड़े आमर जीके रे सब यूपीएससी एग्जाम पड़े जे मध्य प्रदेश रे को मेजर एनिमल मिलती ना मध्य प्रदेश रे हाथी ना नथिला बर्तमान छत्तीसगढ़ इट्स ए प्रॉब्लम मध्य प्रदेश भी पचले कहीं नाला हाथीर दरकार नाला आमर ओडिशा कहले ये बर्तमान आसिक हाथी जाई सबुआड़े पशिगले तो बर्तमान आमर जो कंजर्वेशन सेमती सेमती आप जेकोसी सिस्टम देखिए फर आप हिमालय जी स्नो लेपर्ड गोटे सिस्टम अच्छी तेणु स्नो लेपर्ड कंजर्वेशन आप गंगारे कराऊँच जो कंजर्वेशन ऑफ जो आमर डॉल्फिन्स हाँ तांकर जो विभिन्न रकम आपण जो कहे जो गंगार बर्तमान मेजर पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल कर मेजर रिलीज नौ जो कईच आउ रोना कि कहीं से जो टर्टल्स गुड़ा सब संख्या कमीगले आप गुड़ा इवन डेड बॉडी जो गुड़ा जालती भसई दिखती ताकू गोटे से कार्निवरस टर्टल्स से करती किंतु सेटा बंद तेणु आम जो सर्वाइवल करुचे इश्यूज किसी हूँ जोटा जे आम निजर सर्वाइवल एटा करुचे मु बहुत खुशी जे बर्तमान प्रकाश अगरिया एटा कर बहुत सार गरिया सब तादे इनवल्व अच्छा एवं यही जोटा आम करुचे आम निजको निजे टिके पिठी थापुड़ा दरकार कहीं भारत हूँ एकमात्र देश जो कौन सी मेजर एनिमल एक्सटिंक्ट होना केवल गोटे होता चीता चीता एक्सटिंक्ट हबार कारण कौन ना चीतार जोटा थिला तार जो एनवायरनमेंट तार जो इकोसिस्टम ताकू आमे डैमेज कले कहीं चीता हूँ सी तार स्पीड द्वारा से थकई देकरी मारे तार जो प्रे को से दौड़े दौड़े थकई की मारे किंतु आमर स्वाधीनता पर आम सबू जिते ग्रास लैंड थी सबको आम एग्रिकल्चर लैंड करदे तेणु चीता दौड़ कौटी से कौटी दौड़ेब एनिमल को तेणु चीता लोप पाईगला बर्तमान खुशीर कथा आम बर्तमान चीता आणुचे चीता सर्वाइव कला कूनर है बर्तमान विभिन्न राज्य को ना घुर्चे तेणु गोटे मात्र आम एक्सटिंग कर जाइथिला चीता तार मध्य रिवाइवल है सेटा स्टेट में माने आमर बहुत गर्व कथा किंतु आप अन्य सब स्टेट जागे जातु आम जो आमर जो टाइगर कंजर्वेशन वर्ल्ड वाइड आरंभ लागो से आरंभ होला बेलू 70% थिला इंडिया टाइगर पॉपुलेशन आज हूँ 77% अन्य आड़े सब क्षयक्षित हो जाऊँगी किंतु भारत में सेटा रोचे सेटा आमपाई गर्वर कथा एवं आमर कंजर्वेशन आप देखिए फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन भारत सर्व अग्रणी कहीं आप देखिए भारत में मात्र 2.4% हूँ जोग्राफिकल एरिया ऑफ द वर्ल्ड ताधर आमर 17% ह्यूमन पॉपुलेशन 19% कैटल पॉपुलेशन ता सत्वे भारत हूँ पृथ्वी रे टॉप 10 फॉरेस्टेड कंट्री मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली जो आमर जो आजिकल कार्बन सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन कह जो कार्बन सिंक सबू फॉरेस्ट कार्बन सिंक नुहे जो फॉरेस्ट रे बेसी कार्बन अब्जर्व हुए कम कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड रिलीज हुए सेटा हला फॉरेस्ट सिंक बर्तमान जोटा आमर पृथ्वीर लंग्स कह जाए आमाजन रो बहुत एरिया कार्बन सोर्स हो गला किंतु भारतर एते प्रेशर सत्वे भारत मात्र विश्व में प्राय 15-16 देश अच्छा जहाँ दोज आर फॉरेस्ट सिंक इंडिया इज वन ऑफ द फॉरेस्ट सिंक्स सो दैट इज ऑल्सो ए वेरी ग्रेट थिंग ऑफ दैट एवं कंजर्वेशन आमर से रोचे एवं बहुत इश्यूज अच्छी बहुत कनसर्न्स अच्छी एवं बहुत काम कराऊँ सचेतनता बहुत ए भीतर अच्छी एवं से आपण मैंने बहुत योगदान कर धन्यवाद दूसरी आपको धन्यवाद नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir, for enlightening our audience with your valuable words and highlighting on wildlife conservation. I am honored to introduce our esteemed guest, Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal, IFS, retired, is a distinguished Indian Forest Service officer.
Respected Siddhanta sir, he was my teacher. Respected Palita sir, respected Prakashana sir, respected Swayam Malik, respected Patnaik sir, all my respected seniors, distinguished guests here, participants, students, researchers. Sir was talking about economics. I'm talking about dreams. I'm talking about dreams of this forum, the evergreen. आकाश को पक्षीटे उड़ी जीवो से जिनसटा मु पैसा रे कहीं हिसाब करी अर्थ रे कहीं हिसाब करी सॉरी सम पीपल आर फ्रॉम अदर साइड व्हाई शैल आई जस्ट काउंट all things in terms of money? Why can't I count everything in terms of life? When I'm talking about in terms of life, there are thousands of people following me. When I'm talking in terms of economics, maybe few. I'm talking in terms of life. So Evergreen Forum, a person started and looks forward for life, forgetting about his pain and trying to fulfill the dream he wants to give life. So thank you, Prakash Babu. Here, the wisdom. I want to go for the wisdom because I am ending. Mata Bhumi Putro Aham Prithivya. May I am the son of the Mother Earth. I am the son of the Mother Earth. Why shall I just look for something else? I am supposed to give. So much has been given by Mother Earth from the day one, when I was born. And when I am going to die, it is Mother Earth which has been giving us. So why shall I count Mother Earth? You have been giving, please give me more, give me more. It's the time to repay back. So when I'll feel that way, then I am a son. When I am feeling that, give me mother, I may just say small kid. The difference is a man and a kid. Kid always asks for, give me something, but kid was innocent. But a man speaks, oh Mother Earth, you have given me so much. The time has come, I shall give you something. That's called Mother Earth. That's called a man, and I am a man. I'm supposed to give. So, this is the time I am supposed to give. And this is the time when the scientists here, research fellows here, students here, veterinary doctors here, they just come out with passion. The forest officers just come out with a passion. We want to say Mother Earth by uniting our hands together. By uniting our hands together, we can say Mother Earth, that what everybody was speaking about. When the researchers were speaking, when a scientist was speaking, that this is the path the bison follows, the gaur follows, another mind takes the clue. No, this is the path the elephant can take. And he thought that there is a path of the elephant. It's the elephant Karisto. So when we check out the map, entire country is grid. May not be the grid which you are thinking of, straight line grids, but it is grids. So it is the time has come to strengthen the grids. So that grid can be strengthened when the common people, when the students, when the political masters, when the intelligentsia, they will join hands together, including the press. They cannot remain silent. They have to come forward. That's what is required. That's the spirit. That's the call of the day. Unless we listen to the call, how can we? Then people are calculating about the tigers. People are calculating about the elephants. Why shall I just calculate the numbers? I will think that it is my cultural heritage. Yesterday I was talking about my cultural heritage. I am from the Kalinga Empire. I am from the Kalinga Empire. That empire was housing lakhs of elephants, now few thousands, and I am crying. So unfortunate. I am crying today. I am from the Kalinga Empire. I am telling that I am from the Kalinga Empire, and it is only 2,000 elephants, and I am crying that there are too many. So unfortunate. We have to think it is the time to just have that kind of feelings. So I will not look at that elephant, that mascot, that symbol is a symbol of money. I will see that symbol of my courage to look forward. Symbol of my courage to look forward. That's what I am. I'm just thinking that is the way the Evergreen Forum thinks to take the matter forward. They want to infuse that feeling of brotherhood, that feeling of oneness in the mind of each and everybody, be it a small kid, be it a political master, be it a sarpanch, be it a school children, be it a school master. Everybody is speaking the terms, hey, they are the part of us. So that's how we are thinking of. So that's how the Evergreen Forum is looking at. So we need to move together. Then can we move together? Now it is technology. Time hela ki? Time hela? Sorry. So that what is required? World has gone forward. We are not at the century zero. We are at the 21st century, the century of technology. Can we go do away with the technology? Technology, of course, is required. We need technology. The communities. Can we do away with the communities? Because communities are staying next to us. That's why next to the elephants. The community has to be more proactive. If the communities are not proactive, if the communities are not sensitive, can the forest department, can any department safeguard the elephants? Not at all. Community has to be proactive. Some days back, some people are asking, why you people are mad after the elephants? What is necessity? Because they are going to destroy our houses. They are killing people in hundreds. And you people are telling that elephants should be protected. So I told, Mom, my team told, Mom, why you are telling like this? Probably we are misjudging. Somewhere missed the clue. Somewhere missed the link. Probably we are misjudging. So we are misjudging because we forgot the way elephant lives, the elephant moves. So elephant habitat we forgot. Then we treated badly to the elephant. The elephant is in turn attacking us. That's the reason. Why we are supposed to put barriers everywhere? Who asked us to put the barriers? Technology, somebody is telling. How it can be technology? Why you are putting all kind of channels, all kind of elephant root trenches, whatnot? Allow them to move freely. Some elephants in the most condition, they may be troublesome, but not always. So we need to tell the people. Then young researchers, because there are so many researchers are here. The researchers are not asking question. Today we have so many sessions. The researchers are only keeping mum. So when the young minds are keeping mum, how can we expect the society to go further? सबुबले जदि शिक्षार्थी माने चुपचाप रहिबे, जदि शिक्षार्थी मनरे गोटे प्रश्न ही आसीबनी, से की प्रकार शिक्षार्थी एटा की प्रकार मानसिकता? Sir, I'm just putting. So what kind of a student you are if you are not asking a single question? So don't be a student. Don't tell that you are a student of something. Don't tell that you are a researcher or something if you don't have a question. You have to raise the questions. Who are the questions? Because we are here for last 2 days and you people are just simply sitting silent, having a good food and going back. Why you are not asking questions? So in flame, have a flame in your mind. Have your flame in your mind. Ask questions and find out the answers. So this is what is required for the researchers. Find out an answer. But you people are not asking anything. Just copying something, pasting something and having a good research paper. So you must have seen today, somebody was presenting something and his experience, A to Z, was listening to him. It was not just a reproduction, have something original. So that is what is required. Policies are formed by science and compassion. So now what is required? You need to have policies which is having good science background, but compassion has to be there. Sabu policy re science खाली नुए, economics खाली नुए, compassion, दया, सहानुभूति हवा दरकार अछि. दया, सहानुभूति factors टा नहीं. जोटा कि NGOs माने, people who are outside, से माने धीरे कहिबे, टिके दया तो करंतो, टिके दया तो करंतो. सबु बेले कोन आपण धाउथिबे, टिके रहि जांतु ना, देखंतु ना, केते सुंदर दुनिया टा टिके दया तो कर दियंतु. से माने कहिबे आउ जणे कहउथिबो केते पैसा अछि जे तुमे दौडु न कण पाई कि बट से पिलाटे कहउथिबो टिके रहि जाओ ना बटरफ्लाई टा देखि दियो ना कारण आमु मान को पिला माने कहिले आमे गोटे बटरफ्लाई हे जबाउ चाहूछु जेतोले से पिला माने कहिले आमे गोटे बटरफ्लाई हे जाउछु दैट एंटर स्कूल and it was a Evergreen forum which just took a class next morning. There were half of the class which were present, they want to tell that, sir, I am a butterfly, sir, I am a squirrel. Oh, so surprising. They love this. The world is for those people, the youngsters. The world is not for the old stars. Old stars are the gun stars, but they are the youngsters. So youngsters are the youngsters, they need color. So make their world colorful. So that is what. And the future of wildlife conservation in Odisha must be collaborative, inclusive, climate resilient, community driven, and youth powered. So this wildlife conservation is not youth powered. Why this youth power is missing in Odisha? So that's the question the Evergreen Forum is raising and want to infuse in the mind of the youngsters here. You are the youngsters, you are the futures. And why this cannot be youth powered? What has happened to your energy? Where it has gone? Has it just gone? घर में सबु घरे रखी सोई गले के एनर्जी गुड़ा केवल एनर्जी गुड़ा केवल अच्छी टीवी देखी बारे एनर्जी गुड़ा गला कुआड़े से youth power गला कुआड़े bring that youth power forward. Then you will be finding the changes. So there are people, small people, they just want to dance. So have that type of energy. So lastly, I'm just coming to our students. You are not inheriting a problem, you are inheriting a purpose. You are not inheriting a problem, you are inheriting a purpose. So if you feel it is a problem, it's a problem. But if you feel that it's a purpose. So you have the challenges. Look at the challenges, want to solve to it. To our scientists and forest officers, your work today saves the ecological security of the tomorrow. So you are working tirelessly, but for what tomorrow? So that's what you have been doing. The policymaker and the institutions may today's dialogue transforms into tomorrow's implementations. So your policies transform tomorrow. And let us move forward with hope, guided by science, strengthened by tradition, and united by responsibility. And finally, I'm just coming to the last lines, the beautiful lines of the birds, which I really like, because I want to be a free bird. I want the youngster's mind to be a free bird, not looking at the mobile. You have thousands of minutes to look at the mobile, not looking at the mobile. So have a mind which is free, not sticking to the mobile. So, O beloved part of my daybreak, carry my unfettered dreams, the breach of my most belief, fly with my first morning illusion to the blue sky ever imagined, ink it with your wings until my eyes unfold. Look at the birds it is flying. Look at the flying. Fly to the world. Fly to the farthest corner. Understand how much energy they are having. Go far. Look at the turtles. The turtles are starting their journey from your state, Gahir Motha, and it is the biggest aribada in the world. Why don't you have the voice from this land? Why don't you have? Because they are having an empire. They are having an empire over entire Bay of Bengal. And why the youngsters cannot have a voyage from the same land where the turtles are starting? The turtle youngsters, small turtles are starting their life. Go for a voyage, big voyage, and go win the sea. That's what the wildlife is giving you through their presence. So look for their presence. Yeah, the world is changing. Unless you look at the wildlife and understand that energy, then you will not change. So that's my views. And I thank you, Dr. Prakash Chana, for all this beautiful, beautiful gathering, beautiful deliberations. Everybody will be carrying your idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Sarath Kumar Palita, former VC, Central University of Odisha and the convener of Odisha Wildlife Conclave, for summing up the entire 2 days, fourth Odisha Wildlife Conclave and National Conclave on Wildlife Conservation and Issues and Concerns. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So finally, we are coming to the close after 2 days of deliberations. So our honorable chief guest, Sri Siddhan Das, IFS retired chairman, Central Empowered Committee of Supreme Court, and former Director General of Forests and member, National Green Tribunal, Government of India. Our president, Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal, and I should say he is one of our philosopher forester and one of the youngest retired PCCF. He doesn't look like a retired person, full of life, full of exuberation. Okay, and our other guests, Sri Swayam Malik, IFS, Joint Project Director, OF SDS, State Silviculturist, Government of Odisha, and our own, the founder, President and Organizing Secretary, Sri Prakash Chandra Jana. Friends, many things have been said over the passage of 2 days. We have debated, discussed, argued, and come to a conclusion on many aspects. But there is no definite conclusion because this is a process of ongoing dialogue. I think if somebody asks, what is the outcome? We gave some message, we received some message, we have churned ourselves. What is our duty, what is our responsibility to the wildlife, and where in between wildlife and nature, where do you stand, how do you connect with nature and wildlife. And in a very free tone, our chief guest very nicely, ओडिया रे कहले मन खोला भाव में आज सिद्धांत बाबू बहुत सुंदर भाव में कहले आज इंडिया रो वाइल्ड लाइफ प्रॉब्लम टा कौन आमर कौन करवा उचित एवं आवर सक्सेस रेट केते. Friends, when we became independent, our population was 36 crores only. And we have been expanding and we are very happy that we are one of the most populous countries surpassing China, 142 crores. And it is said that India's forest cover was 49.5% at the time of independence. So certainly to house these 142 crores, how can we have a large forest cover? It is simply impossible. We will increase our population, urbanization, development. We will boast that we will be one of the richest economies of the world, and simultaneously we will say that all our wildlife, all our forest cover will be intact. So these are dichotomy. And one thing is that naturally, as long as we are so-called prospering, so-called developing, so-called economically going top of the ladder in the world economy and world power, naturally we have to somewhere manage ourselves with our economy as well as with our forest and wildlife. So that has really happened with the wildlife. We have to coexist with wildlife. Conflict is bound to be there, but coexistence is the only mantra where we came together that yes, we feel that we have to. He said that wildlife, what is the population of tiger? what is the population of this? There was a time when after independence, we went free, killed everything. We killed our all crocodilians in the forest. Government has no control. Similarly, there was a time in 1900, there was almost say 1 million tigers in the country. It has been said. But subsequently poaching, and by the time India first task force on tiger took place, 1827. But from that we have gone a lot. A Wildlife Act has come. Lot of positive things have taken place. Indian Wildlife Board, lot of things at national level, state level, and at a scientific level. You see, over the 2 days, starting from Professor Pariyar to many others, Dr. Gowda, we have seen so much of technological advancement has taken place in the field of wildlife and maintaining wildlife and conservation. We must thank everybody, our government, forest department, scientific community, that lot of things are being done. But somewhere we are missing that we are not joining the dots. There is a problem. I think in Odisha we also say what. So when this time Prakash Babu asked me, sir, let us join together and work. And then I just decided what you are doing. He said that last 3 years we are doing, and most of the speakers and officers are from forest department. Then I said, why not have a dialogue with the forest department, academicians, researchers. Let us bring also universities, research institutions, and all of them together, because we are going to discuss about wildlife conservation, and we are all wildlife. And unless we all are together, we cannot decide for this. And that happened, and Prakash Babu worked in that way, thanks to his vigor, his momentum, his cooperation with all bodies, and he could bring people to such an extent that for the last 2 days, we are full of house and discussed many things. So friends, over the 2 days of deliberation, I think outcome is we are going for a continuing dialogue for coexistence among the human being and wildlife and nature. And as you see, I also say in my classrooms, we human beings are very, very selfish. We came across issues, problems about our own existence when we could feel that without wildlife, without nature, without pure water, pure air, we cannot survive. We started thinking of maintaining acts, doing things, because we wanted a better survival for ourselves. In between, when we wanted to survive better, naturally we also thought of our surrounding, and thereby came the wildlife. Otherwise, this should not have also come. So we want a healthy living with a healthy environment, and a healthy environment can come with a healthy nature, with all everything remaining there. So over the 2 days, we discussed a lot of things. I have chalked out. In between the inaugural session and the last session, we had 3 plenary sessions. And in the plenary session, we have 14 speakers. The plenary session 1, our main guests, Dr. K. Shankar, Dr. J. S. Pariyar, Dr. L. A. Singh, and we have one Madam Anshupragya Das, they spoke. And in this, we started our dialogue with Gaur. How Gaur conservation has taken a dynamic change with the brigade, and how what has taken place in other parts with the support of scientists like Dr. K. Shankar, that can be emulated in the brigade, and the brigade example can be emulated elsewhere. So it was a success story. We also discussed other success stories in course of time. We also discussed particularly conservation of Gaur, conservation of elephants, conservation of gharials, also conservation of horseshoe crab. So over the 2 days, we discussed these conservation aspects, and we are hopeful that whatever is being done with some changes either and other, that we can also carry on, and these are all success stories. And for the first time, we had a new dimension to the entire dialogue regarding behavior of animals. We are all busy in protecting all these things, but simultaneously, very microcosm, in a micro view, we can see that a lot of things are changing. The environment and the wildness which was there in 1900, that was not in 1947, that is not in 2026. So in that condition, when human beings likes that I should be in front of a tiger, I should go with the tiger and take photographs, so where will the tiger go? Tiger has to accommodate somewhere, and certainly its behavior is changing. And you see, in a house, You see, I am staying with people. My granddaughter is 1.5 year, about 1.5 year old. My wife's mother, that means mother-in-law, she is 84. My two sons are outside. So we have variety of people. And in that, if you want to say that I will be sitting in a room and silently no sound will come, it is impossible. So I think our world is like that. So we are intruding, everyone is intruding to other space. And in that thing, how to survive? So naturally there will be behavioral adjustment. You have to adjust. So tiger is also adjusting. Not only tiger, and today morning, Dr. Prasad Das was saying that now Baya weavers, their weaving pattern has changed. They have also alternately taken the electric pole as the alternative one. So lot of things at a micro level is changing. We need to, let us be conservationist, protectionist, but we should also have behavioral scientists. I started my research career at Nandankanan Biological Park studying tiger behavior. And for 2 years, I got worried and I went to Wildlife Institute of India that why tiger is constantly moving. What happened? He is getting food, everything. Then I found that this is restlessness behavior. Tiger is a long-ranging animal. It should move long, but when in a cage you are putting it or a small area, it has restlessness. So we are all in that stress condition. So in that stress condition, we are there in stress condition, animals are stress condition, nature in stress condition. So somewhere to manage the stress, we have to come together. And we have to decide a common pathway where we share ourselves. And we should see that we survive and let the nature and wildlife survive. So we also discussed about, other than the behavior, we also discussed conflict issues, human-wildlife conflict issues. And along with that, we also discussed the successful stories of community restoration and livelihood management that is in Devrigad, which can be done in any other. There was a question that what is done by Madam Ansupragya, why it cannot be done by others. Lala sir asked this question, another madam was asked question, this also comes. If this sort of success can be done by one of our officers, why cannot? This is again $1 million question. This depends on the person, the condition, but we wish what is being doing, we should also do so that our nature can revive very nicely and people's resistance against the wildlife can decrease to greater extent. Then protected area, then forest fire. So after conflict, forest fire is one of the biggest issues in India. Dr. Paningrai discussed about that, and Odisha is one of the tough places in our country which is leading. You see, I was for last 12 years in Koraput. Koraput, you will see, you enter into Koraput up to Potange and Similiguda, if you have gone, very nice forest. And I will request Akhav and other media people, if you have gone, please see that if you are going to the Koraput by bus or train, so much beauty, up to Similiguda, it is very fine forest. You enter Koraput, you will find the hills barren. Odia re koile Nonda Pahado. Then you leave Koraput, enter the Jaipur Plateau, and you will find forests. What has happened? So this is a living laboratory where you see, just after the rains are over, you go out, in the evening you are traveling by a bus, everywhere you will find fire and fire. The tribal people, they have no home, they have no land. Because when Britishers came, they started the first settlement and tribals were not given forest right. And then what happened? They were taking that the forest was their own home, but they were driven out. So there was a lot of movement, etc. So the tribal population was very low. With hospital, opportunity, management, the tribal population is also increasing. They have no more land. So they, in particularly Odisha, some parts of Chhattisgarh, some parts of Andhra, and most of the northeastern states, you will find Podu cultivation. And because of Podu cultivation, that is their alternative way of survival. The total forest cover is gone. So what can you do? And that means there are some compulsions where we have to look from a community point of view, then local point of view, government point of view, how can these people can survive, what is their survival? And yesterday Dr. Pariyar was asking that what is the way out, what will happen to that population? So while we are managing, governing our forest officials, managers, and more so with the politicians. We are not discussing one of the important aspects of our society, politicians who decide our future. And because they decide in parliament or Vidhan Sabha what we have to do. So I think this dialogue, this deliberation is meant for them, but no one is them. No one of them are available here. This should reach them. Because our concerns, the major part of the society is expressing its concern for survival and survival of wildlife, but it should reach our policymakers, executors, that they should see that what is going on. Then we have very success, after this conflict, we have very success stories of case of technology, development of technology. This started with geomatics with Professor J.S. Pariyar, and it was taken by Dr. Gowda with Similpal, and yesterday Sanjay Kumar Swami, he was also speaking, and today morning, today afternoon it was also discussed. And you see, we cannot go away from technology and AI. We are worried of artificial intelligence, but this is again going to rule the roost. So, very nice assessments have been done. Even Dr. Indramaninath sir very nicely gave his presentation, and how difficult it was for a doctor to manage wildlife. Thanks to him, hats to him. But now a technology is coming that by technology you can inject, but there is also the sophistication, all that. So lot of technology is coming to support us. This is a very, very positive sign. I think this message must have gone to our young friends who are reading in high schools, colleges. They must go for some technological things where their love for wildlife and protection can done through technology. I wish they will learn this. Then I must thank that over the last 2 days, lot of young people are here. They were involved in poster presentation, wildlife photography, wildlife painting, and most of them are from high schools and colleges. Thanks to these students, both boys and girls, and I hope these 2 days deliberation, 2 दिन धरी जो आलोचना आम आज करूँ जो विषय उद्विग्नता प्रकाश करूँ आशा करुँची आमर छात्र छात्री मानक ये कथा निश्चय कान को जीव एवं आमर चारिपटे जो प्राकृतिक परिवेश अच्छी सुंदर प्रकृति अच्छी से प्रकृति की आम पिलाटी बेले पढ़ुलु 6 ऋतु ग्रीष्म बैशाख ठारू आरंभ करी जो पढ़ुलु आज पिला माने ताको बुझी परिबे नाही व्हाट इज दिस 6 सीजन्स 6 ऋतु आम कहूलु दैट इज तेणु आज आज बहुत जिनस हजि गलानी जे राधानाथ राय पढ़ाऊला जे शीत दिन आसूची शीत आसला बेलू घर भीतर बसले शीत लगुच बाहर को गले गरम लगुच ये जो कथा ताकू केवल फील करहब इफ यू हैव ए वेरी क्लोज रिलेशनशिप विथ योर क्लाइमेट आज क्लाइमेट एमती है जे आपण एसी रूम रू बाहरी पारना एसी रूम न रही चली पारना सो वी आर ऑल लिविंग इन आर्टिफिशियल वर्ल्ड तेणु एवं आउ गोटे कथा मुझे कहूँ वी आर ऑल लिविंग इन भुवनेश्वर भुवनेश्वर आम सरकारी प्लॉट पर समस्ते चेष्टा करूँ भारी विकल किंतु घर मिलला बेले जदि मते 2000 स्क्वायर फुट घर मिलला मु 1950 रे बिल्डिंग टा करिवि 50 फुट जगह रहइबो ता भितरे आपण कन्यर गछटे लगै परिबेनी तादर केवल फूल कुंडटे लगैबे ओनली फ्लावर पॉट्स नो गवर्नमेंट नो आर्किटेक्ट नो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट आई थिंक दिस शुड आल्सो डिस्कस दैट इफ यू आर गेटिंग ए गवर्नमेंट लैंड इन भुवनेश्वर इन एनी ऑफ द अर्बन सिटीज एट लीस्ट some area 10 to 20% area should be earmarked for plantation. And if it is not done, so you see the Bhubaneswar of 1980 and Bhubaneswar of 2026 are completely different. We are grown up here. I was reading here in 80 to 82, one of the beautiful place. Now it is one of the heat islands of the country. So when these things are going on, we cannot stop only by discussing. We must write, discuss, dialogue, public forum, lot of opinion making. With then that the effort by one individual, Prakash Jana, we thank him, but simply thanking him, our responsibility is not over. If we equally take up the responsibility and work at our own level, even a student, I feel the responsibility of conservation of a region should be given to a big college, to a high school, they should be made responsible. When election comes, teachers are made responsible. That you go and village. Why not a teacher, primary school teacher will be given responsibility for his village greenery? Why not a college principal and teachers will not be given responsibility? We are only giving them salary. Let them also. So when the government thinks in that manner, I think this can percolate. Our students can learn there. They didn't have to come to Bhubaneswar to learn things. So I think I must thank all the participants, all the panelists, and there were two, other than these speakers, there are two panel discussion. One was this time with our media friends, that is with wildlife conservation role of community, in which Akshay Kumar Sahu, resident editor, he was moderating, and all our friends are there. It was a beautiful discussion. But to carry out the beautiful discussion to the masses is very, very important. What we discussed, it need to be reflected somewhere by some action, by writing, by action, and it need to be followed up. Then there was another one. I thank Prakash, Dr. Lala Ekasing, Poriyar sir, that from 2010, corridors were declared and these corridors are pending. So they have started a new chapter that assessing the status of 14 identified elephant corridor since 2009. It is, I think, one of the biggest outcome of this conference. But I give a but. We do many things whimsically. I hope it will not be whimsical. It will be very, very, very seriously taken up. And I think if you have brave enough and come forward to doing these things, you may have odds. But forget about odds. We are all with you. We have to be partner in your success as well as in problems, so that these can be taken up, and these corridors and 2 elephant reserves which are yet to be notified, they should be taken up. And if that is done, the real work of the Evergreen Forum, or the real aim and objective of the Evergreen Forum, can be successful. So we are with Prakash Babu, we are with Lala Ekasing sir, but let us try heart and mind that we should write articles on this, we should take public opinion, and we should carry it forward. It's one of the biggest things. Then coming to inaugural function, in our inaugural function, we had one of our leading forest officers of our country, Sri Saroj Kumar Patnaik. I have seen him, I have worked with him, and when I was working at Nandankanan Biological Park at a very young age, when I was only 80 years in teaching, I was doing research on white tigers and tigers in Nandankanan Biological Park. He supported it, guided us, and provided all support. And there was one man whose name should be remembered now. He is no more, Dr. Ellen Achari. Dr. Ellen Achari, one of the very, very respected name. And I wish, today I am giving a proposal, that we are giving awards, etc. But we should institute such an award every year, just like today we gave it to S.N. Patra sir. Very selectively we should award somebody. Award not in the sake of, he is the right person who was awarded, and I wish similar persons who have contributed in Odisha, first, they should be awarded across anything. He may not be highly educated, but whatever he may be, if he is doing sincere contribution to research, to wildlife conservation, every year he should be awarded. Even if he is not literate also. But if he has very, very significant contribution, and I very much remember if Ellen Achar sir would have been, he would have been one of the significant persons to get this award. So yesterday he was highly jovial, S.K. Patnaik sir, and he congratulated us, supported us, and he said, yesterday I also put these issues that government of Odisha should take care of these undeclared things like Debrigad to a tiger reserve forest, then Sunabada, and he said these are all very pertinent things, and these things are already closed up since 2009 and 10, these should be taken up. So I wish we have Vijay Ketan Patnaik sir and all very important people in our society and media friends. I think media friends, they are scot-free, there will be no problem to them. I think media is the 4th pillar of our society, and media should regain its posture and should write about the survival. How nature should survive, how nature can do wonders. And you see, the climate, what was told, Amazon is now running dry. So, but a time will come, India is now okay, but all the time it will not be okay. If you have seen Bhubaneswar experiment, that Bhubaneswar is burning, so anything can happen to anywhere. So I feel that these things should be written, discussed. So yesterday all our guests, Dr. Kalyan Sundaram sir and Dr. Poriyar sir and all the awardees, S.N. Patra sir, and all three young awardees, Subrat Devata, Pratyush, and Gaur Abedin. Pratyush didn't come, but whatever may be, their contribution cannot be denied. So rewarding them is a great thing by Evergreen Forum. I thank Prakash for this. And coming to the closing ceremony in between the two, the closing ceremony is also a very successful one, and I am really very much impressed how Siddhanta sir said is very positive. So you see, let us be positive towards wildlife, and wildlife means we are included. We human beings, because of our behavior, we are a better animal. We are animals first, and we are a better animal, social animal, and we also said that some insects are social because they have some similar behaviors like this. I was there in IGNOU this time, and there was a question on social insects. The question was, what is social insect? They say those insects who support the human being, they are social insects. So this is their understanding. So you see, so we are animals, we have social, we understand each other, but let us listen to those who cannot say, they cannot express. A time has come for that. So the final session is also very praiseworthy, but I wish this dialogue should continue and continue and continue, and Prakash should see that many people from all across the country should come here, not only from Bhubaneswar and Odisha. We see a large section of people from Odisha, but let's see people from different walks of life from India should also come to Evergreen Forum, should see that how community participation and how efforts by individuals, not at government level, by individual level can miracle. With these words, I thank all of you, all the session chair, session co-chair, all the participants, and all dear students, and all technical session chair and co-chair, all presenters who presented their paper, they opened up their mind and discussed, and all student participants in all forums. Thank you. And now there will be this presentation ceremony, and after that there will be formal vote of thanks. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. So without any delay, we will start with the...
सर सिद्धांत सर को टे कह सर जो कॉरिडोर कथा कहले एक्चुअली कॉरिडोर्स आर नॉट मेंट टू keep the elephants fenced. It is to keep the people fenced, the industries fenced, so that elephants move freely. And what has happened actually, the elephant reserves and elephant corridors, they have been greatly misunderstood. That is why some of our projects have remained unimplemented. So I request they will get your support from wherever you are. And that's not actually I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I would like to request all the dignitaries to come forward for the prize distribution ceremony. We'll start with the photography result, senior level. The third prize goes to Bimal Paikrai, third prize. Bimal Paikrai, absent. The second prize goes to Bibek Bibupada. The second prize goes to Bibek Bibupada. Bibek Bibupada, is he present? Then the first prize goes to Saurav Jaina. The first prize goes to Saurav Jaina, absent? Okay. Then there will be a prize distribution of live painting for senior level. The second prize goes to Pankaj Kumar Saw, UG third year, GIET Bhubaneswar. Pankaj Kumar Saw, UG third year, GIET Bhubaneswar. And the first prize goes to Suryakanta Rai, UG second year, BJP Autonomous College, Bhubaneswar. The first prize winner of live painting senior level goes to Suryakanta Rai of UG second year, BJP Autonomous College. Then coming to poster presentation, university level. The third prize goes to joint winner Dr. Sri Sadangi, PG College of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, OUAT Bhubaneswar. And a consolation prize goes to Mousumi Sunna, PhD scholar, FM University, Baleswar. The second prize goes to Mousumi Pradhan, research scholar of Odisha Biodiversity Board. She is the second prize winner of poster presentation at university level. And the first prize goes to Upasana Patnaik, PhD student of FM University, Baleswar, Odisha. She is the winner of poster presentation at the university level. Also, we have conducted a college level poster presentation. The third prize goes to Anushka Priyadarsini of BJP Autonomous College, Bhubaneswar. The third prize goes to Anushka Priyadarsini of BJP Autonomous College, Bhubaneswar. The third prize goes to Anushka Priyadarsini of BJP Autonomous College. The second prize winner is Rudranarayan Mahapatra of Standard 11 Mothers Public School, Puri. Rudranarayan Mahapatra of Mothers Public School, Puri of Standard 11th. He is the second prize winner at the college level poster presentation. Next winner, please line up. The first prize goes to Chetana Mishra and Aman Sa, GIT Bhubaneswar. Chetana Mishra and Aman Sa. Next, I'll request all the guests to please felicitate our panel discussion 2 panelists. I'd like to request the moderator of the panel discussion, Sri Akshay Kumar Sahu, resident editor, special correspondent, the Asian Age and the Deccan Chronicle, Odisha, to come forward for the felicitation. I'd like to invite upon stage Dr. Devi Priyadarsini, Scientist D, Regional Museum of Natural History, Bhubaneswar, MOEF and CC, Government of India. Our next panelist, Sri Arindam Paricha, Wildlife Conservationist, Bolangir, Odisha. Arindam Paricha. Now I'd like to request Sri Sambit Kumar Behera, the reporter of Pramaya Bhubaneswar, to come forward for the felicitation. Sri Sambit Kumar Behera. Now, I'd like to request Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal sir, IFS retired, and the working chairman of Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2026 to felicitate our closing ceremony guests. We'll start with our chief guest, Sri Siddhanta Das, IFS retired, chairman, Central Empowered Committee of Supreme Court and former DGF, member, National Green Tribunal, Government of India. I'd like to request Professor Dr. Sarat Kumar Palita sir to felicitate Sri Swayam Malik, IFS Joint Project Director, OFSDS. Oh, sir. So, okay. I'd like to request Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal sir to felicitate Professor Dr. Sarat Kumar Palita sir. No, sir, for the invited speaker. And there is a special request to felicitate Dr. Prakash Chandra Jena. I'd like to request our chief guest to felicitate Prakash Chandra Jena. All the prize winners, please come forward for a photography. All the prize winners. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, at the end of the day, nobody is speaking about the silent worker, silent motivator, who actually makes the stress lively. So, we all should felicitate Miss Millie Panigrahi, the real spirit, the silent spirit, through her beautiful voice. Actually, it's just like a quail. It is being coming from all the quarters, all the corners. So let us, Ms. Millie Panigrahi here. So I'll request our chief guest, Honorable Siddhant Das sir, to felicitate Ms. Millie Panigrahi.
Thank you, all the dignitaries. Now this is the time for the vote of thanks. I would like to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Evergreen Forum, and I will be very much thankful to our chief guest, Sri Siddhant Das, IFS retired, and our guest of honor, Sri Swayam Malik, IFS. Then we'll go for Dr. Sri Ashok Kumar Biswal sir, Sarat Palita sir, and all the panelists, all the technical session chair, our students, participants, volunteers, and all the organizing committee members, media persons. I thank all of you for being with us for the entire 2 days. And the special thanks goes to Dr. Prakash Chandra Jena. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The meeting is closed.